An office worker died saving a child, only to be reborn as a goblin in another world. He wanted nothing more than to live a long, honorable life, but goblins live for 7 days. Thanks to his skill, he got 80 years. Every goblin's skill he inherits, every monster he defeats falls in line. From zero to Goblin Lord, he's rewriting what it means to be weak. Can a reincarnated nobody overturn fate with hundreds of acquired abilities? Let's find out. This story began with Kuro apologizing to the protagonist named Akira for her failure. He told her that everything was fine, let her leave the rest to him. Karen told him that her squad of battle dragons was ready. The protagonist thanked her for this and offered her to start flying. But just recently, everything was different. He lived in a big city and worked in a system center. His name was Yagami. Under his supervision, he was assigned a newbie named Takashi for training. One day, the protagonist, working at the computer, sighed deeply. His student said that he was very sorry. Because of him, the protagonist's weekend was ruined. Yagami looked at him and told him that everything was fine. It was his job to train the staff. Everyone learns from their mistakes, just let him try not to repeat them. It would be strange if the newbie did everything perfectly. If he understood him, he could stop chatting and finally get down to work. Takashi thanked him again. After a while, the protagonist heard Takashi's phone ringing. He called out to him and asked him if he was imagining things, or if his phone was ringing off the hook. The student apologized to him. He explained to him that today was his girlfriend's birthday, and also their first anniversary since they started dating. The protagonist stared at him in surprise. The guy called out to him and asked him if everything was okay. The protagonist told him that he could go home. Takashi was surprised. Was he seriously telling him that? He still had a lot of work to do. The MC said that a newbie would only get in the way. He could handle it faster alone, and he should think about his mistakes. The guy wanted to object to him, but the protagonist insistently told him not to worry and just go home. He should not leave his beloved alone on such an important day. Takashi bowed to him in gratitude and thanked him again for his kindness. He left and the protagonist got to work. He muttered to his computer that he needed to sort this out. After work, walking home, he thought, another day has passed. He decided to have a few drinks and then go home. At that moment, Takashi called out to him. He was not alone, but with his girlfriend. The protagonist asked him what was wrong. The guy answered him that he could not forget about what happened at work. The girl apologized to him for Takashi's bad behavior. She asked him, and he told her that he left his work to him. She said that she did not know if it was enough, but still let him accept a small gift from them. The girl gave him a bag. The protagonist answered her that, so be it, he would not object to it. Looking into the bag, he saw that it contained a salad set, miso soup, an egg, and some mashed potatoes. The protagonist thanked them for it. He told them that he would enjoy it when he got home. Takashi pointed out that he had just come from work. They could invite him to a restaurant. The MC declined their offer. He told them that he would rather rest at home. It was an important day for the two of them, wasn't it? Takashi and the girl looked at each other and offered to walk him to the station. The protagonist sighed deeply, but agreed to it. On the way, Takashi chatted non-stop, telling his girlfriend how cool his teacher was and what he did. The girl asked the protagonist, her boyfriend always gives him trouble, right? The protagonist pointed out that it was hard to deny. She smiled and told him that Takashi often talks about him. Yagami looked at the guy and thought that he was a good guy. He appreciates him for caring about him. He was too good a person. He didn't want to ruin their anniversary, and why didn't he take a different route home? Suddenly he saw a child walking on a crosswalk, and a car was driving straight at him at high speed. The protagonist shouted at the child to be careful and rushed to help him. He managed to throw the child away, but he himself was hit by the car. His student and his girlfriend leaned over him, and other people started approaching them. Takashi shook him by the shoulders and kept calling his name. He told him to hold on, an ambulance would come to him soon. His girlfriend, meanwhile, was calling the doctors. Yagami, through a clouded consciousness, thought, an ambulance? Oh, right, he wanted to save the child. MC asked his student how the child is. The guy's girlfriend, crying, answered him that everything was fine with him. He was just a little scared. Takashi and his beloved were saying something else to him, but he almost didn't hear them anymore. He thought, apparently he was dying. If so, he wanted to be somewhere else. The protagonist saw through his half-closed eyes that his student and his girlfriend were crying over him. He addressed them in his mind, let them finish this already. Otherwise, he himself would become sad. The protagonist heard the system voice asking him to search for somewhere else. The results showed 431 million. It occurred to him that he wanted to live longer. He was currently 29 years old, not even 30. The average life expectancy in Japan was 80 years old. He wanted to be the one who lived to be 80. The system told him that the search had narrowed down to determining who would live to that age. The results showed the number 6,600. The protagonist was upset. What a shame. If he died, he would lose all the skills he learned on the job. He looked at the crying boy and wondered if Takashi would be okay if he made the same mistake again. He felt sorry that he couldn't at least pass on his skills to him. The system voice announced that the narrowed search for skill transfer had returned one result. The protagonist was surprised. The system voice had been talking for some time, just like an internet search engine. Suddenly, his energy began to leave him, and it was as if there were sun glare in his head. He felt that his body had become weightless, and he was thrown into a spatial window. After a while, he opened his eyes and thought, didn't he die? Looking at himself, he was amazed. Had his skin turned blue? And his ears? What happened to his ears? Looking around, he suddenly saw a crowd of creatures who were looking at him warily and surprised. The protagonist asked them in surprise, who were they? He thought, are they goblins? One of the creatures suggested that maybe they were his friends. He added that the protagonist fell from the sky. MC looked at him in surprise. Then he remembered that he was hit by a truck, died, and now he was a goblin. Maybe this was reincarnation in another world? So did this mean that he turned into a goblin? Was the universe playing a joke on him? After some time, he came out of his house in the goblin village. His neighbor greeted him. He asked him if he was already working hard. The protagonist also greeted him in return. A month had passed since MC was reborn as a goblin. He was surrounded by many goblins just like himself. In other words, he had become a part of their society without any problems. During this time, he learned a few things. Goblins were insanely fertile. Females could bear children from several partners at once. He saw one female, two goblins pressed against her belly, discussing among themselves that their children were very energetic. The protagonist thought, where did he end up? The lifespan of these creatures is very short and is 7 days. They reproduce very quickly and die very quickly. In this, they are similar to rabbits and cicadas. Goblins are born with some types of skills. It is possible to transfer a skill to a creature that is nearby at the time of death. However, no matter how many skills are collected from other goblins, only the skill that is given at birth can be transferred. So, the skill of the protagonist is an 80-year-old creature. It seems that this is the skill that gives exactly this lifespan. Is it because of the wish he made when he died? Thanks to his skill, he has already seen off 3 to 4 generations of goblins with a normal lifespan. Thus, the number of skills that MC has inherited has already exceeded 200. He could use these skills freely, but when he died, these 200-odd skills would also disappear. Only an 80-year-old creature would be passed on to the next goblin. It seemed like such a waste of time to him, but there was nothing he could do about it. He could only accept it. Maybe he would come up with something in 80 years. The protagonist decided to take a walk in the forest. Their goblin village was surrounded by forest. The inhabitants lived in seclusion. The protagonist took walks in the forest from time to time. Now he was briskly walking along a forest path, gnawing on an apple he had picked along the way. He noticed that the apple was delicious. His sense of taste was almost no different from a human's. Goblins were omnivorous and could eat anything, and these creatures did not have to sleep. When life was only 7 days, it was stupid to waste it on sleep. Fortunately, this applied to him too. He had already gotten used to this body. There was only one thing that bothered the protagonist, his desires. Because of the high attraction of goblins, it is about 3 times stronger than that of a human. They look cute, like soft toys, so he could not perceive them as such. However, he was very popular among goblins. Every now and then, females approached him. They even argued over him, but he always categorically refused what they offered him. As a human, he did not encounter such a thing. Suddenly, MC heard someone moaning. Rushing to the source of the sound, he saw a strange man under a tree. It was the demon lord. It was obvious that he was injured. The protagonist approached him and told him to be quiet. Akira was about to start healing the lord. Healing is one of his skills inherited from the 200 skills. This skill is capable of healing. The protagonist activated magical energy. The lord asked him in surprise, "What is he doing? Isn't he afraid of the Demon King?" The protagonist calmly answered him that the wounded are just wounded, be it a king or a commoner. When he realized what the lord said, he exclaimed in amazement, "He is the Demon King?" In fact, the wounded man really did look like a Demon King. Did he really exist? This was very cool. MC thought, although, what is he talking about? In a world where there are goblins, there is probably a Demon King. In this regard, nothing is impossible. The lord, looking at the protagonist in surprise, said that he is some kind of abnormal goblin. Akira told him, he asked him to shut up, otherwise he will not be able to close his wounds. The lord told him that it is useless, no one can heal them, including himself. He is a being of a different order. The protagonist also noticed this. No matter how much he closed his wounds, they did not heal, despite all his efforts. A being of a different order, is there really no way to help him? He has a lot of skills. The protagonist told the lord that he currently has 200 skills. He was born with the skill of an 80-year-old creature. The lord first looked at him in bewilderment, and then laughed through force and pain. He noted that everything was clear to him. It was just a mutation. Now everything was clear to him. The Demon King coughed. Akira asked him if he was okay. He shouldn't raise his voice. The Lord said that if he had such a skill, his vessel should be larger than usual. The protagonist asked him again in surprise, "A vessel?" The Lord explained to him that perhaps he could inherit skills from other creatures. MC was amazed. Was that true? The king asked him how he felt about getting the skill of a demon lord. The protagonist was very surprised by this. During this time, he had seen off goblins on their final journey 277 times. He had received their skills. Now he had conflicting feelings. The demon king wasting his last moments on a goblin? But he knew, whether it was a goblin or a demon king, the essence was the same. Everyone wanted to leave some kind of trace behind. Therefore, the protagonist told him that he would take his skill. The overlord gathered his last strength, activated the energy cloud of his skill, and transferred it to the protagonist. The skill was called Law of the Jungle. The protagonist was surprised. What kind of skill was this? The king explained to him, "Monsters have a tendency to obey those who are stronger than them. This skill makes it absolute." The king began to fade. The protagonist called out to him anxiously. The demon said that as soon as he defeated someone, the defeated one would completely submit to him. And no matter what happened, he would never betray him. And with this, he, the nameless goblin, would become the demon king. He leaves everything else to him. The last of the demon king's life energy left him, and he passed away. On this day, the whole world rejoiced, because the death of the demon king who had waged a 100-year war was confirmed. It was announced from every corner, priests offered prayers, and people celebrated the event. However, people had no idea that the threat of the demon king had not gone away. The protagonist, returning back to the goblin village, replayed his life in his head. In his past life, his name was Yagami. He was 29 years old. In that world, he was an office worker in a small company. He sacrificed his life trying to protect a small child from a speeding truck. In the end, he died, but found himself in another world. And in this world, he is a goblin. On the way, the protagonist collected a full basket of apples. Entering the village, he saw that all the goblins had gathered in a large group. He muttered, "What is that noise?" Approaching the goblins, he asked them what was going on. In the center of the crowd sat one goblin with a guilty look. The villagers told the protagonist that this idiot killed a man. MC asked again in surprise, "A man?" The goblins were worried. It was so bad. Their fellow killed a man. What should they do now? Akira thought in surprise. Was there a taboo that forbids goblins from killing people? The culprit, looking askance at his fellows, was indignant. But what else could he do? He was in the forest, and he encountered one of the people. This man attacked him out of nowhere. The protagonist was perplexed. Even in self-defense, it is forbidden to kill people. The goblins, meanwhile, continued to lament. What should they do now? At that moment, a lookout came running with an alarming cry and shouted to everyone that people were coming to them. They would be attacked now. All the villagers shook with fear, not believing it. The protagonist knew that the goblins were weak. All they had was a high birth rate. Other than that, they had no strong points. Every now and then, sobs and lamentations could be heard from everywhere. What should they do? They were definitely lost. They were very scared. The protagonist thought they were all in a panic. He asked the lookout how many people there were and in what direction they were going. The lookout, stuttering with fear, told him that they were right in front of them and there were 50 of them. The villagers, hearing this number, became even more worried. However, the protagonist calmed them down, telling them that he would do something. The goblins stared at him in amazement. What could he do against people? Meanwhile, a squad of knights rode into their village. At the head of the squad was Karen, who was fully dressed in armor. She turned to the guilty goblin and said that now it was their turn to take their lives. The protagonist cleared his throat. He told the girl that first, he would like to talk to her. Karen extended her hand with a sword and called her squad forward. Akira thought sarcastically, so they talked. He stood in front of the villagers, covering them with himself. He activated the skill of the iron body. This skill made the body as hard as iron. Karen struck the protagonist, but her sword simply broke. She exclaimed in surprise, "What?" The protagonist, meanwhile, used the skill of Stone Rain, which called for countless stones to hit the enemy from above. The knights were confused. They did not expect such an attack. Karen urged them not to be afraid. It's just a goblin with a couple of special skills. The knights gathered at her command. The protagonist thought, so that's how it is. This was his first experience using skills in battle. He realized that with this tactic, he could defeat anyone. Therefore, the protagonist again called for Stone Rain and strengthened his body. After a short time, the knights were lying on the ground with broken swords. MC wiped the sweat from his forehead. Karen said in surprise that it was impossible. It was just a goblin. Akira turned to her. He asked her if she was in charge here. He just wanted to talk to her. Karen was surprised. A goblin wanted to talk? That was new. The girl took off her helmet and told him that she was listening. Jumping off her horse, she stood in front of him. The protagonist said that, first of all, they really did offend them, and they don't expect her to forgive them easily. Karen stared at him in surprise. He continued, "Despite everything, how can they just attack their village? Are they going to destroy them all?" Karen confirmed that this was exactly the case. Their goblin attacked one of them, and they will destroy the threat. The protagonist confidently told her that this will not happen. He thought, if a monster has the power to kill people, then it is only natural to try to destroy it. MC asked the girl if she knew that their village has its own judicial system. She looked at him in bewilderment. What did he say? Akira announced to her that he is a goblin judge. She was even more surprised. The protagonist continued, "The punishment for killing a person is 7 days in prison." How can she punish him like that? He showed 6 fingers instead of 7 on his fingers. He was embarrassed, showed the required number of fingers, noting that he had miscounted. The knights cried out. He was making fun of them. It was a slap in the face from them. Then the girl asked him, "Is that all?" Life imprisonment sounds more reasonable. The protagonist explained to her, a goblin's lifespan is 7 days. This guy only has 2 days left, so this is really a life sentence for him. Karen thought about his words. The protagonist thus summed up 7 days in prison for the one who killed the man. They will allow them to carry out a joint check to ensure the execution of the sentence. One of the knights turned to her. He believed that there was no reason to listen to this monster. They would rather kill him and destroy the entire village. All the knights supported his words. They began to urge her not to listen to this nonsense, but to do their job. The protagonist thought, well, a noisy company. Suddenly, he remembered the skill granted to him by the demon lord, the law of the jungle. It consisted in absolute obedience from the defeated. Without thinking twice, the protagonist used this skill. A light haze appeared in the air. The knights, as one, knelt before him and swore their allegiance to him. From this moment on, they lived to serve him, Lord Goblin. Karen could not believe her eyes. She exclaimed in amazement, "This can't be?" The girl turned to her squad, asking them what they were doing. The protagonist happily noted, "So that's how it works." Karen looked at him with a mysterious grin and told him that he was an interesting goblin. She continued that she recognized their laws, but outside the forest, their laws apply. The protagonist noted that this was fair. She asked him if he had a name. MC wondered, a name? Maybe his old Japanese name would sound strange? The goblins never called him anything special. He told her that his name was Akira. Karen noted what a strange name he had. She introduced herself to him in response and added that she was a security inspector at his service. She gave her knights the order to leave, and also for them to help the wounded. The knights left the goblin village. The villagers rejoiced. They praised the protagonist. He saved their population. He was their unconditional hero. They exclaimed in surprise. He really negotiated with people. Without saying a word, the goblins offered him to become their village chief. Now he is their leader. They decided to bless their chief. The villagers seated him on a dais, changed his headdress, and handed him a staff. That is how, in the goblin village of another world, he became a chief. After some time, Karen came to the village. She told the protagonist that she was convinced that the goblin had indeed died in prison. Looking at him carefully, she asked him what kind of outfit he was wearing. Had he always had such hair? The protagonist explained to the girl that, after that incident, he was appointed village chief. She honestly admitted to him that this outfit did not suit him at all. He took off his headdress and thought that he was embarrassed. The girl continued that the fact that he became the chief only plays into their hands. Akira asked her if something was wrong. Karen said that killer was of course brought to justice, but how to say it, she could not figure it out. The protagonist assumed that her superiors were not satisfied with this. She asked him in surprise, how did he know about this? The protagonist noted that for some reason, he was not at all surprised by this. Not long ago, he himself was in the same situation as she was now. Even if he quickly made the best decision, his boss invariably told him that it was not enough. The situation could begin to worsen even more due to stubbornness, pride, and incompetence of superiors. It seems that the relationship between employees and superiors is the same in any world. He said, addressing the girl, it must be hard for her. Karen was indignant. What did he say? She did not need his pity. It was just that such was the situation. She was embarrassed to talk about it, but she wanted to ask him to go with her and convince her superiors. If they met him, they would quickly understand everything. The protagonist thought about it. In any case, sooner or later, he would have to meet them. It seemed that they were not sure that the crisis with the Goblin village was completely resolved, and it was not because he became the village chief. He could not just abandon them all. Finally, he told her that he understood everything. He would go with her. They arrived in the city. The girl put him on a horse, and she walked next to him. All the villagers looked at them in surprise. The protagonist called out to the girl and noted that it was rather awkward. She told him to just be patient. This was so that the villagers would not attack him. People in the city could be scared by the mere mention of the word monster. MC understood what she wanted to say. Such a situation could be interpreted as welcoming a guest. or taking a prisoner. Perhaps this was the best solution for maintaining order. He noted out loud that the villagers, in his opinion, did not look scared at all. Karen answered him that it was probably because he was a goblin. She explained to him that for a time it was considered fashionable to keep goblins as pets. Goblins, apart from their fellows, are not only modest and gentle, but also considered quite cute. It all became clear to the protagonist. They are certainly cute, even from his point of view. Someone who was transported from another world. They are like talismans. Karen continued, this trend died out rather quickly, probably because of that notorious 7-day life. Akira told her that it was not surprising. They continued on their way. The protagonist heard the villagers' remarks about him being a goblin, and he was very cute. They wondered what he was doing here. So cute, no one could remember the last time they had seen a goblin. After some time, the villagers were left behind. The protagonist breathed a sigh of relief. It was over. When Karen led him into the mansion, he was delightedly amazed at its size and the luxury that reigned around. His stomach twisted with excitement. He told Karen about it. She asked the maid to take him to the restroom. The maid told him that she would do it. The girl mentally noted that he was very cute. Entering the restroom, the protagonist was dumbfounded and in such a place from luxury. Everything was shining with gold, and everything was shining with cleanliness. Having done all his business, the protagonist thought, at least somewhere he could find peace. How big was this mansion? The protagonist saw a large tree in the garden through the window. It was being serviced by a gardener. In fact, it was the owner of the mansion, Count Simon of Orleans. But the protagonist could not know about it. He went out to him and asked him, did he take care of the garden every day? The Count was surprised. A goblin? It was so unusual. He had not seen people like him here for a long time. The man asked him, was he captured? The protagonist answered him that it was not so. He came here of his own free will. The Count was surprised. Why? Was he really going to attack this city? Akira told him that he had come to negotiate. A goblin had recently killed a man. Had he heard about it? The man told him that he had. The protagonist said that he had come here to take responsibility. Simon was surprised. Was he the murderer? MC objected that it was not so. But he had been appointed as a representative, so he would have to apologize. The man noted that his goal was to save his native village from destruction. The protagonist said that yes, that too, but no. Both people and goblins can make mistakes. However, it is normal to make mistakes while the representative is learning and not to repeat them. That is why, in order not to miss the opportunity to learn from this mistake, he had come to apologize. The Count asked him if he had come from the restroom. The protagonist told him that it was. He added that this room has low pacificity and is absurdly spacious. This makes philosophical thoughts a little difficult. Simon burst out laughing and noted that he agreed with him on that. The man who designed this room was a complete idiot. The protagonist wondered why he was saying that. If he swore so loudly, his master would scold him. At that moment, Karen appeared and called out to the man in surprise, "The Count? So he was here." She reported to him that she had brought the goblin in question here. Then she guessed the two of them, had they already met? The protagonist asked her in amazement, "This old man Count? Wasn't he a gardener?" The girl indignantly exclaimed that he was an idiot. This man was the owner of this mansion. And also, he was the uncle of His Majesty the Emperor, the Count of Orleans. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise, "What?" He turned to the Count and told him that he had deceived him. The man noted that this was said rather rudely. He was just pursuing his hobby. Simon laughed and continued, "Thanks to this, he managed to hear something interesting." He suggested that the protagonist end this matter. He ordered him to follow him. He told Karen that she was free. He thanked her for her service. MC, following the Count, thought, "It seems that this old man is the boss." Honestly, he did not even know what to think about him. They came to a bar. Simon suggested that the protagonist sit at a table. There were several beautiful girls. They immediately surrounded the protagonist, admiring how cute he was. One girl was surprised. She had never met a goblin. Akira asked the Count, "What is this?" The man laughed and told him that his friends call him Simon. And all this, drinks and women, will remain between them. The Count admitted that he likes him. He took a sip from his glass and noted that he likes him because he is attractive. The protagonist was surprised by his words. Simon exclaimed, "A man must be attractive. Otherwise, what's the point of being born at all?" MC was amazed at what was said. The girls told the Count that he should take care of himself at his age. His body can't take it anymore. The protagonist wondered in surprise, why was this old man speaking so frankly? And the girls didn't really choose their words. Was he serious? Simon said that he decided to live life to the fullest. And that's what he should do too, to outshine other men. The protagonist asked him in surprise, what did he mean? The Count made it clear that he needed to meet more people. To fully understand women, he needed to meet at least 1,000 women. With less experience, he was just a young man who didn't understand anything about them. The Count laughed heartily. MC thought that was too much. Of course. He knew who he was, but this was too much. He asked Simon then, how did he understand men? The Count answered, through gambling. The protagonist was surprised. Gambling? The man noted that it was. Any competition would do. Card games would be better. The protagonist thought, like blackjack, poker, or even mahjong. True, there are no cards in mahjong. Simon continued. The man shows his true nature when he gambles. The protagonist asked him in surprise, and this also needs to be done 1,000 times? The Count laughed again. He noted that this is not necessary. A man is much easier to understand than a woman. Once is enough. It is true that gambling reveals a person's true face. It can change him radically. But this is only his opinion. The Count asked Akira what he would do to understand the man. The protagonist thought about it and answered him that he would look at his mistakes and whether he would repeat them. He continued, everyone makes mistakes, however, no one should repeat them over and over again. There are men who learn from them, and there are those who do not. This is his way of recognizing. The Count said thoughtfully, what an interesting point of view. He thinks there are many different ways. Then the man caught himself. He had started talking. He was thinking deeply about something. The protagonist, looking around the room, noted that this was probably a prestigious place. He had once been to an expensive club, but all the attention was focused on another client. But now it was turned to him. Then the president was in high spirits. The women around him expressed their admiration for his skills. Finally, the Count said that this conversation had become boring. It was time to admire the beautiful flowers. He expressed his hope to the protagonist that he would have a great time, since he was already approaching the end of his life. The protagonist assured him that everything was fine with that. He had a skill called an 80-year-old creature, so he could live until he was 80 years old. Everyone present stared at him in amazement. MC was embarrassed. Well, did he say something wrong? The Count grabbed his hands and exclaimed, someone like him, his dear friend, can meet 3,000 or even 30,000 women in his life. Being a goblin must be good. He offered him to share his fantasies. The protagonist flatly refused his offer. He did not want to know anything about his fantasies. After a while, they left the place. The women saw them off, telling them that it was fun. They were waiting for them again. The protagonist conspiratorially told the Count that he did well that night. The man responded that he did well too. MC thought he was still under the impression. After all, it is not difficult for goblins to be active all night. At that moment, something terrible happened. A carriage with a horse was rushing down the road. Someone screamed for someone to stop it. The protagonist saw a boy sitting on the road, playing with a toy. The protagonist shouted at him to get out of the way, but Rick didn't hear him. MC ran to the boy, remembering how he got here because of a similar situation. Standing in front of Rick, the protagonist activated his skill and created a stone wall. The horse abruptly stopped in front of the obstacle. The protagonist wiped the sweat from his forehead. He made it. He asked the boy if he was okay. Rick looked at him with a surprised look. He asked the protagonist how he managed to do it. Akira answered him that he was a goblin, so it was not difficult for him. The boy's parents ran up to them. They began to thank the protagonist. He was embarrassed by such attention to his person. Everyone began to admire him. He used such wonderful magic. People looked at him, touched his ears, and were touched by his appearance and behavior. The Count, watching what was happening, asked Karen, "Is she here?" The girl, hiding between the houses, answered him that it was so. The man ordered her to keep an eye on the protagonist from now on. She expressed her willingness to carry out his order. The Count was afraid that a goblin with a long life could become a bigger threat than the demon lord. The protagonist, meanwhile, asked Rick to be careful when touching him. The boy's father told his son to stop doing that. MC assured the man that everything was fine. He was glad that the boy was not hurt. Rick enthusiastically said, "Goblins are so cool." At that moment, the man who was in the carriage menacingly addressed the protagonist. What was he doing? "This is Sullivan Jr.'s carriage." The man angrily asked him where his master was. And who is the goblin's master anyway? The protagonist was surprised. Sullivan Jr.? The Count approached Akira and told him that the master was the former prime minister. The protagonist stared at him in surprise. Simon? He knew that now he lives as a recluse somewhere here, in his hometown, the former prime minister. The man irritably asked the Count, what the hell is his pet running around the city for? And without a collar? Simon said that he was sorry. The protagonist thought about the old Count's trick. Is he going to leave this place without revealing his identity? The man was indignant at him. He says, he is sorry? Didn't he get it? This is a carriage of a very important person. The protagonist, hearing this, was afraid if so, he might have problems. But this guy was suspiciously noisy. Akira decided to use his skill. He activated clairvoyance. Some of the goblins' skills are very similar, so it can be confusing. Using his skill, he scanned the carriage. The man, meanwhile, continued to be indignant. He told the Count, does he think he can just leave without paying for it? The protagonist loudly said that there is no one in the carriage. The man asked him irritably, what was he talking about? Simon noted that if it was true, it meant that he was using the carriage with his lord's coat of arms for his own purposes. And he decided to make a scene, using this privilege. The man, sweating from fear, said he has no idea what the goblin was talking about. The Count, menacingly approaching him, asked him, "Is that so?" The troublemaker screamed at Simon not to come near him. Let him take his hands off him. The Count exhaled. What a noisy guy. He said that the man was accused of dangerous driving and causing damage. He should calm down. The protagonist thought in amazement. What a damn old man. The man did not calm down. He began to threaten Simon that he would destroy him. At that moment, Karen appeared and told the man to hold his tongue. Does he even know who he is talking to? The girl twisted the boar and took him away. The Count thanked the protagonist for his help. The protagonist objected to him. He had done almost nothing. Simon said a bad goblin would not risk his life to save someone else's child. He could not worry. No one would touch his friend's village. Akira happily asked him, so the conflict was settled? The man answered him, Umu's territory. They would treat it like a human village. The protagonist thanked him warmly. The Count added that he had to send his man there. Karen would act as a guard and observer. The protagonist agreed with this. It was not a problem for him. He thought, it's good that it would be her. He could find a common language with her. When the protagonist returned to the village, he told its inhabitants that everything was fine. He had come to an agreement with the people. They would not be killed, and their village would not be destroyed. Needless to say, how happy the goblins were with his message? Someone shouted, as expected from the village headman. He is simply amazing. The female goblins asked him for babies. Akira calmed them down and said that they would have some changes. He was going to pass some laws. Karen, standing by the tree, listened to him attentively. The protagonist said his first law, do not kill people. This is the most important rule. The goblins agreed with his proposal. Karen remembered the Count's order. He ordered her to simply continue to watch the protagonist. If she noticed any suspicious little thing, let her immediately inform him. So the Count told her, however, constantly being in sight, would Akira do anything suspicious? The protagonist, meanwhile, continued his conversation with the residents. He said, if the laws are clear to everyone, does anyone have children with attack skills? A lot of goblins answered him that they have such children. Karen asked him what he was going to do. The protagonist shuddered in surprise. He had no idea that the girl could be here. The goblins began to talk excitedly that there was a person here. They were scared. The protagonist turned to the residents. He calmed them down. This girl is his friend. Karen chuckled and suggested that he let her clear something up. She told everyone that she was appointed here as an observer. If they do not harm people, then she will not do anything to them. The goblins shrank from fear. The protagonist asked her how she was going to deal with this. The girl looked at the goblins, saw fear in their eyes, and realized that she had made a mistake. She apologized to them, told them her name, and added that she would simply accompany and guard their chief. She was on their side. Karen stroked the head of one of the cubs, and the children melted. They noted that she was friendly and smelled very good. The protagonist turned to the villagers. He had not told them everything yet. He believed that they should build a garrison. If they organized themselves properly, they would have less chance of encountering humans, right? Karen noted that even if they organized themselves, a goblin's lifespan only lasts 7 days, right? Doesn't he think that they would stop working quickly? Akira told her that he had already thought about it. He turned to one of the goblins and told him that his name was now Hanzo. The goblin asked him again about his name. Karen looked at the protagonist in surprise. The protagonist noted, it would most likely be a characteristic, not a name. The girl thought that this could not be. MC explained to her that he came up with it after hearing about Sullivan Jr., the former prime minister. Hanzo excitedly said that he would call himself by that name from now on. The protagonist told him that when he died, the one he passed on his skill to would receive that name. That would be the second Hanzo, and after him, the third Hanzo. He continued that those children who were born with offensive skills would join Hanzo's team. The protagonist asked the villagers if they understood. The goblins answered him that they understood everything, and they agreed with him. Karen noted that he seems to be loved here. They agreed so quickly. The protagonist scratched his head in confusion and noted, oh well. He asked the goblins if there was anyone among them with the skill of determining the value of things and counting money. 3 goblins answered him that they had this skill. The protagonist was surprised, only 3 goblins. This is a rare skill. He turned to one of the females and told her that from today on, she is the first Kinokuniya. She readily told him that he can rely on her. Karen asked him what he would do with humans. He told her that those who want to trade will deal with Kinokuniya. If a goblin commits a crime, his fate will be decided by the judge, Toyama-no-kin. Even if the previous goblin disappears, the one who inherits his name and skill will move to the same position. The protagonist was sure that this system is quite suitable for goblins, considering their short lifespan. Did anyone else have any questions? No one had any objections. Karen thought in surprise. No wonder Count Simon was afraid of this monster. He was not an ordinary goblin. After a while, another Hanzo approached the protagonist and asked him to look at something. After the protagonist named all the goblins, several weeks, or rather generations, passed. A goblin showed him a man tied to a tree. The protagonist asked Hanzo what it was. The goblin reported to him that yes, he was the third Hanzo. The goblin laughed happily. 2 weeks had passed since the protagonist launched the naming system. Generations replaced each other in different positions. The protagonist was pleased. Everything worked as intended. Hanzo III, pointing to the tied man, explained to him that this man had invaded the forest. In addition, he was trying to attack him, so he simply knocked him out. Akira was surprised. He managed it alone? Hanzo III laughed and told him that it was. He was protecting the village, as their chief ordered them to. MC thought, looking at the captive, this is not the first time in a month. This man invaded their forest and tried to attack. So on their part, it was legitimate self-defense. The protagonist answered the goblin that he did the right thing. Let him take this man to Karen. The goblin hesitated after his words. The protagonist asked him what was wrong. Hanzo III answered him sheepishly that he was fine. The protagonist persistently asked him if maybe he could help him with something. The goblin took courage and said that today he promised a lady that he would come home early. Therefore, he can't wait for his shift to end. The protagonist exclaimed, "This is a death flag." He understood that goblins start making children closer to the end of their lives. The goblin looked at him expectantly. The protagonist told him not to worry, he would take care of the rest himself. Hanzo III was surprised by this. The protagonist explained to him that since he made such a promise, he should not delay with it. Let him go and do it. The goblin, not believing his luck, thanked his elder with delight and ran off to do his business. The protagonist, looking at the prisoner, noted that he would give him to Karen. The girl answered him that there was no need for that. The protagonist shuddered again from her unexpected appearance. He asked her in surprise, was she here? The girl answered him that she had listened to their conversation with Hanzo III. She looked at the protagonist with a smile and added that she knew people like him. The MC asked her again in surprise. He answered him that it was so. He is a guy who takes on everything, ultimately remaining nothing. The protagonist was embarrassed by her words. She continued, in any case, it is an interesting system. It allows goblins to inherit one name from generation to generation. The protagonist agreed with her. He noted that although 2 generations have passed, the effect does not cease to amaze. Karen asked him, what is he talking about? Akira pointed to the prisoner and told her to look at him. He was sleeping, wasn't he? He had several burns and cuts on him, as well as a few bruises and contusions. To possibly confirm his theory, he used Sleep Wind, Flame Blade, and Stone Rain. He added that he thought the goblin had used the same skills. Karen asked him, what does that mean? Goblins pass on their skills when they die, right? It's no wonder he has several. The protagonist agreed with her, but made a note that up until now, the skills were being passed on at random. The girl asked him, confused, at random? MC told her that she understood correctly. A child with an ability could have gained an ability, such as strength, simply because he happened to be at a funeral. Karen admitted that it didn't make sense. The protagonist continued, when a person acquires a skill, in most cases, they create a synergy with an ability they already have, or choose something that is compatible with it. It's not the same case for goblins, Karen said in amazement, so that's what this system is for. Akira explained to her, goblins with offensive abilities gather around Hanzo. Thanks to this, the inheritance of skills will remain in this circle. He added, until now, this was rare, 3 skills of the same type and all in one goblin. This is what he thought about after he was hit by a truck. He wished he could pass on his skills to someone. Then he thought that he wanted to pass on his abilities to Takashi. Not the girl who was next to him, but Takashi himself. Simply because it would be much more effective. Goblins do not think about such things, and simply pass on their skills. He wanted to change this, so he tried to implement a succession system. He said out loud, even a goblin with a lifespan of 7 days can achieve a lot. Karen listened to him in amazement. Then she noted, then, they will have to recognize the goblins as a threat. Akira calmed her down. He told her that everything is fine, he is here. As long as he is here, the goblins will not be hostile to humans. Let her not worry, he will extinguish possible conflicts. Karen smiled and noted, then he will have to live a long life. The protagonist assured her, he has at least 80 years, thanks to his skill. At this time, on the other side of the forest, Kuro, the servant of the demon lord, was looking for her master. She wondered where he was. Where could he disappear to? She had to use the search skill by the ability, Law of the Jungle. She felt that the demon king was still alive. She was getting closer and closer to the skill of her master. Kuro thought, even if he is dead, it will not stop her. This time she won't lose. Her place is next to the demon king. Meanwhile, a new problem was approaching. The protagonist was reading books and writing in a notebook. Finally, he stretched sweetly and exhaled. The protagonist thought how uncomfortable it was to sit in this chair. Although nothing can be done about it, goblins do not know how to make furniture well. Perhaps he should create a group with the skills of such work. From time to time, someone like them appears with the skill of carpentry. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and Karen came in. She said, "There he is." The girl asked what he was doing. The protagonist answered her that he was creating the simplest legislation. Karen was surprised. Legislation? MC noted that she heard everything correctly. He is creating something that can be shown to people. If it were only about goblins, they would certainly not need all this. He wants to strengthen the status of autonomy. They must show people that they have laws. The girl said everything is clear to her. He wants to introduce legal self-defense? The protagonist stared at her in surprise. What was she talking about? Karen was amazed. Don't goblins have such a concept? He had already said this. He thought, is it when one of the goblins killed a person? The protagonist said, of course there is, but he had something else in mind. He drew her a simple diagram, and he explained to her the following. Negotiations have certain areas of coverage, covering the principles and goals of both parties. They must find this overlapping area and bring them together. The girl chuckled thoughtfully, listening to his speech. He continued, it is extremely important to convey a convincing picture to the other side. If he then stated that it was only self-defense, would that convince people? Karen told him that it would not work. MC asked her, does she see it? That is why he said that the goblin killer will be imprisoned for 7 days. A smart person will immediately understand that this is a life sentence. But when negotiating with someone of a lower level, you have to rely on persistence to make the other party listen. Karen understood what he wanted to achieve. She thought that one incident had already taught him so much. His idea of assigning names to goblins was also good. He didn't look like an ordinary goblin at all. She should report this. There was a serious threat hidden behind the goblin's appearance. Did he even realize that? At that moment, they heard a noise in the street. The protagonist was surprised. What was that? There was a panic among the villagers. Someone was pointing out the place where they should run. The protagonist and Karen ran out of the house. He asked the villagers what was going on. One of the goblins pointed him to the center of the village. Kuro was sitting there near the fire. She looked at the goblins who looked like each other and thought, is this a shadow clone skill? She put her hand forward and told one of them that he was too bold for a goblin. With her magical power, she pinned him to the wall of one of the houses. Kuro said, she will not hold back any longer. Let him answer her question immediately. The protagonist stopped her. He asked her who she was and why she was doing this. Kuro asked in response, and who is he? The protagonist answered her that he is the village chief. She said that she understood that. Then she will ask him, the demon lord is here. Where is he? Karen noted in surprise, the demon lord? MC thought in amazement, is she a servant of the demon lord? Is she from a different race? Karen exclaimed, answering her that he is dead. Everyone already knows it. Kuro hissed angrily at her that this is all a lie. He can't be dead. She is 100% sure of it. Even now, her lord is somewhere nearby. She connected the search skill, which pointed her to the protagonist. She looked at him in surprise and asked why he had the demon lord skill. The protagonist felt uneasy. Karen also said his name in surprise. Kuro slowly noticed that she understood everything. So it was him. She angrily exclaimed that he was the one who killed the demon lord and stole his power. The protagonist didn't even have time to say anything to her. She rushed at him, intending to hit him. Finally, he exclaimed, let her wait. He will explain everything to her now. Kuro nervously hissed at him to shut his mouth. She was going to finish him off. MC realized that he had no choice but to forcibly close her mouth. He activated the chain skill, and in the blink of an eye, Kuro was wrapped in them. She irritably called him a small thing, and easily broke the bonds. The protagonist was surprised, such a powerful force in such a small body. Kuro rushed at him again to attack. The protagonist jumped back. She slammed her fist into the wall of the house. He wondered in surprise, had she completely lost her mind? He had to use a barrier, which demoralized her, and then he chained her up again. She, discouraged and irritated, told him to take it off her right now. Akira told her that he didn't mind, but he wanted her to listen to what he had to say. Kuro was indignant. Was he trying to fool her with his excuses? He killed the overlord and stole his skill. He calmly asked her who she thought the demon lord was. She looked at him blankly. The protagonist continued, was he really such a fool that he could let a simple goblin steal his skills? Kuro pointed out, of course not. Her overlord was cold-blooded, kind, and strong. He was the greatest overlord. Akira spoke then, he would never steal his skills, right? Kuro answered him incredulously. He must have used some kind of trick for that. The protagonist calmly asked her again if her master was stupid enough to fall for a dirty trick and allow his skills to be stolen. Kuro no longer knew what to answer his question. Karen noted that it sounded plausible. The master's servant wilted and asked the protagonist, if that was so, then why did he have the skill of the Demon King? The protagonist thought with satisfaction. It seemed like he could now talk to her calmly. He freed her from the chains. He simply told her that the master left him this skill. She was surprised. Left him? He quoted the master's words in his own tone. He said then that he was leaving everything to him, to the nameless goblin. Kuro was surprised. This voice, it belonged to her master. Akira asked her, she knows what makes goblins different, right? Kuro told him that she had heard about it. Goblins can use the skill they received during the will. She took him by the shoulders and asked him if that was really the voice of the Lord. The protagonist remarked that she knew his voice better. Kuro couldn't bear it any longer and cried bitterly. Karen thought that she should immediately report everything to the Count. When she did, he indignantly slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "What did she just tell him? This long-lived goblin has the skill of a demon lord? Is God going to destroy all of humanity?" After a while, the Count was sitting at the table, looking thoughtfully at the game board with figures. He called for a maid. The girl was afraid to disturb his reverie for a while, so she stood quietly by the door. Finally, she asked him, "What's the matter?" He told her, no matter how much he thought about it, he felt like he was at a disadvantage. She asked him again in surprise, "At a disadvantage?" Simon asked her if she knew how to play charanga. The maid timidly told him that she knew the rules of the game. It was very difficult to win because of a certain unique rule. He said that it was a game in which opponents took pieces from each other. Opponents can reuse the pieces they took, but the pieces that a player takes from them only disappear from the board. The girl noted that this was unfair. The Count said, "Is that so?" He stared at the board again and noticed that this is exactly what a demon lord's skill looks like. At this time, Kuro stood to the side, crying. The protagonist thought, of course she is embarrassed now. It is only natural. After all, she was crying in front of a goblin she just met. The protagonist turned to her. He noticed that all her clothes were worn out. He turned to Echigoya. The goblin asked him what was wrong. He was the 4th generation of Echigoya. The protagonist thought, before he created the Echigoya skill group, he bought clothes from monster merchants who sold human clothes, or clothes made by other monsters. He took the name from a kimono fabric shop in the Edo period. The image of the samurai period is strong, but when it comes to clothes, it's just Echigoya. The protagonist asked the crying girl what her name was. She told him her name. The protagonist asked the goblin tailor, could he make clothes for her? The goblin replied, "Piece of cake." The villagers approached the guest. She exclaimed in alarm, "What are they planning?" The goblins picked her up in their arms and carried her to one of the houses. Kuro struggled, screaming indignantly, "What are they doing?" Akira told her that everything was fine. She didn't need to resist. But their guest continued to behave hostilely. Then the protagonist used the law of the jungle, and the girl immediately became quiet. Karen noticed how restless the girl was. The goblins approached her and offered her to go with them too. The girl was surprised. What were they doing? Why should she go somewhere too? But still, she followed them without complaint. The protagonist, looking at her, thought she began to feel at home after that incident. After some time, he heard the goblin tailor apologize to him for the long wait. The protagonist turned around and gasped in admiration. Kuro and Karen were standing in new outfits that suited them very well. MC looked at Kuro's outfit more closely and asked the tailor if this was his new job. The goblin proudly answered him that it was. Akira noted, if he remembered his skills correctly, they were sewing, leatherwork, and spinning, right? Now this job of his is sewing? He made these clothes? The goblin, surprised by his reaction, answered that he understood everything correctly. The protagonist was completely delighted. Kuro turned to the protagonist and asked him sheepishly, why was he making her wear this? He answered her honestly that she was very cute. It hurt him to watch her wear these torn rags. The girl was surprised. Did he want her to look cute? MC did not deny it. He thought, there are many variations of women's clothing. It is quite funny to watch. Kuro turned to the tailor irritably. He asked her, what's the matter? She asked him to do it differently. The tailor was surprised. Differently? Kuro shouted at him to make her normal clothes right now. She lifted it above her head. The goblin was indignant. His back hurt from her horns. The girl carried it to the workshop, from where exclamations were heard every now and then. Is this normal? The protagonist looked at Karen and told her that her outfit suited her very well too. The girl smiled and asked him to stop. He countered that she was wrong. It really was. She said, however, this fabric was not only beautiful, but also quite comfortable. Akira thought she had changed the subject. The girl touched the fabric in surprise and remarked, to think that this fabric was made by Echigoya. The MC told her that if this was really his invention, they could offer his technique to the people. Karen was surprised. Offer? He told her that it was. If this was a technique that originated from a goblin's skill, it would be lost in 14 days, and that goblin's original skill would not be inherited. Before that happens, it would be better to pass it on to the people so that they could use it more effectively. Karen thoughtfully said that she understood that. The protagonist continued, either that, or they could sell the technique and get the patent income. Karen looked at him in surprise and then asked him, is he going to become a demon lord? The protagonist was surprised by her question. An image popped into his head of Kuro angrily accusing him of killing the lord and stealing his power. He laughed and told the girl, no way. She asked him incredulously, is that so? He noticed that the demon lord's mistake was that he only used the skills on his subordinates. He took the book from Karen and read about the lord. He heard that he was a very scary guy. If a person uses the power he received on others to make everything his own, of course he will become an enemy for the whole world. Karen understood. Is that why he wants to offer the clothing technique? He answered her, maybe he inherited the demon lord's skill, but he is not going to repeat his mistakes. Does she still have questions for him? Sometime later, a female was dying in the village. She turned to the protagonist. He asked her what was wrong. She told him that she had given birth to 6 children. She enjoyed her life thanks to him, their elder. The woman thanked him for everything he did for them. As she left, she gave him her healing skill. After burying the female, the goblins rejoiced. The protagonist said, this is of a funeral. He still could not get used to the fact that when goblins are buried, their kin rejoice instead of crying. They called each other to dance and sing. The protagonist thought, the skill he received is not uncommon, so they usually become redundant. He received a similar skill for the 5th time. Now he had about 300 skills, but if you count coincidences, there are 500 of them. Since he created the name inheritance system, he began to see off goblins less often. But today he was specifically asked to do it. 5 identical healing skills. This redundancy is also one of the reasons why he created this system. It would be better if other goblins saw each other off and inherited skills, rather than him who had already collected enough. Since their lifespan was only 7 days, it became a system where there was no need to worry about redundancy. From now on, everything should be fine, although the redundancy that had accumulated during this time was hanging on him like a useless weight. At this moment, Kuro called out to him. He was glad that she had come. She, as a new employee, was the type who was curious about the evaluation of their first work. They were unsure of the result, so they felt out of place. At times like this, it was important to support them. Therefore, he told Kuro that this new dress suited her very well. She looked at him with an embarrassed, annoyed look. He corrected himself. She looked quite cute. Kuro told him that such flattery did not make her happy. The protagonist objected to her that it was not flattery at all. She turned away from him to hide her satisfied smile from him. Then she turned to him and said neutrally, well, her old clothes were worn out anyway, so she didn't mind wearing these. She added that she wanted to ask him something. How much of his life was left? The protagonist told her that he had a skill, an 80-year-old creature. So, compared to the 7 days of an ordinary goblin, he could live up to 80 years. She didn't believe him. Really? Was there really such a skill? The MC said that in a week she would see for herself. Kuro was silent for a while and then noted that it seemed like the rumors about goblins having many skills were true. Is it because they are born and die quickly? Akira explained to her that goblins have a short life cycle. She was right in her assumption. And since they are always born with a skill, there is nothing surprising about such a variety. Kuro noted that she had never heard of a skill like his. Was it a unique skill like the Law of the Jungle? The protagonist asked her if she meant a characteristic skill that only one individual had. The protagonist asked her if she had such a skill too. She told him that she did not have unique skills. They were quite rare. She only had 2 abilities, Search and Farsight. He saw her use the Search skill to find the skill of the Demon Lord. The protagonist noted in surprise, that's right, he knows about Farsight. He has it too. Kuro was surprised. What did he say? MC activated Farsight and showed her how it worked for him. The ability to see up to 1 kilometer away. He asked her, is that so, huh? Kuro happily said that she had the same thing. She showed him how it worked for her. While showing each other their abilities, they didn't notice the goblins watching them. The villagers noticed that they got along well with each other. Their chief was having fun too. Suddenly, Kuro started shaking, and she was illuminated by a bright light. She exclaimed, what's going on? The protagonist asked her in surprise, is she okay? Suddenly, the same thing started happening to him. Energy flows came out of him and Kuro and intertwined with each other. It became clear that the 2 farsightedness skills reproduced Farsight. Kuro rubbed her eyes and exclaimed, what does this mean? The protagonist said in surprise, Farsight? He asked Kuro to try this ability right now. She agreed to it, strained her eyes, and saw the city. The girl exclaimed in surprise, wow, she can now see further than before. The protagonist noted that it seems he can't use this new skill. He also lost his farsightedness. Did their skills merge together to form a higher rank skill? She asked him in surprise. Could he do that? Suddenly, he exclaimed that he understood everything. Kuro fell to the ground in surprise at his cry. She asked him in amazement, what happened to him? MC said with delight that he found a use for the excess skills. After a while, the protagonist gathered some goblins near a large fire. Kuro asked the villagers standing next to her, what are they doing? There was a goblin standing in front of the protagonist. Akira thought, the fifth Hanzo, the leader of the team with offensive skills. He was the one trying to protect the village from Kuro. MC turned to him. He asked him, he has a cloning skill, right? Hanzo told him that he does. The protagonist said that it is good. He activated the clone skill and handed it to the goblin. Hanzo was surprised. What was this? Activating 2 skills created a third, shadow clone. The goblin was illuminated by magical light. The protagonist asked him, well, how was it? Hanzo answered him that it was simply amazing. In front of the protagonist stood 3 goblins, similar to each other, like drops of water. This was the created shadow clone skill. The protagonist asked them, was this any different from the old skill? The clones admired. This was a completely different matter. All these clones were like the real ones. The protagonist asked them, were they all real? They answered him that they were. They were sure that Kuro would be able to tell. The girl confirmed that this was so. They were all like the real ones. After having a short battle with them, she eventually added, fighting someone who uses clones is useless until the opponent finds the original. But with this, they will not be able to achieve anything until they destroy them all. The clones agreed with her. Each of them, at the same time, is both a clone and the original. As long as one of them remains alive, everything is fine. The protagonist remembered, the shadow clone is the evolution of the cloning skill. The rest of the villagers envied the test subjects. They decided to throw a party in honor of Hanzo. The protagonist said they just celebrated. Aren't they tired of doing this every day? He thought, they are so cheerful, celebrating every little thing. One of the clones approached Kuro, took her hand and asked her to fight again. She smiled and answered him that he was too impudent for a goblin. But if that's what he wants, so be it, she will bring him to his knees again. The villagers were divided into 2 camps. Some were rooting for Kuro, others supported Hanzo. The protagonist asked them not to get too carried away. Behind his back, Karen said that he had surprised her again. She hadn't thought that it was possible to develop skills like that. He had noticed that she had taken off her dress. The girl told him that it was so. After all, she was on duty. He continued that he himself had been surprised. Karen was curious. Did he mean to say that he didn't know about it? The protagonist said that it was so. If he had known it, he would have used it a long time ago. It turned out that in order to get 1 improved skill from 2 skills, he and his partner had to have the same skill. Then the skill he transferred would be absorbed. Of course, this was a rather strict condition. But for goblins, who have many skills and can often transfer them, this is not a problem. Karen asked him, does it work on everyone? He thought about it, then he guessed, most likely. The girl doubted, is he sure? Perhaps it only works on goblins. He said that he had already used this ability on Kuro. Therefore, he did not think that it only works on goblins. Karen objected, but she was also a monster, maybe it didn't work on others. The protagonist admitted that there was truth behind her. Here, he was stepping on the path of guesses and assumptions. At that moment, the system voice in the protagonist's head reported that during the advanced search for the ability to transfer skills, 1 candidate was found. MC noted as if that world was specially selected through some search engine. Today's incident only strengthened his confidence that this was the world he involuntarily wished to find himself in. Collecting and combining skills. This system is consistent with his practice. He remembered from his past life how happy he was that his friend passed the accountant exam. His friend told him then that he studied while working as a tax consultant. This whole system reminded him of his past world. The protagonist took a branch and began to draw something in the sand. Karen was surprised. What was he doing? He asked her, had she never seen such a game? It's a game where players take turns moving pieces and capturing opponents' pieces. She asked him if he meant charanga. The protagonist noted, so she had seen it, only he called it shogi. The main detail that distinguishes shogi from other similar games is that you can reuse captured pieces without limitation. Karen was surprised. Captured pieces? The protagonist explained to her, in charanga, the pieces are divided into black and white. But you can't use the pieces you took from your opponent, like in chess. The girl was surprised. She had never heard of such a thing. Is this a monster game? MC said, not quite. Chess pieces are divided into the colors of the players, and in this game, the symbols change depending on the group the piece belongs to. Shogi has the same pieces on both sides that can be captured, with the exception of the king. He believed the same applies to skills. If he had reincarnated in the world he had dreamed of, then perhaps he should live by these rules. This was his assumption, but he couldn't tell Karen something so absurd. He said out loud that if he could share his skills with other beings, then that would be fine. If he could share his skills by enhancing others, he thought it would be better to share them with everyone, including humans. Suddenly, there was a noise. Karen asked him what it was. He suggested that she go and see. When they came to the source of the noise, they saw that there were several people standing on the village territory. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise, "Humans?" One of the newcomers told them that if they, the pests, continued to resist, he would destroy them all. Hanzo tried to fight the uninvited guests. One of the team remarked to his leader, maybe he had enough already? They would waste a lot of precious time on these games. The protagonist, running up to them, asked the villagers what had happened. They explained to him that people suddenly attacked and Hanzo came to protect them. Kuro said that she offered Hanzo to destroy them, but he told her to stay put and watch. The protagonist said that everything was clear to him. He approached the fighters and asked them to stop fighting. He wanted to talk. Hanzo did as he asked. The leader of this group looked at the protagonist with a smirk. Then he suddenly kicked Hanzo. The poor goblin flew away from his blow. MC called out to him with concern. Hanzo assured the headman that he was fine. Akira irritably asked the guy what he was doing. The adventurer answered him that he was attacking a monster. What was so unclear? The protagonist objected, but he stopped fighting. The guest was surprised. So what? The protagonist felt irritated. He asked them who they were. The adventurer pointed his finger at Kuro and answered him that they came here for this demon. Akira asked them why. The leader was surprised. Did you need a reason to hunt demons? She was one of the surviving soldiers of the Demon Lord's army. The protagonist asked him if she had done anything to harm people. He told him, of course she had. The protagonist was surprised by his impudence. The guy said that if he just gave her to him, he would not touch them, pathetic goblins. Kuro got angry and prepared to attack. The protagonist asked her to wait. He turned to the leader and noted, this village was recognized by the Count. Did he know about it? The adventurer leader turned to his allies and asked them with a laugh, have they heard about it? Then he turned to the MC and told him, he did not know how a goblin like him buttered up the Count, but he did not care. The protagonist noted, let him think carefully. What will the Count say about this? The guy was surprised. Didn't he just say that he didn't care? Protagonist concluded, so he didn't have permission. If that's the case, let them leave this place immediately. They are violating the village's security. That's an official statement. The adventurers stared at him in amazement, and then burst out laughing. They mockingly exclaimed, what a smug goblin, an official statement. That's hilarious. The protagonist turned to Karen. She sadly said that she heard everything. The MC noted that they themselves untied their hands. They fulfilled all the necessary conditions to resolve the matter peacefully. This can be called procedural justice. He saw that Hanzo had already gotten back on his feet. He was very happy about this fact. He thanked the brave goblin for protecting him, but now he can't hold back. These guests need to be taught a good lesson. Hanzo happily reported to him that he understood everything. The leader laughed loudly again. He noticed how funny they all were and pulled out his blade. Hanzo jumped up to him and said, here he is. The goblin used the shadow clone skill. The opponent grinned. Is that all he can do? He's just an insignificant goblin. At that moment, something happened that made the guy confused. All his allies were defeated. He wondered how this little goblin could do that. Hanzo appeared behind him and dealt a powerful blow to the opponent. When the leader fell, the goblin said that he was finished. The villagers rejoiced. Hanzo won. They should continue the party. Someone said that Kuro should have given them hell. The little goblin cub brought food to the protagonist and Karen. The protagonist looked at the girl and asked her what happened. She had a rather gloomy face. She told him that, from now on, problems could start. The protagonist was surprised. Why is that? They did their best, and besides, they attacked first. There shouldn't be any problems, right? Karen pointed out that in that regard, yes, there shouldn't be. But one goblin took out those 4 big shots. She was sure that the adventurers would warn the military about the power they possessed. Akira wondered, were these guys famous? He looked at the guys who were tied to the tree and were starting to come to their senses. He noticed, were they that famous? He remembered how they showed up and started threatening them, and then mocked them. He noted, wasn't this guy acting like he's this week's phony villain? Karen was surprised by what he said. The protagonist apologized to her. It was just him thinking out loud. The girl spoke up. She understood his skepticism. However, their achievements speak for themselves. This warlike nature of theirs is not for nothing. They defeated quite a lot of monsters. The protagonist understood her. He thought about it. She asked him if he was thinking about how to fool everyone. The protagonist admitted to her that it was not so. He could not do such a thing. Karen noted in amazement, so he did not mind that people would start to fear him. She continued, if they tried too hard to hide something, people would suspect them even more. And even if they were innocent, they would still be under suspicion, claiming that they did not have any weapons. Although, in fact, this was not true. The protagonist answered her, what happened today was only done for self-defense, so it was okay if they were exposed. If the authorities were more careful, it would even work to their advantage. He thought that people should have a rough idea of what to expect from them and what not. They should gradually begin to negotiate on an equal footing. For this purpose, it would be better if they became more careful. But, of course, he could not say that. The protagonist continued, besides, if ordinary people start to be afraid of them, it will be a real problem. They will not understand who is right and who is wrong. He already understood that the people of this world are the same, both Karen and the Count. Although he did not manage so many people, but the people in this world and his are not so different. If today's incident is presented as a goblin's victory over a strong adventurer, he is sure that many people will be scared. Therefore, they will cause other emotions in them. After some time, a horse column entered the city. On the main horse sat Hanzo and Kuro. Another goblin drove a carriage with a cage in which adventurers were tied up. The residents were surprised. Are they goblins? They looked so serious. They wondered, who is the girl sitting on the horse? Maybe she is the goblin princess? She's very cute. The night before, the protagonist called Eshigoya and asked him to make 2 sets of clothes urgently. First, a formal outfit for Hanzo. The tailor readily told him that he would do it. The protagonist continued, Kuro also needed an outfit, something really cute, like something that would make her look like a princess. Let him try his best. The tailor assured him that he would do it in the best possible way. Kuro shyly asked the MC if he liked it. The protagonist told her that it was. He was sure that it would look perfect on her. She smiled and remarked that she would go for it since he insisted so much. He asked her for one more thing, and now they were in the city. Kuro lowered her head in embarrassment. The villagers noticed the horns on her head. Maybe they were just a similar race? Would it be okay to leave them alone? Suddenly, someone threw a rock at them. One guy urged the villagers not to fall for this. Do they want them to attack their city? Let them see. They have 4 people in a cage. They are just dirty monsters. Kuro wanted to punish the offender, but she saw the protagonist among the townspeople. He was standing with Karen and reminded her of her promise. The day before, he asked her to try not to take revenge, even if the people attacked them. The guy continued to throw stones at them and shouted for them, despicable goblins, to get out of their city. Hanzo managed to catch the stones so that they did not hit Kuro. She pressed her hands to her chest and said that she was afraid. Suddenly, something happened that surprised Hanzo. The villagers began to be indignant at the actions of the guy who threw stones at the goblins. They began to scold him for going too far. How shameful of him. This goblin is so cool. He is like a knight. To do this to them, especially to a helpless girl. The villagers saw them off kindly. They talked to each other. Weren't these two adorable? People used to keep goblins. Karen was surprised. The situation instantly changed for the better. Everything was as Akira planned. He told her that it was all thanks to Hanzo. The girl was surprised. Him, not Kuro? The protagonist explained to her that Hanzo stood up for Kuro. This was the key moment of the play he had created. And the goblin managed to do it, making it believable. That's why people began to empathize with them. She still had questions. Karen told him that she understood everything. The protagonist understood. Any person could easily imagine a story about a knight protecting his princess. Meanwhile, the Count was looking through the report on the threat level of the goblins. He noticed a goblin with a long life, the skill of a demon lord, and a lot of different tricks. They better be prepared for anything. The goblins, along with Karen and the tied-up troublemakers, arrived at the castle. Kuro asked in surprise, "Is this the king's castle?" The protagonist told her that it was the Count's castle, but he was still a respected man. Simon came out to meet them, saying that he was glad to meet his friend. The protagonist apologized to him. The Count remarked that it was nothing, and that he should not take it to heart. He had done nothing wrong. MC said he hoped that he would say that. The Count asked him, "What about the other goblins?" Akira told him that he had already sent them home. Some of them promised to have offspring, and among them there were those whose days were numbered. Simon remarked that it was unfortunate. He had heard from one person who was watching the parade that there was a cold-blooded goblin. He could not wait to see how attractive they looked. He looked at Kuro and asked the protagonist if this was the girl he had heard about. The protagonist answered that it was. The adventurers were hunting her, so there was no point in hiding it. After some thought, he decided to bring her here. He could assure him that Kuro would not harm anyone. The Count said that since his friend was saying this, he would believe it. He leaned towards the protagonist and whispered to him what his plans were for the evening. The protagonist smiled. The Count loved to live life to the fullest, and he was impressed by real men. And he seemed to have a special interest in creatures like him. He was happy that he was inviting him, but he couldn't take Kuro to such a place. Suddenly, birds appeared above the castle. Kuro asked the protagonist what they were. She used her clairvoyance and said that there were many birds here, and they all had name tags on their paws. The Count was surprised to note that she had excellent eyesight. The girl grinned and told him that it was all thanks to the skill of farsight that she had received from the protagonist. The Count noted in amazement, that's how it was. The protagonist asked him, "So what was it?" Simon said that it was better to see it once than to hear 100 times. He led them to the place where the birds were. They flew up to the branches of trees and chirped loudly. The Count said that it was a game that had recently become fashionable among upper-class women. It was called the Nightingale Bet. Each person releases their bird into the wild and competes to see who will be the first to land on the branch. The protagonist noted that it was quite elegant. Release the nightingale and put it on the branch, right? Mere mortals cannot understand the thoughts of socialites. Simon said that a widow he knew asked him for a good nightingale. Now he is training them. The protagonist continued, and if this lady wins against the other ladies, she will do something for him, right? The Count laughed and noted that he figured him out. MC thought, if we are talking about widows, then everything is more than obvious. Simon offered him to play a game. He just wanted to test them. Akira told him that he does not carry nightingales with him. The Count waved him off. Oh well. The servant brought them 2 cages with birds. Simon pointed out that they would simply place bets on whoever landed on the branch first. That one would win. The protagonist understood everything. The Count continued that since they had started these bets, they should bet on something. If he wins, he will take one of his goblins. The protagonist wondered, what is he talking about? Simon noted, he has someone with him who is good at sewing, right? He will make him sew beautiful clothes for the ladies. Akira grinned. So that's what he had in mind. He told the Count that he agreed to it. And if he won? Simon looked at Kuro with a leering look and told him that he would take measures to ensure that this did not happen again in the future. Akira understood. The Count's expression changed. So he wants people to stop chasing Kuro, huh? It's a difficult task. The protagonist said that he was fine with this condition. They would do it. The Count exclaimed he didn't expect anything else from a man like him. He offered the protagonist to choose any nightingale. MC looked at the cages and thought, honestly, he has no idea. Will his choice affect anything? Finally, he pointed to the cage next to him and said that he chooses this one. Simon told him that then, the neighboring cage is his. The servant took the cages. The Count told the protagonist that as long as they were nearby, the birds will not fly. They need to move away. They moved away, and the servant released the birds. They both flew up to the branches, but suddenly the protagonist's bird turned away from the branch. He was surprised. It seemed to him that his bird wanted to land. Kuro spoke quietly as his bird was about to sit on a branch. Its leg was pulled back. It was hard to see, but there was a transparent thread tied around the leg of this bird. Kuro wanted to be indignant at the Count's deception, but Akira gave her a sign to be silent. He activated the law of the jungle, and the girl immediately became quiet. Simon laughed happily. He won. The protagonist said without offense that he had lost. Tomorrow, he would bring Echigoya here. Simon said that he would be very grateful to him for that. He was not taking him forever. He just wanted him to work for him for a little while. After some time, the Count, scribbling something on paper, called Karen to him. Entering his office, the girl said, did he call her? Karen noticed that Simon was sealing the letter and asked him what it was. He answered her that he had received a letter from his superiors asking about the level of threat from the goblin. Here, in this envelope, is the answer to it. The girl asked him, and what did he answer? The Count said that he tested the protagonist by gambling. He did not use cards because he did not want him to be too careful. However, he obediently retreated without causing a scandal. Therefore, he told the authorities that this goblin did not pose a great threat to them. She noted that she understood everything. He handed her the box and told her that he was giving it to her. The girl took it and asked what it was. Simon said that it was a goblin killer. It is a secret weapon against goblins who have become too strong, having acquired many skills. Karen wondered why he was giving it to her. The Count confessed to the girl that the goblin had discovered his deception. And yet, he silently admitted his defeat. He did not bite the bait that he had prepared for him. He is too different from ordinary goblins. Karen opened the box and saw a blade inside. Simon told her to use it in case of emergency. The girl told him that she understood him and would do as he told her. The name Goblin Slayer speaks for itself. Among the various races living on the surface, humans are one of the weakest. However, to compensate for this, they have quite a sharp mind. Humans have invented countermeasures against stronger races, a set of Slayer weapons. By infusing magic into these weapons, they can cause fatal damage to the chosen race. Even a small scratch or blow from this dagger leads to instant death of the opponent. So, according to rumors, 3 types of killers were created: Dragon Slayer, Demon Slayer, and Goblin Slayer. Goblins have a short lifespan, but they are capable of causing harm to tens of thousands of people. Many people know about this. After some time, a knight came to the goblin settlement. The protagonist exclaimed that, as he had already said, they lived in this village. He was asking him to leave immediately. The knight shouted furiously, "Let this insignificant monster shut up. Let him stop trying to imitate humans." The protagonist looked at Karen in confusion and noted that he seemed to be standing his ground. The knight, drawing his sword and making a strike, shouted that he would punish him right here and now before he did anything bad to humans. MC calmly dodged and, creating a black flame, thought that he had combined 2 flame skills to form a black flame. After he sent the goblin to the afterlife, the skill was passed on to him. An enhanced innate skill can be passed on by inheritance. He aimed the flame towards the tree. The knight asked in confusion, "Where is he aiming?" The protagonist calmly set everything around him on fire, and having trapped him, menacingly said, "Let him burn to the ground until the very last drop of blood." The knight instantly went out and fell to the ground. The protagonist thought with a smile that he was joking. He just wanted to say something pompous. Of course, he didn't burn it, but held himself back. His inner 8th grader trembled at the sight of black and blue flames. In fact, he had always admired such things during his middle school years. Suddenly, the knight began to rise with difficulty. MC was surprised to notice that he had not calmed down. He thought that if he let him go like this, he would just come back again. The thorn in the side called justice would not allow him to adequately perceive information. He seemed to be wallowing in his narcissism, thinking that one day he would save the whole world. The protagonist used the skill Law of the Jungle and ordered that he was now strictly forbidden to attack. No, from now on, let him attack the goblins with a warning. The knight obediently replied that he understood. He would never attack goblins without warning again. The protagonist thought that, of course, not being able to attack at all would be nice. It might be necessary for self-defense. Karen, watching this, worriedly wondered if his expression when he used the black flames was like the face of a demon king. No, it was because of him that she could see such things. A man who was willing to die for the justice he believed in easily changed his mind without hesitation. The demon lord's skill, Law of the Jungle, could make enemies fall down in absolute submission. She had seen his strength before. What if Goblin Slayer wasn't enough to defeat him? Would her mind be subdued as well? At this time, MC looked at her and asked what happened. The girl worriedly replied that it was nothing special. He noticed that she spoke like that, but her face was deathly pale. Karen wondered if he had become even stronger again. The protagonist, looking at the black flame, explained that he inherited it from the goblin he saw off yesterday. It was a fusion skill. She asked if he could inherit skills. The protagonist replied that it seemed that way. There were still so many things he didn't understand. Karen wondered what that meant, that the other goblins would also become stronger and stronger thanks to him. The Count reported that everything was under control, but he had prepared this secret weapon. That's right, even ordinary goblins would become stronger over time, and a single goblin slayer wouldn't solve anything. If you don't do it now, it will be too late later. MC smiled and suggested that she return to the village and began to leave. After a while, the protagonist was sitting in his house. Suddenly, Karen knocked on the door in a revealing outfit. The protagonist exclaimed in embarrassment. What was she doing? The girl, holding the blade behind her back, silently walked up to him and pressed him to the table. He wondered if this was an analog of hitting the wall. Is this like a shoujo manga? Wait, what is he even thinking? Seeing her embarrassment, MC created a blanket and wrapped it around her. Karen asked him, confused, why he did that. The protagonist answered with a smile that, looking at the state she was in, he thought she needed it. He thought that he shouldn't tell her that such a secret visit seemed weird. It seemed like she had something planned. Besides, he couldn't imagine her seducing or flirting with him. That was definitely not her style. But why did she suddenly pin him to the table? He didn't think he should ask that. The protagonist explained that seduction doesn't work on goblins. For example, take Echigoya or Hanzo. What does she think when she looks at them? She might think they're cool or cute, but does she see them in any other way? It's the same on their end. Pure-blooded goblins do not feel attraction to people. The girl said that she understood everything. She apologized to him for her visit and asked him to forget about what happened here. Karen turned around abruptly and quickly left his room. He wanted to stop her, but she had already left. The protagonist thought, yes, this was a typical white lie. But he cannot deceive himself. He remembered her outfit and thought that it hurt his feelings. And why are goblins such passionate natures? The protagonist could not understand why she did this. Meanwhile, Karen was quickly leaving the village. The villagers noticed her. Where was she going so quickly? Did something happen? In the forest, the girl met one of the goblins. He called out to her. He asked her what she was doing here, and what happened to her clothes. Karen was confused, not knowing what to answer him. The goblin exclaimed, he guessed, her clothes are in the wash. He said that he would now ask Echigoya to make her new clothes, let her wait for him for a while. Karen agreed to his proposal. She thought sadly that it was true. The goblins did not react to her as a woman. She had fulfilled the Count's will by making this shameful scene. He had asked her to do so, telling her that they were very greedy for beautiful women. Instead of admitting that she had done a stupid thing by not taking into account the differences between races, she dared to blame the Count for everything. But that was not even the problem. She looked at the dagger. She did not think that she had the courage to kill the protagonist. What should she do about it? Suddenly, she heard the voices of the goblin who went to get her clothes, and the protagonist who said that they would take care of it. Suddenly, black smoke appeared from behind the girl. Meanwhile, the goblin called out to the protagonist and called him to come quickly. He showed him the blanket, on which dark spots were appearing. The goblin said he brought clothes for Karen, but she suddenly disappeared. He expressed his hope that she was okay. The protagonist looked at the blanket and suddenly shouted at the goblin to leave here quickly. The goblin did not understand what his elder had told him. The protagonist realized that he would not be able to react immediately. This goblin was not designed for combat. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a black flame appeared. The protagonist screamed and covered his ally with his body. He thought that if he did not know what was attacking them, it would be better to destroy everything around him. The goblin wondered what was happening around him. Akira told him to run quickly to the village. The creature readily rushed to fulfill his order. Everything around became quiet, but MC felt that mortal danger had not gone away. He asked the killer to show himself, but all he heard was silence. The protagonist couldn't see anything in the darkness. Then he used the flash skill, and in the light, he saw a man in black holding Karen in his arms. Apparently, the girl was unconscious. The man in black threw Karen to the ground. The protagonist ran up to her, worried about her. He asked her if she was okay, and at that moment, the girl's kidnapper stabbed the protagonist with the same dagger, the goblin killer. The man in black said that he was finally caught. Blood dripped from Akira, a few drops fell on Karen. MC was surprised. This can't be. He used Shadow Clone, an improved clone skill inherited from Hanzo. Hanging on a tree, the protagonist asked his killer, "Does he think this is the end?" The man in black stared at him in amazement. The protagonist activated Gravestone, which was a fusion skill of Stone Rain. He threw a stone pillar the size of the user. The stones crushed the man in black. A dagger fell from his hand. The protagonist bent down to examine the weapon. He was very surprised when he realized that it was a goblin slayer. He felt as if death itself was aiming at him. At that moment, Karen rose from the ground. The protagonist said her name with joy and relief for her life. The girl looked at him carefully. When they returned to the village, the protagonist took her into his house, poured hot tea, and made her something like a robe. He apologized to her that he could not sew clothes better than Ekigoya. The girl, sipping tea, told him that there was nothing to worry about. She was already grateful to him. The protagonist looked at the dagger and noted, "A goblin slayer, huh?" Karen confirmed that it was. She added that, as the name suggests, this weapon is specifically designed to kill goblins. A goblin only needs to touch it to die instantly. The protagonist was confirmed in his suspicions. At that moment, he literally felt the mortal threat coming from it. He spoke. So Simon still saw him as a threat? Karen was surprised, so he knew about it? MC told her that he guessed about it. After all, this old man is a real sly one. No wonder he is plotting something. The girl asked him in amazement, "Is he angry about this?" The protagonist noted that he is not. He could only assume that the Count feels. He is a politician. After all, if he lets down his guard, it can become a big problem for him. But everything is clear with this. But why were they constantly beating around the bush? He addressed this question to Karen. Judging by the way they tried to kill him, he is an enemy to them, a real monster. Why didn't they send a punitive detachment like last time, or an army? Karen thoughtfully noted that he was right. Only now did she realize that the Count never acted directly. He reported to his superiors that there were no problems, but he was preparing countermeasures behind their backs. The protagonist was surprised. Is that so? So this is an unusual situation? The girl answered him, "No one does this just to kill a monster. They can only ask the Count himself about his true intentions." Meanwhile, the Count exhaled, sitting in a chair in his office. He looked at Karen and the protagonist standing in front of him and noted, "So it was a failure." Karen offered him her most sincere apologies. Even with the Goblin Slayer, she could not defeat him. Seduction did not work either. For some reason, the protagonist felt guilty. The Count said that he understood everything. He asked the MC, "Why did he come here then? Does he want to take his life?" The protagonist told him that he wanted to hear his side of the story. Simon looked at him in surprise. The protagonist was worried about why he avoided confronting him directly. The Count thought for a moment and then answered him that the goblin race can adapt depending on its environment. If they live in arid places, they will become resistant to heat. Accordingly, in a cold climate, they will become resistant to cold. Their body adapts to the environment. Even if there are radical changes around them, they can adapt to them in just a few generations. The protagonist understood this. It was similar to the theory of evolution. Simon continued, "About 50 years ago, the entire goblin race was on the verge of extinction. The reason for this was some stupid, trivial thing not worth focusing on. Anyway, then people began to intensively exterminate goblins." Karen asked him in surprise, "Did such a thing really happen?" Simon noted that it did. He asked the protagonist what he thought happened next. The protagonist assumed that the remaining goblins had adapted to the new conditions. Simon agreed with this. He continued, the last surviving goblin had gained a completely new skill. This ability had 3 effects. The first effect was immortality. The last surviving goblin could not die, no matter what. Akira said, this was a skill for the survival of the last goblin. The Count admitted that he was right. The second skill was reproduction. He reproduced into several hundred offspring in exchange for his own life. The protagonist noted, does this mean that he is the ancestor of all living goblins? The Count told him that he was. He continued, the third effect was that he could use all the skills that goblins had. This was a goblin who had thousands of skills, and thousands of people died at his hands. Simon noticed, it was almost forgotten now, but whenever he destroyed goblins at the community level, he took extra precautions. The protagonist said thoughtfully, so that's how it was. If he had attacked the village first, it was unknown how he would have developed after that. The Count told him that this was also true. An ordinary goblin would not have attracted such attention, but in his situation, it was natural to be cautious. He once told him that he judged others by their failures. Therefore, it was important not to repeat the same mistakes. In his case, there was a chance that he would decide to create a new species. The main character admitted that he was right. Simon asked him if he was being too careless. MC was sure that the Count had misunderstood him. He did not say that a series of mistakes can lead to a dead end. This is a direct path to success. As long as a person realizes his mistakes and moves forward, sooner or later, he will still succeed. The Count laughed after a moment's thought. Then he noticed, well, he had caught him there. He had said everything right. Who would have thought that a goblin friend would lecture him on psychology? The Count admitted to him that he was impressed. The protagonist was embarrassed. If he were to praise him like that, he would melt. The Count stood up from his chair and asked the most important question. What should they do? The protagonist answered him that it was simple. In simple terms, he had to turn their threats into value, that's all. The Count still had questions for him? Simon asked him again, perplexed. Turn a threat into value? The protagonist noticed that the Count had decided that he was too dangerous, so he had sent an assassin to kill him, right? Simon admitted that it was so. He added that although he could believe him, caution was above all else. Karen spoke up, turning to the Count. Did he really think he could trust Akira? He himself had always said that the protagonist was suspicious. The Count and the protagonist fell silent. They couldn't tell her about their adventures. Finally, the Count pointed out that these were their manly secrets. The protagonist laughed. Simon continued, even if he trusted him, it didn't mean that other aristocrats would acknowledge him. The protagonist asked him if influential people were interested in immortality. The Count believed so. Akira noted that he had thought so. Influential people all over the world were striving for it. It seemed that this reality was no different. Simon asked him what he was going to do. Just don't let him tell him that he was planning to spread information about becoming immortal. The protagonist hadn't thought about that. Apparently, influential people were seeking immortality, but there were many people among them whose minds were clouded by greed. He wasn't going to make such unfortunate mistakes. Simon didn't stop. Then why did he ask him such a question? Akira said, influential people seek immortality because they want to get to the very top, right? The Count believed that it was so. The main character wanted to continue his thought further, but he saw a cage with a bird. He went to the cage and pulled the bird out of it. Simon asked him in bewilderment, what was he going to do? The protagonist apologized to the Nightingale and activated the ice needle, piercing the bird through and through. Karen called out his name in amazement. What was he doing? MC immediately, thanks to the symbiosis of 2 healing skills, created a great healing and used it on the bird. It came to life before the eyes of the amazed Count and Karen and soared to the ceiling, alive and unharmed. The girl asked him in surprise, how did he do it? The protagonist explained to her that this was a great healing. The skill can heal anything as long as the target is alive. She asked him if this was another combined skill. He told her that it was. Simon said that it was amazing. A regular healing skill couldn't heal a pierced heart. The protagonist noted, but the great healing skill can. At that moment, a bird relieved itself right on Akira's head. The protagonist understood the bird's actions and asked for its forgiveness. Karen, handing him a towel, said, here are the consequences. Let this serve as a lesson to him. The Count, who had been holding back his laughter until then, burst out laughing. Karen asked him in bewilderment, what was wrong with him? Simon, interrupting his laughter, seriously noted that it really did look like something valuable. The protagonist happily asked him, was that true? So he could become his irreplaceable life preserver. Because no one ever knows where and when you can get injured. He thought, for example, a truck will hit him on the way home, like him. Simon, laughing, said, no matter how dangerous the goblin was, the king and the aristocrats will not be harmed. If he can heal anything, then his value, indeed, outweighs the threat. He extended his hand to the protagonist and said that he is in. Simon added, let the protagonist leave it to him. He is sure that he can do something with it. MC thanked his new ally. The Count waved off his gratitude. This is all for him, his friend. Akira whispered in his ear. As soon as everything works out, he will send the Count a goblin with a healing skill. Simon was surprised. Just a regular healing skill? Why would he need it? The protagonist explained to him. The goblin's healing skill can restore energy in the lower half of the body. Karen looked at both of them, perplexed. What were they whispering about? The Count laughed. He patted the protagonist on the back and exclaimed that it would be just wonderful, which he, in principle, expected from his friend. The protagonist left. Karen watched the bird fly. The Count asked her for forgiveness. It was not his intention to harm her. She objected. It was not his fault. She was hurt by her own stupidity. However, does he really agree with what Akira proposed to him? The Count noted, he is like a human. He has the strength of a goblin, human longevity, and knowledge, and also the skill of the Demon King. Of course, he can be a threat, but he believed that they should believe in him. Karen smiled. She agreed with the Count. A few days later, the protagonist came to the Count. He asked him how things were. The Count apologized to him for this. The protagonist was surprised. It can't be. Did nothing work out? Simon calmed him down. This information received a good response. Soon he will be able to demonstrate his abilities to everyone. MC noted, that's how it seemed to work. This is exactly what he expected. He asked Simon, so what's the matter then? The Count hesitated with an answer, and at that moment, one man asked for permission to intervene in their conversation. It was Albert. He spoke, addressing the protagonist, so he is that very goblin. Akira answered him in surprise that this is so, but what's the matter? Albert took his hands in his own and shook them firmly. The protagonist asked him in bewilderment who he was. Simon introduced the man as the third prince, Albert South Windsor. The protagonist exclaimed in amazement, a prince? He noted that the man really had an aristocratic appearance. He was all sparkling. The Count continued that it was Prince Albert who dealt the fatal blow to the Demon Lord. The protagonist was amazed. What did he say? This sparkling prince killed the Demon King? It seems he is not as simple as he seems at first glance. He asked the prince how he was able to deal with the Demon Lord. Albert smiled and noted that it was all his skill called 7 attempts. The protagonist was surprised. Judging by the name of the skill, he can fail several times. It turns out that the law of the jungle just did not have time to work for the king. Meanwhile, the prince said that he really is a smart guy. Now that he understood everything, he wants to show him how it works. Then the prince was silent for a short time, and then said the word again. It was as if he erased everything that was a minute earlier. The protagonist was surprised again. The man who dealt a fatal blow to the Demon King? He thought that this sparkling prince seemed to be a big shot. The protagonist asked him how he was able to do this. The prince told him that it was his secret. The protagonist noted that he understood everything. If he really could defeat him, then he wouldn't reveal his trump card so easily. MC asked him, he had wounded the king, right? The prince admitted it. He had done it. Akira thought, just let him not tell him that he had just gone and defeated him. Out loud, he noted, then does the prince's ability somehow block the law of the jungle skill? Maybe the ability helps not to make mistakes? The protagonist, looking at the prince's surprised face, exclaimed, did he really guess? Albert said in bewilderment that he really was smart. The protagonist thought, it seems he had overdone it a bit. The prince let go of this topic. He would like to talk to the protagonist as soon as possible. Akira asked him again, as soon as possible? Albert noted that it was so. He wanted to meet the one who met the wounded Demon King and inherited his skill. He added that his great uncle, of course, knows his business, but not so well. His methods, to put it mildly, are strange. The prince laughed along with the protagonist. The Count irritably asked him, what is he talking about? After a while, during tea drinking, Akira noted that the prince looks elegant, even when he drinks tea. Turned to the Count and asked him, so he is the prince's great uncle Albert? Simon answered him that it is. The prince added that he is his father's uncle. The protagonist remembered Karen talking about it, but still, it is unusual to realize that the worried old man is the emperor's uncle. MC told the Count, so Albert is almost his grandson. Simon noted that it is true. He has been looking after him almost since birth. He added that the prince is, of course, a good guy, but not without flaws. The protagonist was surprised by this expression. Simon explained that although he is a prince, he only has one bride. He, as his uncle, does not mind that he takes care of his legal wife, but entrusting the country to a man who has only known one woman would be a questionable decision. The protagonist laughed and advised the Count not to be so harsh. It was surprising. He thought that all princes were womanizers, especially those like Albert. The prince said that this is why he does not really trust his grandfather's choice, especially when it comes to dangerous goblins. He heard that a goblin can quickly have children. The protagonist, with a mysterious look, noted that it is quite possible. He thought, he has been living with goblins for almost half a year. If they want, they can make 300 children in one night. and his desires are not comparable to humans. The prince continued, so he decided to look at him. Akira understood what he wanted to say. Albert remarked about the great healing. He asked the protagonist, is he going to use it for free? The protagonist hesitated to answer, but after all, this was the main topic. So he said that he wanted to consult with him to decide this matter. Do it for free or take a very generous reward for his services. Albert chose the second option. He is a demon, it will be suspicious if he does not take any reward for this. MC thought the same way. If he can increase his value by this and not become a target, then he can cure some important person for free. But the prince is right, this is a safer method. Rich people will not understand it. Albert continued, and for ordinary people, it can be done for free. Akira thought it was reasonable. He will only take a good reward from those who can afford it. The prince laughed, and noted that this will do. After the protagonist left them, they both were silent for a while. Then the count asked Albert, well, has he seen enough of this goblin? Is he going to destroy him? The prince told him that the protagonist did not seem like an enemy. He reasoned like a real person. Even if he prepared himself, the chances of winning were 50-50. The count burst out laughing, really? And this is even though he was alone now. Albert noted that he was too reasonable. It was the hardest to fight against such people. He could only hope that they made the right choice. Simon said that he was right about that. He did not want to make a fuss again. Albert asked him, so he really trusted this goblin? The count told him that he did. The prince continued that he had one suggestion. In the eyes of the people, let him become the next demon king. Simon remarked in surprise. Is that so? Meanwhile, the protagonist, returning home, thought about the prince. At some point, he could have become their enemy. In that case, he needed to know how he bypassed the Demon King's skill. He thought it could be something like the error cancellation skill. It was impossible for him to just go and defeat him. In any case, he had already defeated the Demon King once. The protagonist didn't know whether he should use the law of the jungle at all. Suddenly, he saw Kuro, who was standing in the middle of the forest, looking around. He asked her anxiously, was there something wrong with this place? She told him that she felt nostalgic. He asked her again, nostalgic? So this place was familiar to her. Kuro thought deeply about his words. The protagonist came up with an idea. He activated the sketch skill and drew the prince's face right on the ground. The girl exclaimed in admiration, he draws so well. The protagonist asked her, had she ever seen this man? Kuro looked closely at the portrait and answered him negatively. This suited the protagonist. Albert, the man who dealt a mortal wound to the Demon King. He was afraid that Kuro's deep resentment could interfere with his relationship with the prince in the future. She would definitely take revenge on him for her master. But if she didn't know him, that was good. He wanted to say something but came to his senses in time. He thought that if the prince's abilities were not limited to this, then it was no wonder that Kuro could not even see him. He wanted to say something to her, but she suddenly turned around. She was worried about something. The protagonist asked her if something had happened. She ran and shouted to him that there was someone there. The protagonist rushed after her. At the place where Kuro ran, there were several huge men standing. They were looking at the three creatures that were lying on the ground. She shouted at them to take their hands off them. The girl attacked one of them and threw him away from her friends. The men became worried. The main one shouted to them. Even though it was a monster, they did not need to panic. Kuro angrily asked them how they dared to attack these three. She swung at one of the men. He stepped back. The second man said in surprise, they actually had help. The protagonist told one of them to stop pretending to take hostages. The man raised his sword and shouted at him to die quickly. The protagonist activated the black flame, and a fire instantly broke out around the man. Everyone present stared at him in surprise. The protagonist said, that's it. The games are over. The men panicked and shouted that the black billowing smoke was a goblin's tread. MC was surprised. Did they even come up with a name for it? Although in general, it sounded good. The protagonist turned to them and noted that they attacked the three lying on the ground. Is there any good reason for this? One of them angrily shouted at him to shut his mouth. Some goblin can't order them around and interrogate them. The protagonist ordered them all to freeze one by one and activated a shadow clone. He asked them menacingly, should he repeat his question? The men rushed at his clone, who was leading them away from the victims. They ran screaming that they would get him yet. Kuro laughed and noted that it was expected of Akira. It was so cool, burning people to a crisp. She was referring to the man around whom the protagonist created a fire. In fact, it was a setup. He told her that he did not kill anyone. Now he was interested in something else. Why did she attack these men? She showed him the creatures lying on the ground and explained that these three were her friends. The protagonist was surprised by what she said. The girl touched each of them and said their names. Their names were Eileen, Daika, and Eunomia. They were unconscious. Kuro sadly said that they were her comrades. The protagonist thought in surprise, so they were also in the Demon King's army? After some time, when Kuro's friends were transported to the village, the girl asked the protagonist if they were okay. He told her that he had healed their wounds with great healing, but they were very exhausted, especially Eileen and Eunomia. She asked him what to do. Karen silently looked at the 3 new residents of the village. The protagonist said, first of all, he needed someone. He loudly called Masamune and asked her if she was here. She came running very quickly. She noticed. The village chief called her. She was the 4th generation of Masamune and led a group with culinary skills. She was named after Masamune Date, an outstanding military leader and gourmet at the end of the Sengoku Jidai era. Sendai miso, sochi, datamaki, frozen tofu, all these dishes were associated with the name Masamune Date. When the protagonist remembered these dishes, his mouth watered from the deliciousness of these dishes. He asked Masamune if she could make 2 rehabilitation dishes. She told him that she would do everything. These dishes would be easy to swallow, and they would be nutritious. Kuro volunteered to help her with this. The protagonist noted that Kuro really seemed to value them. At that moment, Daika came out of the house, barely moving her legs. The protagonist asked her in surprise, was she awake already? Is she okay? He took her back to the house. The girl sat on the bed. She practically had no strength. She thanked him for his help. MC said that everything was fine. He asked her what her name was. She told him her name and added that she was the middle sister out of 3. The protagonist told her his name. The girl repeated it with a respectful prefix. The protagonist was indignant. You shouldn't call him that. She answered him. She heard his conversation with Kuro a little, and she realized that he became the successor of the Demon King. He was embarrassed, of course. He inherited this skill. But you shouldn't call him that. MC asked the girl why they were in such a state. Was the journey so difficult? Kuro came here all torn up. Did they also suffer from persecution by people? Daika told him that this was not so. Eileen and Eunomia were so exhausted because the Demon King died. The protagonist was surprised. What did she mean? Suddenly the girl bowed low and with tears in her eyes asked him to order her sisters to live. Akira was surprised. What was she saying? To order them to live? She explained to him that there were almost no elves now. Only they remained, the 3 sisters. Elves are a long-lived race. Many live so long that they lose interest in everything, not to mention the desire to continue the family line. Akira was surprised. Losing interest? Daika continued. Of course, in order to live, you need to eat regularly. But Eileen and Eunomia have long since lost interest in food. The protagonist noted in amazement, they do not care that they will weaken and may die from this? The girl answered him that this is true. Karen said that she heard about it. A disease that appears in some elves, they lose the desire to live. Daika noted, there were only 3 of them left, and they turned to the Demon King, and he, in turn, gave them the order to live. The protagonist realized that the unique skill of the Law of the Jungle is a skill that makes the defeated one follow any orders. If the defeated are ordered to live, then the skill will fill the void. They will do it as a matter of course. Daika continued that the Demon King passed away and the sisters can no longer follow the order. The main character asked her, how is she? Is she okay? The girl answered him that she is not sick with it. Until now, she had managed to feed them, but they began to refuse food altogether. Now it was clear to the protagonist. The girls were pale, there was almost no life in them. It was painful to look at. Daika, with tears in her eyes, asked him to give the order to her sisters to live. The protagonist answered her that he would do it. The girl, not believing her luck, asked him, would he do it? Akira noted that if it helps save their lives, then yes. The only problem was that he did not know how to activate this skill. He asked the girl, can she wake up her sisters for now? Daika began to shake them, trying to wake them up. The sisters opened their eyes and asked her, what is it? The protagonist asked the girl to support her sisters so that they stand. When she did so, he activated the gravestone and struck her sisters. Daika exclaimed in surprise, what is he doing? Eileen and Eunomia flew to the tree and stared at the protagonist in amazement. Daika rushed to them, anxiously calling them by name. The protagonist, looking sternly at the sisters, proclaimed that he ordered the 2 of them to live. He used the skill Law of the Jungle. The girls perked up and readily answered him that it would be so. They would live. At that moment, Kuro and the goblins approached them. They brought food for the sick. They were wondering what they were doing here. Kuro saw the girls and happily called them by name. The sisters were surprised. Was it her? Daika and Kuro began to feed the girls with a spoon. Everyone was very happy. The goblins exclaimed, it's time for them to throw a party in honor of such an event. Protagonist, smiling, thought, good thing everything is okay. Suddenly he felt sick, blood came from his mouth. He fell to his knees and cast great heal on himself. He knew what was going on. He had to defeat them to activate the Law of the Jungle skill. But how to defeat 2 exhausted elves? Very simple. He sacrificed himself. It is a tanking skill that takes damage from a selected target. He wondered what the Demon King had done. Suddenly, Karen called out to him. He asked her what was going on. She looked at him carefully and said that it was so like him. The protagonist was embarrassed. He thought that no one would notice. Daika turned to him and said that he had helped her sisters. She didn't even know how to thank him. The protagonist calmed the girl down. He told her that everything was fine, nothing was needed. She noted that from now on she would serve him. Let him ask her for anything. The protagonist laughed and told her that it wasn't necessary. He thought she didn't even need the law of the jungle to swear allegiance. Karen looked at them thoughtfully. They came to the village and Akira asked if Echigoya was there. He agreed and said that he was. The protagonist introduced Eileen, Daika, and Eunomia. Would he make a set of clothes for the 3 elves? They didn't have clothes, they were rags. Echigoya agreed, and Daika excitedly said that there was no need to worry about them and that he didn't have to ask him. The villagers ran up to the protagonist and he asked if they were busy. Would they help them wash up? Kuro ran up and said that she would help too. Daika turned and looked awkwardly as Akira happily waved at her and they left. The protagonist called out to Karen and said that he needed her to contact Simon and tell her that he had taken in 3 elf sisters, former subordinates of demons, and that he could control them with the law of the jungle, so he should know. She asked if that would have been included in the report anyway. Did he want to tell him himself? He already had a precedent named Kuro. Akira said that they should report that they were now under his responsibility. That way, he would have a legal excuse in case someone wanted to hunt them. Karen said that he liked to play it safe. She would report it immediately. The protagonist thanked her, and after a while, Echigoya finished. He asked how they liked it. The protagonist looked at their clothes in surprise and said that they turned out great, as expected of him. Kuro noted that Eileen and Eunomia looked good, but not as good as Kuro. Eunomia said that they didn't often wear something like that. Eileen happily noted that she liked those things too. Kuro called out to them and exclaimed, the 2 of them haven't fully recovered yet, so they should go rest. Akira turned to Daika and asked, so how did she like the new clothes? She said hesitantly that he shouldn't have given them such nice clothes. Does it look weird? The protagonist exclaimed in confusion, it's not weird at all. Daika smiled and asked where her sisters were. He replied that they had gone to rest. Suddenly, she tripped and fell on him, saying that she was so clumsy. He squeezed her breast with his hand in surprise, and a disgruntled Karen appeared in front of them. Akira quickly crawled out from under her and exclaimed in confusion that it was not what she thought. Daika sheepishly apologized to him and began to run away, when suddenly the protagonist used an air cushion and she fell on it. He ran up to her and asked if she was okay. Daika sheepishly said that she was very sorry, and he noted that if it was hard to move in these clothes, then Echigoya could sew her another one. She awkwardly exclaimed that everything was fine, but this outfit. At this, she felt happy. Akira was surprised and asked, so she likes it? Daika was scared and exclaimed, he misunderstood her. The protagonist asked her not to fall again and thought that he should be afraid of Echigoya. He made such attractive clothes that emphasized the charms of the 3 sisters. He did not notice Karen standing in front of him and apologized, saying that he was just thinking. She replied that she did not care and would go send a message to the count. The protagonist began to go into the house, when suddenly Karen called out to him and he asked what was wrong. She looked at him and changed her mind, asked him to forget about it, quickly running away. Akira thought, what was that? These 2 are acting strangely. After a while, Karen returned and went inside, said that she received permission. It does not matter whether he protects demons under the general name of the Count and His Royal Highness. She was told that such trifles do not need to be reported. The protagonist looked at her in surprise and asked what happened. She said it was too early to tell, but apparently there had been some kind of shift there. Akira said he didn't mean that and thought, what's going on? What's wrong with her, and why is she dressed like that? Is it some kind of holiday today? Karen was surprised, and the protagonist thought that the atmosphere was different. He said that she looked good, and it suited her very well. Akira thought, interestingly, when a woman dresses up, you have to compliment her, otherwise she might decide she made a mistake. He doesn't know why, but she dressed like that of her own free will, unlike last time. Takashi called out to the protagonist and said that everything was ready. Yagami praised him, and from his words, even in his past life, if his subordinates didn't make serious mistakes, he always tried to praise them. Takashi happily noted that he was a real genius. Will they prepare materials for the next meeting? He agreed. It would be easy for a genius. And feeling the support, they began to think and act independently, and he praised them even more. It is not the same, but the principle is similar. It was her own initiative, and for this she should be praised. Akira said that she is not only beautiful, but also has good taste, and this dress especially emphasizes it. Karen was surprised and asked embarrassedly, is it true? The protagonist looked at her in bewilderment and noted that one dress would not be enough and that she needed to sew more clothes. After some time, the protagonist came to Echigoya and began to call him. Kuro shouted that he went to get flowers for cotton. He thanked them and thought, Echigoya sews clothes from cotton, extracting it from special flowers. Akira offered to go look for him together, and Karen said that he didn't have to do it. The protagonist grabbed her hand and said that this was a good opportunity. He thought that if a person wants, but cannot take the first step, then those around her should give her a push. After a while, they were walking through the forest and the wind blew on Karen's dress. Suddenly, she noticed Akira looking at her with admiration and asked if he knew where Echigoya had gone. He replied, to where the cotton flowers grew. He had studied the village well. Speaking of the letter, he was talking about what they had talked about earlier. Karen came to her senses and asked if he was talking about the notice to protect the 3 elf sisters. The protagonist was surprised and asked, so they didn't mind, what kind of person was this prince? She said that he was perfect in everything and she would have to spend a lot of time listing all of his achievements. She had never heard of him failing at anything. Akira said thoughtfully he had never made a mistake, and he had defeated the Demon King without any problems. Karen agreed and he thought, that was interesting. It seemed that Prince Albert's ability was very unusual. It somehow helped him not to make a single mistake. There are no people who do not make mistakes, so it is something like an endless failure, or maybe a rewind with repetition. Just like saving in a game, the only question is how powerful this skill is. Did he really use it then? He seemed a little upset. But then why didn't he try again? Is there a time limit or a number of times? In the meantime, they came to the field and the protagonist said, that's where Echigoya is. He exclaimed, it's the village chief and Karen is here too. Suddenly, a strong wind knocked him off his feet and he began to fall straight to the cliff into the sea. Karen called out to him and, tearing the fabric of her dress, rushed to save him. She grabbed his hand and pulled him towards her. Then she put him on the ground and asked, is he okay? Echigoya thanked her, and noticing the clothes, got scared. Karen asked him not to worry. It was hard to move anyway, but it's not like he makes bad dresses. Although she is beautiful, could he make clothes that are easy to move around in? Echigoya happily agreed. After all, she saved his life. Akira stood to the side and watched them happily. Meanwhile, the villagers happily looked at her outfit and said, she is so cool. It is so beautiful. She looks good. The protagonist thought about how she did not like it last time, but it seems that she is satisfied with it now. He walked up to her and said that she looks amazing. Karen smiled and asked, is that so? Meanwhile, a group of people headed into the forest. Akira ordered them to get out of there, since they had crossed the border of the goblin village. The knight told them to stay vigilant, since goblins can have powerful skills. The man said that he knows that even lions try hard when hunting rabbits. Jessica exclaimed, she does not like this goblin. He ordered her to start the attack, and the protagonist thought, they didn't even listen. But nothing new. Jessica cast a spell and a magical aura appeared around them. They rushed to attack and Akira thought that this was amplification magic. 2 warriors at the forefront at once, one helps, the other attacks. The man bared his teeth and exclaimed, almost. The knight asked him not to rush and be careful. The protagonist activated the black flame skill and it absorbed the knight's shield. The man swung his sword, but Akira deftly dodged and used black threads. Violet asked the Lord of the Heavens to answer her prayers with thunder and break through the sky, destroying her enemies. Suddenly, black threads wrapped around her body, and the man indignantly asked, did this goblin immediately target Violet? The protagonist said that the tactics were not bad, but they were thinking too narrowly. Suddenly, their bodies were engulfed in black flames, and Jessica cleansed them with her magic. Akira wondered, did they manage to do this? He put his hand on the ground and activated the ice pillar skill. A mountain of ice grew between them, and the man asked contentedly, idiot, where is he aiming? Suddenly, there was an explosion and the enemies flew to the side. After a while, they lay tied up. The protagonist thought about it when suddenly Karen appeared behind him and said that he was getting stronger each time. The protagonist said, I wonder if this will ever end. She noted that the Count was doing what he could, but he was a goblin. Akira asked what she meant. Karen replied that he chased away all the intruders without any serious injuries. He said that this was enough for a simple warning. She asked if he could imagine how others would perceive the story of a defeated adventurer. The protagonist awkwardly asked her not to continue. Was this some kind of test? Karen agreed, and Akira noted that it seemed like humane tactics were working against him. People tend to fear what they cannot understand. He thought that the measures he had taken were not working, and that he would have to do something different, and said that they had committed trespassing, so they would be punished for 7 days. Karen asked if he wanted him to put them in a cage. Akira awkwardly said that it would not help much. She asked if he had thought of something yet. He replied that he had an idea and, using his tattoo skill, drew messages on their foreheads. Karen, surprised, said that it was very insidious. The protagonist replied that for some proud adventurers, it would be worse than death. The idea of using tattoos as punishment. This was the first time she had heard of this, wasn't it? According to the protagonist, in the Edo era, Criminals were punished with a dog tattoo. Karen noted that this was the first time she had heard of such a punishment, but it seemed quite effective. Akira said that he wanted to stop this argument at least for a while, and that it would be a clear example of what would happen if they invaded the village and lost. She said that only he could come up with such a thing. He should have thought of it earlier. After a while, Daika ran up to the protagonist and tripped again. He caught her and asked her to be careful. She thanked him and asked if they were hungry. She learned to cook for Masamune, so if they wanted, they could try. Akira happily agreed, and she happily said that she would bring everything now. Daika ran forward when she tripped again and fell. The protagonist thought, is she really okay? This dress certainly suits her, but it would be better to wear something looser. The protagonist felt the way Eunomiya was watching him from behind a tree. He thought about youngest sister, and why was she looking at him? Akira greeted her, when suddenly she exclaimed in displeasure that it was his fault and all because of him. She won't give him her sister. The protagonist looked after her in bewilderment and asked what she meant. After a while, they came to a table where the villagers were eating. Akira asked what they were cooking. Daika handed him a plate and said that she hoped he would like it. The protagonist looked at it in surprise and said that it smelled delicious. Karen was surprised. She saw this for the first time. What is it? Masamune said that the name of it is Masamune stew. The protagonist said that it seemed to be stewed potatoes with meat. She asked, stewed potatoes? Akira turned to Karen and asked if this was the first time she had heard of this either. She said that she did not know of such a dish. He thought that neither Karen nor Masamune knew of this dish. It's strange that no one in this world thought of this, because it's a simple dish. The protagonist said that it looks like she wasn't the only one making it, so they did it together with Daika. Kuro began to shake him discontentedly and exclaimed, everyone forgot about her, and next time she will cook. Akira said that it was time to try it and ate a portion of the prepared dish. He was surprised and exclaimed, it turned out delicious. Daika reacted happily, and he thought that it was not flattery. The stewed potatoes really turned out very tasty, and considering that Masamune wasn't the only one making it, the protagonist said that Daika would definitely become a good wife. She, Kuro, and Karen were surprised. Kuro asked discontentedly, but what about her? She will cook every day now. Suddenly, Eunomiya called out to Daika and asked her to go with her. She began to take her to her home and stuck her tongue out at the protagonist. Akira said contentedly that it seemed like she didn't like him very much. Karen agreed. First impressions can be deceiving. She seemed more mature to her. Akira noted that this elven disease was terrible and could plunge such an active girl into depression. He called out to Masamune and she asked, what is it? The protagonist noted that, to make the taste better, she could use honey instead of sugar. Then the appearance would improve greatly. Masamune exclaimed in surprise, what an interesting solution, as expected from the village chief. Kuro asked, should they find a beehive? Karen asked, can he also cook? Although she is no longer surprised by anything. The protagonist awkwardly said that only a little bit and thought that it was just a little trick seen on TV, so nothing special. The girl handed the plate to Karen and asked her to try it. She thanked her and after trying a portion, surprisedly said that it was very tasty. Karen asked if Masamune could teach her how to cook too. The villagers exclaimed that it was time to have fun. After a while, Masamune was distributing dishes to the villagers and Akira watched with satisfaction. He said that in this village, every day is a holiday. Karen remarked that the stewed potatoes were really delicious. What kind of seasoning was that for the meat? The taste was different from what she usually ate in their village. The protagonist said that thanks to Ekigoya, he was able to trade with the city, so he bought some things. Karen said with satisfaction, and indeed, if you think about it, she hasn't seen clothes of the same quality as Echigoya's in the city. Akira agreed, it seems they are in demand. She asked if he made the deal without any problems. She can contact the count if necessary. The protagonist thanked her, but he thinks he can handle it himself. He has already made arrangements and at worst he will take a break. Karen asked, is it okay to take a break? He replied that if he stopped supplying clothes, the prices for clothes would only go up even more. He sells clothes to Echigoya, buying the missing goods with them. Even if they break the deal, it won't be a big problem, because the Goblin village is quite self-sufficient, and they have enough of everything here. Karen exhaled easily and said, so he not only understands cooking, but also trade. She had no idea that he was such a genius. Akira awkwardly said that he was not such a genius. It seems she was exaggerating. She laughed and asked, does he not like being praised? Meanwhile, Daika called out to her sister and asked where they were rushing to. Eunomiya stopped and she took her face in her hands and asked, what happened? She looked upset. Eunomiya asked her to look at it and went further to the field, where everything was in flowers. Daika looked at the field with admiration and she sadly asked, she likes flowers, right? That's why she wanted to bring her here. Daika hugged her and thanked her warmly, stroking her head. Eunomia started picking flowers and exclaimed, "They will pick more and bring them home, and then decorate her sister's room like in the old days." Daika asked, "I wonder if the protagonist likes flowers? Will she help her?" Eunomia looked at her in horror and said that she was an idiot, and then ran away from there. Daika called out to her and she said with tears in her eyes, her sister is an idiot and she is the same. Suddenly, Akira met her on the way and said, "Here she is." If she had gone too far, Hanzo would have been worried. Eunomia threw flowers at him with displeasure and ordered him not to think about the fact that he won. Karen and the protagonist looked after her in bewilderment, and he said that it seems that she really loves her sister very much. There was no need to worry so much, because no one was going to take her away from her. Karen thought that this was female jealousy, and men would not understand. After some time, Eunomia and Daika were sitting in the bathhouse. Eunomia happily asked, "How was her sister? Did she miss anything?" She answered that everything was fine. Eunomia noticed, then she washed off, and now it was her turn. She sat and sang a song, and Daika said that she was so glad that she was healthy now. Eunomia became sad and apologized for making her worry. Daika rubbed her back and with a smile on her face said that everything was fine. They were elves after all, and it was not her fault. But she looked much better healthy. Eunomia exclaimed happily. She would try to always stay cheerful. They bathed in a hot spring, and she said that this place was so strange. There was a good bathhouse here. Be it people or demons, only aristocrats and the rich had such baths. But it's just a goblin village. Daika replied that it wasn't just a goblin village, it was a village ruled by Mr. Akira. She was also curious and asked him. He said that the bath is very important because it cleanses the body and mind. That's why a goblin named Oyuya keeps this place perfectly clean. He's so smart and caring. Eunomia started to get out of the bath and said displeasedly, even though he was lucky to inherit the power of the Demon King, this guy is just a goblin. Meanwhile, Hanzo's team regularly patrols the forest, and he also helps out as much as he can, because the safety of the village is above all else. Suddenly, he met Eunomia and asked what she was doing here. Is it dangerous to walk here alone? She asked if he patrols the forest because he's afraid of people. The protagonist said that's true. Eunomia asked in surprise, he's the Demon King, why is he doing this himself? He can just order his subordinates. Akira said that he was the village chief, not the Demon King. He had just become the chief, so the system was not yet fully built. Eunomia asked in confusion, a system? The protagonist agreed. This was the most important job of a leader, so that he did not have to do everything himself all the time. Such a system would work regardless of the creator. Hanzo, Echigoya, Masamune were part of this system, and this was the whole point of creating a system. But since the system was not yet finished, he had to control the situation. Eunomia asked displeasedly, isn't this stupid? He could quickly solve all the problems with the Demon King's skill. Akira thought in confusion, this girl is not the type to listen to others. She exclaimed, he is the Demon King. He has the power of the Demon King, but he does not use it at all. Eunomia suddenly saw a man behind Akira and said, that guy was definitely caught. The protagonist turned around and saw the man he defeated last time. He noticed the inscription on his forehead and dodged his attack. He thought it was one of the adventurers who came earlier. The protagonist ordered her to hide, and using the windshield the man shouted, it's all because of him. Because of him, he became a laughing stock, and now he is ashamed to even leave the forest. Kira thought that this was the plan, but he did the right thing. He expected that with the tattoos, rumors would spread instantly, and this would become a deterrent. So far, it worked quite well. The number of new intruders has noticeably decreased, and the number of purely walking warnings has increased. The protagonist said that he had already defeated him once. He used the law of the jungle and told him to never come to this forest again. The man, as if under hypnosis, said that he would never come here again and walked away. Eunomia watched what was happening in fear, and the protagonist asked if she was okay. She can come out. She peeked out from behind a tree, and Akira asked what was wrong. Was she scared? Eunomia hesitantly said that everything was fine. The protagonist noted that she looked pale, and if she was hurt somewhere, he could use a skill. Eunomia screamed. She was fine. Akira smiled and said, really, he was glad about that. Then he would walk a little more, but after he took her to the village. She asked why he didn't use the Demon King's power on her. The protagonist asked, the law of the jungle? She agreed. He understood how she felt about him. Why didn't he just tell her to shut up? He noted that it was no problem for him, and she would just throw it out of her head, right? He asked her to eat regularly, get enough sleep, since if she was healthy enough to fight back, then Daika would be happy. Eunomia was surprised and asked what he meant. He smiled and remarked that she looked much better when she was healthy. She looked at him in surprise and thought about Daika's words. The protagonist asked, was something wrong again? Eunomia started to run away and said that she would never admit it. Meanwhile, the villagers gathered around the fire where they were preparing food. The protagonist said that everything would be fine, and Daika agreed. Akira held a magic ball in his hand and thought, Why be so nervous? He threw it right at her, and the magic was absorbed into her body. Daika examined her hands and Kuro jumped on Akira said, another of his amazing abilities. She asked her to use it right now. Daika hesitantly asked, are they okay with it? He said that he also wants to hear her sing. Daika sighed resolutely and began to sing. Everyone was surprised by her singing, and after she finished singing, everyone stood in silence, surprised. Daika asked excitedly, did they not like it? The protagonist waved his hands and said that he was simply shocked, because it was amazing and a very good song. She happily asked, is it true? And after the villagers began to ask to have fun and make a stage for her, she continued singing. Eunomia asked displeasedly, what is this? Karen said that this is the evolution of skills, and this is Akira's ability. If she has the same skill as him, then he will be able to develop it. Eunomia approached the protagonist and asked, does this guy have such power? The sister sang well before, and they have nothing to do with it. Akira asked, is that so? Then Eunomia would not like to develop her skill? She looked at him questioningly, and he said that of course it will not be possible to create such a unique skill as the law of the jungle or an 80-year-old creature. What skills does Eunomia have? Kuro happily exclaimed, this is simply amazing, and offered her to agree. Eunomia ran away and exclaimed, she does not need this at all. Kuro displeasedly said that she was acting like a little child, but she will teach her the right way. The protagonist smiled and said that everything is fine, let her remain as she is. According to him, she is she, and there are many complexities in her. It is better to leave her alone. Sooner or later, she will fit into the environment. It will just take her a little longer than the other sisters. After a while, there was a knock on his door and he gave permission to go inside. Eileen appeared on the threshold and he asked if she was okay. She agreed, she was much better. According to Akira, Eileen is the older sister and her condition was worse than Eunomia's. That's why she took so long to come to her senses. Eileen said that Daika told her everything. He saved them with his power. He agreed. Wasn't that why they came to this forest? Eileen pointed out that it was true, but she didn't think it would work. If it weren't for Daika, they wouldn't have been able to get this far. They walked feeling the power of the skill, although they had no idea who its new owner was. Akira thought that meant they came here driven by that power, and all of Daika's efforts weren't in vain. He remembered Eunomia's words and Eileen asked, was something wrong? The protagonist awkwardly said he hoped that she wouldn't act like Eunomius. Eileen laughed and said that she really was acting like a child. She would never do that, especially in front of the one who saved her life. The protagonist thought that one Eunomius was okay, but two was too much. Suddenly, Eileen appeared in front of his face and she suddenly pulled him towards her. Akira abruptly pulled away and asked in confusion, what was she doing? Eileen replied that she was expressing her gratitude. Eileen pulled his hand and placed it on her chest. Suddenly, Eunomia rushed in and exclaimed, her sister said to come, so she had no choice. Okay, he can give her his skill. She noticed Akira sitting next to Eileen and his mouth opened in horror. Eileen said contentedly, how awkward. Eunomia ran away and exclaimed she knew that goblins were animals. Akira tried to stop her and pointed out that it was a misunderstanding. Eileen asked him not to take it seriously, she was just stubborn sometimes. The main character said that probably, but still it wasn't worth joking like that. Eileen reached out to him again and said that she wasn't joking. This was her way of expressing her gratitude. She took his face and brought it closer to hers. When suddenly Daika walked in. She called out to the protagonist and asked if her sister had the skill of a great swordsman, even though she was acting like that, but did something happen? Daika noticed Eileen next to him and Akira whispered discontentedly. She was mocking him after all. The protagonist saw Daika off and apologized and asked if she had seen Eunomius. She was surprised and noted that she thought she was with them. The protagonist thanked her for her help, and Daika replied that he had nothing to thank her for. They smiled at each other, and Akira thanked her again anyway. After a while, the feast began in the village, and the villagers were happily eating. Eileen was sitting nearby and watching everything that was happening. Akira approached her and asked if she was still unwell. Eileen said that everything was fine and took the mug from his hands. He replied that if she didn't like banquets very much, she didn't have to force herself. In this village, every day was a holiday, and sometimes it could be annoying. Eileen smiled and remarked that it was okay. She liked this kind of atmosphere. Kuro approached them and said that there was nothing to worry about and that she had been keeping to herself for a long time. Akira asked in confusion, since a long time ago. She replied that Eileen was ready to use her skill at any time, so she chose a place depending on the wind flow. The protagonist asked thoughtfully, so she uses poison? Eileen said that it was completely at their disposal, and this skill was called Pheromones. Her body can emit smells with various effects, and it can be used as poison or medicine. She grabbed his face with her hands, when suddenly Kuro took away a satisfied Akira and he thought, this is the first time he heard about pheromones. He has hundreds of skills, but there is nothing like this among them. The protagonist asked, a unique skill? Eileen replied that it was an exaggeration, it was just unusual, rare. It is initially comparable to Kuro's clairvoyance and Daika's idol. She didn't have anything like that, so she couldn't develop it. Kuro put it down on the ground, when suddenly Karen called out to him and said that His Highness Albert wanted to see him. If anyone found out that he had entered the village, there would be trouble, so he wanted to meet him in the forest. Akira wondered. He didn't say what he wanted. Karen said that he wanted to meet and talk. He agreed and ordered Kuro to take care of the villagers. She happily exclaimed that he could rely on her. The protagonist thought that all this looked strange. If the prince was taking such precautions, then it would be better to meet, but just in case, it would be better to remain alert. Eileen approached them and asked, Albert is the one who defeated that man? Then she would go with him. The protagonist thought about what she knew about him and why she called the Demon King a human. He asked, she won't attack him, will she? Eileen said of course not, and asked Karen if she could go. She agreed, if she didn't bother them. After a while, they came out of the forest and saw Albert, who was sitting on a horse. He smiled and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Akira agreed and thought there was even more shine. Albert noticed Eileen and asked, is this the same elf? He was surprised and said, so he got rid of the elf disease. The protagonist asked, is it so surprising? He answered, 100 years ago, the elves began to suffer from this disease. Since then, there was almost no recovery. He pointed at him and said, the law of the jungle. Akira thought that it was about him and the Demon King. What did he want to talk about? Albert replied that he came to him with an offer to build his own country. Doesn't he want to turn his village into a country? This means that he wants him to lead the Goblin Kingdom. The protagonist asked in confusion, why would he even need this? Albert pointed out that he tried to prohibit the adventurers from invading, but it was useless. After all, this is essentially a monster village, and there is no law that strictly prohibits it. But if they become a country, it will completely change the situation. Akira thoughtfully answered that there is some sense in this, and then he thought that it could be a trap. But still, the offer should be carefully considered. Eileen asked, is this true? Albert and the protagonist were surprised. He agreed, if they become a country, the goblins will be able to live in safety. Unexpectedly, Eileen used the pheromone skill, and Albert suddenly succumbed to her charm. She asked, so what is the truth? Albert said that he wants him to become the Demon King. That's the main thing. Akira was surprised and asked, the Demon King? Eileen wondered why he wants to make him the Demon King. He replied that there were two reasons. The first was because goblins were the most peaceful monsters that could talk. And the second? Before Albert could finish speaking, the charm suddenly disappeared, and he came to his senses. He awkwardly put his hand on his face and said that they had caught him by surprise, so they would start over. After a while, Albert came up to them again and greeted them. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Akira agreed and asked him to get straight to the point. He asked if he would like to create a Goblin Kingdom. The protagonist asked, a Goblin Kingdom? And then asked him to give him some time to think. Albert smiled and said that he hoped for a positive answer. After which he left, and Akira asked Eileen if she had tried to use force on him. She stuck out her tongue and asked if she had been found out. The protagonist said that he was clearly wary of her and had approached him in a strange way. Eileen noted that this was true. She had stood so that the wind would blow in his direction, but she had no intention of harming him. The protagonist asked what pheromones she was going to use. Eileen said the ones that make a person tell the truth. They are quite harmless and it does not look like brainwashing at all. The protagonist asked if she had ever used her power on him. Eileen gave him a negative answer, and he thought, so Albert's ability is rewind after all. It helps him correct his mistakes. What a slippery guy. A villager called out to Akira in fear, and he said, he was in the city with Echigoya. Is something wrong with him? The villager said, it's terrible. Echigoya was attacked by people in the city and seriously injured. The protagonist used Hurricane Shift and began to descend the mountain. He noticed Echigoya being carried by men, and he looked at him in surprise, exhausted. The girl with tears in her eyes said that they had already used healing, but it did not help at all. Akira said that they tried well and asked them to calm down, since he was already here. He approached Echigoya and used the great healing skill, transferring some of his powers to him. He howled in pain, when suddenly Karen ran up to them and looked at Echigoya in fear. The goblin said that everything was fine and the village chief would heal him now. She looked at the men and called out to them with displeasure and asked what all this meant. The man said in fear, how can I explain all this? Karen called out to the protagonist and then came to her senses and asked him to forget. Akira asked her to take care of Echigoya. He thought that his wound was already fine, and he would need to make sure that he had a good rest and was fed. Karen began to carry out his order, and added that she would pass on Masamune, after which they went to the village. The protagonist turned to the men with displeasure, and they said that they were very sorry. There were reasons for that. He angrily said that this is not what he was asking. They looked at him in fear, and the man said that his name was Charlie, and he was Mr. Taylor's bodyguard. Akira was surprised and thought that he was a clothing merchant who's been doing textile business with Ekigoya lately. So he was his subordinate. He asked, "So what happened?" He answered that right after he left their store, he was suddenly attacked by an adventurer. The protagonist asked, "Suddenly an adventurer?" The man sadly agreed. He had a tattoo on his forehead. Mr. Taylor went to look for this man, and he was sure that once they caught him, they would immediately report him. Akira said that this was enough and thought, in a word, because of hatred towards him, Echigoya suffered. The man exclaimed that they would definitely report him. After some time, Akira was sitting in Simon's office. The maid brought him tea and looked at him in surprise, starting to leave the office, leaving them alone. Simon asked if the goblin was okay. The protagonist agreed. He was busy conceiving a child. He said that he heard that he was seriously injured, but he healed him. They found out the location of the criminal. The protagonist asked, "They found him, but still haven't caught him?" Simon awkwardly said that was the point. They don't have serious grounds to catch him. Akira asked, "Did he attack the monster that entered the city?" He noted that it was an attack on a goblin, but from a human point of view, it's not a crime at all. Akira remembered Albert's words and said that he needed to ask something. He didn't set all this up, did he? Simon looked at him in bewilderment and asked him to believe him that it wasn't him. The protagonist got off his chair and noted that if it was him, he would have done a better job, so he believed him. Simon asked, "Is everything okay and what are they going to do?" He stopped at the exit and said to leave everything as it was, but last time he had already left everything to him, now it was the same. Simon asked, "Is that so? The criminal is innocent? What was he really up to?" Akira said, "Nothing. Just until there is guaranteed safety, the rights of the goblins and themselves, he will stop sending them to the city." After a while, the maid put a plate on the table and said that today Mr. Akira's mood was completely different from usual. Something happened? Simon said discontentedly that he turned out to be more formidable than he could have imagined. Even when he is filled with anger, he remains calm. Not only that, sometimes he can be very cruel. He thought that if he stops sending goblins, the clothing shortage will increase. Is that his goal? Suddenly, a subordinate came to his office and called out to Simon. He asked what happened. The subordinate noted that the head of the goblins made contact with the bandits, and it seems they are planning to smuggle clothes. Simon began to get indignant, and the maid looked at him questioningly. Meanwhile, Akira ordered his assistants how to act and said that every little thing leads to consequences, and he rubs his hands maliciously. After a while, the villagers were indignant at the nearest clothing store. What does all this mean? There are no Echigoya clothes here because they were supposed to arrive today. That's right, she was so looking forward to the new collection. What should they wear on a date? The seller tried to calm them down and said that they were very sorry and they wanted to sell it themselves. The woman asked him to tell her the reason, and he said that adventurers were most likely involved. They started to speak out again. There was no way they could be involved. Why would these adventurers need Echigoya's clothes? What did he mean by that? The girls standing behind watched what was happening in bewilderment. She walked down the alley and said sadly that she probably wouldn't be able to buy clothes and that she had tried to save money in vain. Suddenly, she noticed a clothes stall and ran in. Seeing the dress, she exclaimed, "These were clothes from Ekigoya's new collection." The man smiled and said she had excellent eyesight, just as she thought. These were new clothes. She asked in bewilderment, but it wasn't anywhere. Where did it come from? The seller said it was a trade secret, and she shouted out that she was buying it, no matter how much it cost. He rubbed his hands together and said contentedly, 130,000 gold. The girl was horrified and asked, 130,000? But why so expensive? Didn't Echigoya's clothes cost around 20,000 gold? The man said that the price was justified by the uniqueness of the outfit and that it was currently the only one of its kind. Suddenly the door opened and a bell rang throughout the room. A woman appeared on the threshold and greeted them. She asked if they sold new Echigoya dresses here. The seller approached her and said that they had one. The woman looked at the dress and said that it was quite good. The man happily noted that she should not worry about the quality, and she asked, had she been told that this dress was unique in some way? He smiled and said that this was absolutely true and asked for attention. In bright daylight, this was an ordinary, elegant dress. But, if the lighting was dim, the seller closed the curtains and brought the lamp to the dress. It began to shine. The woman asked in surprise, "Is this fabric transparent?" He said that Echigoya's latest invention, and the name is a luminous thread. In bright places, the fabric is woven from ordinary yarn, and the rest of the threads emit light, and so it seems transparent. That's why it looks like a nightgown. The woman said it was beautiful and she bought it, asking for it to be delivered to her villa. The seller thanked her for the purchase, and they left. The girl excitedly asked, "What did you mean there will be no more clothes from him? At this rate, people will just get sick." The man said that the reason is that adventurers see goblins as enemies, and for the same reason Ekigoya was seriously injured. Until the goblins are guaranteed safety, he will not come to the city, and all clothing deliveries will be stopped. The girl discontentedly slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, "This is just terrible. Those hooligan adventurers, what does Echigoya do to them?" Meanwhile, in the Goblin village, Karen went to Akira and said that the atmosphere in the city is heating up. It seems that a group of women are against the adventurers, as well as the guild that provides them with work. Although the situation was not resolved by law, he was able to find another way. The protagonist said that this is not so. Retribution or the same revenge means that he can no longer do anything, but this is different. They must do everything to ensure that this does not happen again. Even when he was told to stop trading after a failure, he was carried away by the idea, not imagining that this failure would be associated with a risk to the lives of goblins. Now it is entirely his fault, and so he will try to prevent it from happening again. This is all he has to do at the moment, no matter what. Karen noted that the shortage of Ekigoi clothes and the smuggling of unique clothes helped change public opinion. Some women have already contacted the guild with a request to protect the goblins. The protagonist said that, with such support, he thinks they can cope even without the law. She said she's not sure if hearing her will stop him from worrying, but they've already fixed everything they were supposed to. He's a great guy. Meanwhile, the villagers were happily eating around the fire, and the protagonist apologized to Karen for bothering her. He used the law of the jungle to give orders and direct public opinion in the city. The request for goblin protection was also indirectly directed at him. The power of the Demon King then. After a while, Tony was sitting in the office reading a book. Suddenly, his wife ran in and called out to him with displeasure. He looked at her in fear and said, "What's wrong with her?" She asked, "Are those rumors true? That the thugs who attacked Ekigoi were released?" Tony said in confusion that they were released because they were innocent. The woman exclaimed with displeasure. She couldn't believe it. He should punish them properly. They are adventurers and obey him, aren't they? He said in a frightened tone that it wasn't quite like that. He was just a guildmaster who gave them quests. And how could he not see that goblins were monsters? Besides, he was already powerless here because they had simply defeated a monster that had entered the city and he had no authority to punish them. His wife asked in displeasure what he was even talking about. That goblins were monsters? That such cute and innocent goblins were monsters? No way. And he really was stupid. She had lost the opportunity to buy new clothes from Ekigoi because he didn't discipline his subordinates properly. Tony said that they weren't his subordinates and that she was exaggerating too much and there were many other clothes. The woman got angry and asked if he was serious about saying that now. Tony apologized and she walked away, saying that she had had enough. He said that it would be really bad if they didn't sort this out soon. She left the office and stopped in the corridor and came to her senses. Meanwhile, Akira was standing in the city near the fountain and using the ethereal skill. This is the ability to turn invisible. Now if there were goblins in the city, then there would be riots. He noticed a little girl who was holding a coin in her hand and then threw it into the fountain. The resident looked at her in surprise and asked what this girl was doing. The protagonist used the law of the jungle on her and ordered her to throw a coin into the fountain in the city square once a day and pray, holding both hands together. He thought that in this world there is no concept of throwing a coin into a fountain and praying. He has already studied this issue. The man asked her in confusion what she was doing there. She was wasting her money. According to Akira, with the help of the law of the jungle skill, he had already ordered some people to throw a coin. And, of course, so that it did not take much physical effort, as was the case with the elf sisters. A week passed after that, and the girl happily stood near the fountain and said, "It looks like this is the place." And the second girl began to persuade her to try. Akira looked at them and thought that he did not order these girls anything. Summer Ox Day, it is believed that on this day you need to eat eel, but before the Edo period, there was no such custom. And the one who came up with this custom was the great genius Genai. One day, the owner of an eel shop approached him about poor sales. Then Genai handed the owner of the shop a sign with the inscription "Today is Ox Day" and told him to hang it up. Oddly enough, before they had time to come to their senses, there was no end of customers and they ate eels, because it was Ox Day. Since then, eating eels on Ox Day has become a custom. With the help of the skill of the law of the jungle, he controlled several people and ordered them to throw a coin into the fountain once a day and pray. After a while, when people around them started to notice them, They started to think that if they prayed at the fountain, their wishes would come true. The power of the Demon King. This is a successful test of how a small part of this power can move a crowd. After a while, the protagonist returned to the village and Kuro was happily dancing in front of the villagers. Karen noticed that he was late. He asked if they were always here in the village. She said that it was just so noisy in the city and there were people who knew that she went to this village and they always asked if she could help them with echigoi clothes. Over time, she got tired of it, so she did not return to the city. Akira apologized. Probably it will all be resolved soon. Karen asked in surprise, "Is he really so sure?" He agreed. It will definitely not happen again. Karen called out to him and asked what he thought of Kuro. He asked uncertainly that he did not think so. Maybe she looked happy? Karen agreed. Happy, but it was not always like that. Akira said that she really scared him. At that time it seemed that she was obsessed with revenge and harbored a grudge with a scared face. Her facial expression is like a mirror. Now she can communicate and smile with all of them. Karen agreed. Now he is the same as she was then. The protagonist looked at her and said, "He thinks so, that's true." Karen called out to everyone and said that the protagonist says that he has a day off today. They happily asked, "Seriously, the village chief has a day off?" The residents seized him and invited him to throw a feast. They will dance with the village chief. Maybe they will drink or dance, or maybe create offspring. Kuro discontentedly blocked his way and said that he was tired and asked to let him rest. Akira thought, he was just trying to help these children, but they were so grateful to him. The expression on his face was like a mirror. Akira thanked Karen and noticed that now he was smiling thanks to her. The next day, the girl brought a package to the forest and handed it to the protagonist. He happily thanked her for helping him and asked her to be careful on the way home. She said goodbye to him and Akira watched her go. Suddenly, Karen appeared behind him and asked who it was. The protagonist screamed in fear and said that he almost had a heart attack. She lives in the city. She asked what he was holding in his hands. The protagonist showed a package with stones and Karen asked in bewilderment, "Were these stones?" He agreed. He asked her to bring some stones. Karen asked why. Akira replied to test the law of the jungle skill. She shouldn't worry. It's not as she thought. He noticed that up until now he had avoided this skill. It's a Demon King skill and no one knows what to expect from it, so he just limited himself to basic use of this skill. Arn said, "It's true, as far as she remembers, he only gave simple orders." Akira replied, "Exactly, but lately he's been using it a little differently to see if he can control it to its full extent." She asked if there was any progress. The protagonist agreed. 2 main points, plus or minus. The first is that he can make someone repeat the same action. For example, the girl he was talking to, he ordered to pick up stones from the road every day and put them in a paper bag and then deliver them here. And this has been going on for 4 days now. And the second point, if you order a person to do something impossible, he will obey the order. Karen asked thoughtfully, "Something impossible? For example, when it comes to life and death?" He said he hadn't tried it, so he didn't know, but he thought it was possible. By impossible, he meant growing wings and flying in the sky. A human can't do that, and at that point, they pretend not to understand what he's talking about and just remain silent in response. Karen remarked on how amazing his power was, and from what she heard, unlike the Demon King, he experiments with it everywhere. She thought he could rule the country from behind the scenes with that kind of power. Akira chuckled and said she was exaggerating. She smiled and remarked that she had gone a bit overboard. The protagonist called out to her and bowed, apologizing, and then thanked her for everything. Karen asked him in surprise what was wrong with him all of a sudden. He replied that, thanks to her, he had collected his thoughts and was very grateful to her. She asked if he was sure everything was okay. The protagonist agreed, and now he will never lose sight of his goal again. All he wants is for his friends to live happy lives. Karen understood and asked him to try hard. They punched each other, and the next day, Akira found himself in Simon's office. He asked for forgiveness, and Simon asked what was wrong with him. The main character said that he lost his temper the other day, so he acted stupidly, and now he apologizes. Simon exclaimed, of course he understands everything, but there is nothing to be done about it. However, he is surprised that he came to his senses so quickly. Akira said that Karen was extremely unhappy, and Simon laughed. He said that now everything is clear, and he thought that he misunderstood him. Akira said that he had a proposal for him. Could they create a jointly governed territory? He would like some place where he could safely send goblins. Simon noted that this is certainly much easier than waiting for a new law on the immunity of goblins. The protagonist said that in that sense too. Besides, if the goblins founded their own state, everyone around would be suspicious of it. Simon laughed and said that it looked like his friend who had returned wanted to just go and become king. The protagonist smiled awkwardly and said that he was thinking about it. Perhaps he would have to become king eventually, but he should be careful. He still didn't know the true intentions of this prince. If they were to create something like that, they would first of all equalize the rights of humans and goblins. The law would be a deterrent. Simon said that he remembered how his heart sank when he accused him last time. Akira thought that he understood perfectly well how he had inflamed aggression and united the women in the city. He noted that he had a question about the supply of ekigoya clothes. There was a tax on supplying to the city. But in a joint territory, he wanted it to be free. Simon chuckled and exclaimed, "It doesn't matter, they'll remove the tax. It's a small price to pay to avoid losing his friend." According to Akira, it will be a city without a tax on goods, which means lower prices for it. Simon exclaimed decisively that he heard him. The protagonist thanked him and thought about how the women he provoked last time would advocate for the creation of a territory. However, Simon's consent would be enough. The more supporters he had, the better. The maid handed him a cup and said in surprise, he was in good health today. Akira thought that now he could relax a little. Meanwhile, in the forest, a dragon's silhouette appeared in the sky, when suddenly it began to fall to the ground. Albert was examining the area and a knight came up behind him, knelt down on one knee and said that they were very sorry. He asked what happened. He replied that they had lost sight of the black sky dragon. Most likely, it was in the Goblin territory. Albert ordered them to search everything to the very edge of the border and to be careful not to cross their territory. After the subordinate left, he said that in such cases, his skill is completely useless. Albert's unique skill is 7 attempts. It can rewind time and turn events that have happened into events that never happened. It is the most powerful ability of all, and he used it to track down the Demon King. But this skill has serious drawbacks. Limitation in use, as the name suggests, the same event can be rewound no more than 7 times. From the 8th and on, it is no longer possible to rewind time, and he will fail. Limitation in time, the events that can be rewound are those that have just happened. To be precise, they happened somewhere within 30 minutes. And if an action happened and more than 30 minutes have passed since then accordingly, he will not be able to rewind time. There is a limitation on the range. As for events that occur in places where he is not, he will not be able to rewind time there. In other words, the skill 7 attempts is powerless when it comes to things that happen outside of its location. Albert learned that the Black Sky Dragon, which was not supposed to meet Akira, was seen in the vicinity of the forest where the protagonist himself was. Half a day had passed since this dragon was last seen in the forest. Therefore, using the skill 7 attempts, it is impossible to make it look like this dragon did not exist. Albert ordered Saxon to go back, and he wanted him to increase surveillance of the Demon Duke and the Spirit Princess, and immediately report to him any movements of them. Saxon went to the forest, and Albert thoughtfully said that it was too early to contact the 3 aristocrats. Too early, since he has not yet become the Demon King. Tony asked in surprise, "So he is Akira?" The protagonist confirmed and asked, "And who is he?" He introduced himself as the head of the Adventurers Guild and introduced his old friend Kainas with a spiritual sword. The protagonist thought, Kainas with a spiritual sword, a guildmaster, and a skilled warrior. He used the Law of the Jungle skill on the guildmaster's wife to increase the goblin's support, but why did he come to him personally? Akira used the search skill, and with this skill you can see the enemy's skills. Tony seems to have no skills, and Kainas has the weapon master skill. Very rare skill. As he thought, he is not an easy person. He asked, so what did they want from him? Tony asked if they could let him accompany them for a while. He heard from the Count that in the new joint territory they resumed sending clothes from Echigoi, and then asked to let him accompany them, since he is the best of those registered in their guild. Kira thought it sounds convincing and asked, but why are they doing this? Tony answered that in fact it was his wife who made him. She is a big fan of the Echigoi brand, and if something happens to him again, he is afraid to imagine what she will do to him. The protagonist thought, apparently, he wants to achieve his goal at any cost. The Echigoi clothing brand has become very popular in the city, and it is easy to imagine the discontent of women if they stop supplying. And the disappointment of women affects their men. It is somehow strange with men, the higher their position, the more vulnerable they are to the influence of women. It was not uncommon for many great people in history to have wives they couldn't stand. Tony looked so strong. He pointed at Kainas and said that he was in a similar situation. His daughter asked him about it. Kainas asked if he could not tell. It seemed that she was very important to him. Akira agreed and apologized. Tony asked in surprise what he had just apologized for. The protagonist smiled and said that maybe it wasn't entirely their fault and apologized for the situation with his daughter. Tony said in confusion that he looked a little different than he imagined. It took a great tactician to make such a critical move and with such precision, so he thought that he would be a little cold-blooded. The protagonist chuckled and thought that maybe they weren't that far off the mark, and if he continued to do this, There was a high probability that he would be engulfed in darkness. Akira heard them and suggested that they try sending Echigoi to the city with exports. Tony shook his hand and exclaimed, "He really helped them out." Protagonist thought, if you think about restoring good relations with people, then this is a good deal. Meanwhile, a goblin blocked Akira's path and exclaimed, "There is nothing there," and asked not to go there. He looked at them suspiciously and said, "This is a quick way to the village." The goblin said that it would be better if he went around, since there really is nothing there. The protagonist thought that goblins have such a quality as honesty, because of which they do not lie very much. In children, it is more noticeable. The protagonist asked, "Are you sure there is nothing? They did not do anything dangerous, right?" They excitedly apologized and said that they thought he would be angry. "There is a poor little boy lying there, and he is all torn up, so he needs to call someone for help to heal him." Akira asked in surprise, "Is there a wounded person there?" The children brought him and showed the wounded Izuizu. He asked in bewilderment, "Is that a dragon? But are there really dragons the size of a puppy?" The children asked to save him, and the protagonist used the great healing skill. He thought that he looked like a dragon child, but why was he here in the Goblin Forest? Akira used the search skill and found the unique skill World Turmoil. He wondered what kind of dragon it was. The goblin excitedly called out to the village chief, and he said that he would do everything now. Despite the fact that he uses the great healing skill, his wounds heal slowly and the recovery speed is slower than usual. After some time, Akira healed Izuiza, when suddenly he swayed and almost fell. The children asked in fear, "Is everything okay?" The protagonist said that he would wake up soon. They exclaimed that they were not talking about that, but about his condition. "Is he okay?" The protagonist was surprised and thought they were worried about him. He said that everything was fine and thanked them, but he was a little tired and would not refuse delicious food. The girl happily said that she would pass this on to Masamune. Akira patted them on the head and noted that they needed to take the dragon to the village. The boy said that in that case he would take it upon himself. He used monstrous strength and picked up Izuizu in his arms and carried him to the village. The protagonist was surprised and noted that he was so small, but already so cool. He asked him to go ahead and asked not to worry. After a while, the protagonist stopped in the middle of the forest and ordered them to get out, asking, "He had been here for a long time, right?" Suxen came out from behind the bushes and the protagonist asked who he was and why he was here. After what happened to Ekigoya, he thought they needed to be more careful. If he did not answer, he would use force. Sagson swung his sword and was about to attack, when suddenly Akira used a water stream and appeared behind him, stunning the enemy. Sagson fell to the ground and Akira used healing. After he felt good, he excitedly asked to spare him. The protagonist used the law of the jungle and asked who he was and why he came here. He replied that he was His Highness's subordinate and that they were secretly searching for the Black Sky Dragon on orders. Akira asked, "His Highness, is he talking about Prince Albert? By dragon? Does he mean that black dragon?" He wondered what this prince was trying to achieve. What is that Black Sky Dragon? Why does the prince want to get the Black Sky Dragon? Saxon said that he did not know the answers to these questions. According to the protagonist, no matter who he is, once he loses to the owner of the law of the jungle, he will not be able to resist. And he will answer questions honestly, but he will not be able to answer what he does not know. The prince has secrets that he cannot tell his people. The protagonist ordered him to return home and forget about meeting him. He followed the prince's orders and could not find the dragon. Saxon understood the order and went deep into the forest. Akira watched him go and thought that the dragon that the prince wanted to get, they need to be more careful. Meanwhile, in the goblin village, Akira ran there and the villagers asked in fear, "What is it? Is he dangerous?" He answered that he saw him wounded in the forest. That's why he saved him. He does not want to scare them. They exclaimed joyfully, so the headman saved him, like Kuro and the others in his time. In that case, we need to throw a party in honor of his recovery. The protagonist thought only for this reason they calmed down. He approached the dragon and said that he would look after him and they can go. Can he leave him in their village? If the sparkling prince is involved, then this is not an ordinary dragon. In the worst case, a war will start because of him. Suddenly, the goblin fell to the ground and the others asked in fear, "What happened?" He answered that everything is fine, he is just tired. Akira approached him and thought that this has been happening a lot lately. Goblins throw a feast when their life is about to end, and then fall over like dead batteries, like a child who was full of energy a second ago, and after a while gets tired and goes to bed. The goblin smiled and called out to the protagonist, saying that it was a lot of fun. Akira said that he tried hard and wished him a good night. Suddenly, a magic healing ball flew out of his body. The protagonist looked at it and wondered how many of them he had already collected. Unexpectedly, Izuizu absorbed the ball and Akira asked discontentedly, "Did he eat a skill?" Izuizu exhaled and said that it was delicious. Summary: a dragon that was brought to the village eats skills. The goblins looked at him in surprise and Izuizu asked, "Did he just feed him?" Akira awkwardly noted. He would not say that he fed him, but okay. He smiled and thanked him because it was very tasty. The protagonist asked, "Eat skills?" He talks as usual. "Why is he eating it?" Izuizu said, "He eats so as not to be hungry." The protagonist thought, is it natural for dragons to eat skills? Is it normal food for them? The goblins happily ran up to him and started stroking his smooth skin. Izuizu happily noted how nice it was. Akira smiled and thought, by the way, he is not a bad guy, is he? Suddenly, Kuro ran up to him and said that she came back, and with a big catch. The protagonist asked, what did she have there? Kuro said that she collected chicken eggs for Masamune Yaki. Masamune Yaki is a new dish created by Masamune's predecessor. Almost the same dish as sukiyaki, but since there's no such dish in this world, Masamune created it from scratch. One day he suggested using eggs because it tastes better. Kuro happily exclaimed, let Masamune cook this dish right away. She noticed Izuizu and said, he is the Lord of the Black Sky. Why is he here? Akira called out to her and asked, the Lord of the Black Sky? Izuizu asked, and she is Lordy's friend? The protagonist asked, Lordy, is he talking about the Demon King? He confirmed that, Lordy, the Demon Duke. The protagonist was surprised and thought, is he talking about the Demon Prince? He had never heard of him, but he has a crazy and fierce name in the demon world. He asked her, who is he? Does she know him? Kuro said displeasedly, the Lord of the Black Sky, the Black Dragon Izuizu. He thought, the Black Sky Dragon that Prince Albert wanted to get, the unique skill of world turmoil. No matter how you look at it, he is not a simple creature, although he thinks so. Kuro asked why he was here. Izuizu answered because he was hungry. She ordered him not to talk nonsense, and cracks in the ground appeared under her feet. Suddenly, Izuizu turned into a huge dragon and angrily said that he was not lying. Akira used shadow cloning and levitation and then released black flames at him. He ordered him to stop right now, because everyone was afraid of him. Izuizu fearfully apologized and turned small again. The goblins hugged him and said that everything was fine. He scared them so much, you can't do that, he could hurt someone. It's cool that he can be so big. Akira thought if everything turned out differently. Izuizu flew up to him and said that he was amazing and the strongest goblin he had ever met. He's probably even stronger than Kuro. He suddenly fell to the ground and noticed that he was very hungry, even though he ate. He doesn't mind not eating for a year or so, but if he eats a lot at once. The main character said it was like water with a pump. You need to fill it all at once. He fed him with the skill, and Izuizu gently rubbed his face, saying that he was good and that he liked him. He asked if he wanted to try to become the Demon King. Akira smiled and noted that he was fine as is. The protagonist asked why he was asking him that. Izuizu said that he was a majestic and amazing person in the dragon family. The protagonist thought that this explained why Albert was looking for him, and the way he looked before was proof of that. He said that he was one of the three who decide who will become the next Demon King. He's even more amazing than he expected. According to Akira, in general, emperors and kings are absolute monarchs, and the title is passed down through inheritance. However, there have been countries in history where the monarch was elected by the people, the most famous of which is the Holy Roman Empire. The status of king is not passed down to the heir, but is chosen through a system created by several noble families. And this is how rulers in the Holy Roman Empire became kings. So the Demon King is also determined by an electoral system? Kuro said with displeasure, it's exactly as he says. The protagonist asked, how does he decide who becomes the Demon King? Izuizu said, usually when someone starts talking, he just replies that it's okay. He doesn't care who or what he likes. Akira muttered in bewilderment, how easy and will everything be okay? But still, why him? Izuizu said, because he fed him skills. He heard that there was a goblin who lived for a very long time and thought that he could feed him to his fill. So he came to find him. The protagonist was surprised and thought, after all, he came to see him, a long-lived goblin who has many skills. He apologized, but he does not want to become the Demon King. Izuizu said that he was sorry, and the goblins happily hugged him. How smooth and soft he is. Akira thought, they accepted him so easily, he does not want to become the Demon King, at least not now. Even just calling himself a king, as the prince suggested, is too much. But if he becomes the Demon King, he may become an enemy of all people. He asked, can he stay here for a while? The skills he has are very tasty. Akira happily agreed and thought, so far there is no special reason to refuse, and he already has an excess of skills. He does not think that Izuizu told the whole truth. It seems that he is not lying, but he did not say a couple of important things. At least, it seems so to him, and in this case, it is best to keep him close and be on guard. The boy came with Masamune and said that he brought her here. What is Izuizu's favorite dish? She can cook anything, he asked. Seriously, then can she cook skills? Akira looked at her and asked, Is everything okay? Masamune happily answered that everything is fine, and he thought he recognizes this because he has seen it many times. The moment when their life is coming to an end. He asked, "Does she hurt somewhere?" She said that it does not hurt anywhere. The protagonist thought that this Masamune was born only 3 days ago. She has not even gone through half of the goblin's life. Izuizu asked, "Isn't it because of giftedness? Does this happen from time to time? The birth of a goblin with great strength or great wisdom?" Akira said in surprise, "That is true. As far as he remembers, there has never been an ability with a lifespan of only 3 days. Suddenly, Masamune fell to the ground and the protagonist used great healing on her. He thought in confusion that it was because of her lifespan and not because of her wounds. Great healing is useless here. Masamune took his hand and said that she had come up with a recipe for a new dish and hoped that they would cook it together as a village. After some time, everyone was preparing a new dish together, and according to Akira, it was amazing because Masamune invented gyoza. She said that she wanted them to see the dish together with Karen. He asked, "Together with Karen?" Masamune answered, remembering how they laughed and smiled together. She wanted to cook a dish that would make everyone smile while cooking it together. He thought that she had excellent cooking skills up until now, but more than that, she was able to come up with a smile-inducing dish that was easy to cook. Akira watched everyone cooking and said that it was amazing and Masamune was a genius. He is sure that no one will forget her, not only Masamune's team, but also Anzo and Echigoya and Oyu. No one will forget her. She asked, and even he? The protagonist agreed, and Masamune thanked him with a smile on her face. After a while, they gathered at the table, and Akira said that this is Masamune's funeral. He extracted a skill from her and called Izuizu and asked if he really wants to eat this. He refused and asked to just let him look at the skill. Akira asked in surprise, "What does this mean?" Izuizu asked him to look at this, when suddenly the magic ball in his hand began to increase, and her figure appeared over Masamune's body. Akira was surprised and asked how this was even possible. Next to Masamune's body stood her copy. She opened her eyes and looked at her hands, asking, "Is this her?" The protagonist approached her and asked if she was really Masamune. She agreed, and he asked, "But what happened? According to her feelings, what changed?" She replied, "Perhaps in skills." Akira used the search and found her unique skill, Masamune's skill. He asked, "What does this skill do?" Masamune replied that she doesn't know, but she thinks nothing has changed. It can do the same as before. She walked up to the table and asked if she could borrow it for a while. She waved her hand and quickly started cooking, and the protagonist said in surprise, "It's incredible. Isn't it delicious?" Masamune said she doesn't think anything has changed. Akira thought, as she says, the cooking skill is the same as the previous Masamune. The boy asked, "Is it really her?" She smiled and replied, "Of course it's her. Has she really been resurrected? So this is a feast in honor of her resurrection." All the villagers joyfully surrounded her, and the protagonist said that they should have fun with all their hearts. However, how do you understand that she has been resurrected? Izuizu noted that it's because she is a goblin. Akira asked again, and he noted that he wanted to tell him a little trick. He can determine how many days are left before death for any creature with a skill. The protagonist thought in surprise, to eat a skill. Because this goblin has not died yet, she will live even longer compared to the others. Akira asked in confusion, "Is he serious now?" Izuizu said that he will check this in a week. The protagonist looked at him suspiciously and thought he speaks as if he knew where this is going. How did he do it? Izuizu said that he already said that because they are goblins. Of all living creatures, goblins are the ones who can adapt and react to their environment well. There are many possibilities. Akira thought, it seems that Simon said this earlier, that goblins change depending on the environment. Izuizu asked, what did he think about the environment? The protagonist awkwardly asked, isn't it the climate of the place where they live? He noted that the environment, from the point of view of creatures, is those things that do not change. For goblins, it is unchanging, because it continues to live for a long time and does not change. Goblins begin to gain new powers, namely, life extension. Akira thought about the evolutionary adaptation of goblins to the environment. Is it any wonder that they evolved with an increase in lifespan? Izuizu noted that he is quite good, since he prolongs their life, and it is surprising. The children called him and Akira went to have fun with them. Izuizu said that it was because they were simple goblins that they had many opportunities. Everything was unpredictable now. What if he became a special kind of goblin? After some time, Eileen came to the main character and asked if he called her. Akira agreed and apologized for being so sudden. He wanted to ask her something. Was she okay with it? Eileen picked him up and sat him on her lap, when suddenly the protagonist asked discontentedly, what was she doing? Eileen asked, did he prefer to be below? But goblins are so small, won't it be hard if she sits on top? Akira began waving his arms and fearfully asked to do without top-bottom. Eileen whispered in his ear, then they will go straight to bed? when suddenly Masamune came to him and noticed how Eileen pressed the protagonist. She awkwardly slammed the door and asked if she didn't know. Is that how they make a baby? She apologized and said she'd come by later. Eileen smirked smugly and said, as expected of goblins, they don't know anything about reproduction. Akira asked her to stop making fun of him, but she said she wasn't making fun of him. He said he had a question for her. Eileen remarked that she would be happy to answer anything. The protagonist asked what she could tell him about Izuizu. She asked about that dragon. Why was he asking her specifically? Akira replied that there were 2 reasons for that. Firstly, Kuro wouldn't be objective. Eileen smiled and said, of course, it seemed like she was about to attack him. And secondly, because she once mentioned the Demon Lord's abilities. She seemed to be the most knowledgeable of the sisters. Eileen said that she didn't know all the details. Akira remarked that any information would do. She said that to begin with, the dragon is called the Lord of the Black Sky, and he is one of the 3 aristocrats. The Lord of the Black Sky, the Demon of Heaven, and the Miracle of the Spirits. That's what they are called. The protagonist asked, so why are they called the 3 aristocrats? Eileen answered that the Demon of Heaven, also known as the Demon Prince, comes from a man, once the prince of the human country. He asked, what kind of prince of the human country is this? Izuizu said that he is one of those who choose the Lord of the Demons. So they were talking about them? She agreed. The next lord needs their approval and does not know why. Honestly, she knows little about them, and for them they are like gods. The protagonist thought, nothing can be done. Many know what the system is, most often do not know how it was created. In the same modern Japan, some can explain how democracy works, but only a small part will answer the questions of when, where, and by whom it was created. Then why was Kuro preparing to attack the dragon? Eileen said that there were rumors that this dragon helped people defeat the Demon Lord. After a while, Eileen left and Hanzo ran up to him. He asked what happened. He answered that more and more people were gathering around the village. What to do about it? It seems they are looking for something. Akira thought, surely the prince's people are still looking for Izuizu? With such news, one cannot let down one's guard, and it is better to stay here for now. He ordered to keep an eye on them, and if they want to enter the village, to drive them away without talking. Hanzo was about to leave, when suddenly Akira asked him to wait and asked if he was okay. He asked what he was talking about. Akira remembered Masamune and asked if he was unhappy about something. Hanzo smiled and answered, nothing like that. He is happy to spend every day with everyone. The protagonist apologized for the strange questions and asked him to be careful. Suddenly, Izuizu appeared next to him and said that this goblin was also strong and it is rare to see goblins as strong as his. The protagonist said that Hanzo was strong, maybe even the strongest in history. Perhaps it was his fault that the goblins had not evolved to prolong their lives. He asked where he got that from. Akira replied that he had created a system that made their short lives less inconvenient. Hadn't he ruined their potential? Izuizu exclaimed. He was a curious fellow. He simply made these goblins genuinely happy. As long as they were happy with everything, there was no need to evolve. He was the most magnificent ruler he had ever met. Akira thought, adaptive evolution to prolong life. If it could be done intentionally, then how could the necessary conditions be created? Meanwhile, the goblins were happily chatting with each other, filling the barrels with drink and picking berries. A goblin called out to Masamune and said that he had added sake and sugar. She called out to the protagonist and said that all the preparations were finished. He thanked them and said that they would begin then. The villagers started feeding the baby berries, and then they threw it into the barrels. Masamune approached Akira and said, that's it? He turned to Hokusai and said that he was relying on him. Hokusai asked to trust them, his team with skills in painting and art. He picked up a brush and began to paint the barrels. Everyone happily watched what was happening. Great, he looks so much like her baby. Hokusai grinned and said, how could it be otherwise? He had already finished the others. Akira noted in surprise, this is amazing. Everyone has a different design, but they look very much like babies. Then those who can carry heavy things should carry it to the storeroom. The goblins used their strength skill and carried the barrels to where Akira said. Karen asked what he had come up with this time. He replied that he decided to make them souvenirs as a keepsake. For the goblins born, he asked to brew their own plum wine. And what is all this for? From ancient times to the Middle Ages, poor farmers had a custom of making alcohol when they had children. And until their children got married, they kept it underground or in the soil. If it was a boy, it was brought out at the wedding. If a girl, it was part of the future bride's dowry. Plum wine is ready to drink after a week of soaking, but it tastes even better if you leave it for half a year. However, this is done out of regret. Until now, they have been working through trial and error to figure out how goblins can live their time well. But all attempts have failed. Perhaps she will ask why it fails. Karen noted that she understands perfectly well. For humans, 7 days is still tolerable. In this world, goblins are looked at as pets, and then they quickly age. a body that cannot exist for more than 7 days. Akira said that he did not want to repeat the mistakes, and if he said that he was happy with his life, which was short, then it would be an obvious lie. He brought the glass to the old goblin and said that he tried hard, and this wine that he himself made at birth. He took it and tasted it, said how delicious it was. The protagonist noted that tomorrow it will be even tastier, and in the following days, even better. Karen asked, and did this somehow increase the lifespan? The protagonist said that he did not think that his life would be extended from this. It was just part of their policy. They still had to control themselves. If they lived longer than before, it would be even more fun. They would build the system in such a way that they would be able to feel it. Karen remarked in surprise that this was incredible, or rather she should have said that it was to be expected. Is there anything she could do to help? She would do everything in her power. The protagonist said that it would be nice, when suddenly he looked into the depths of the forest, and she asked what was going on. The protagonist apologized and said nothing. After a while, he walked near the village and noticed a large dragon. Akira used shadow clones and dark flames, then attacked it and hit the enemy, and the protagonist said that he was too hostile, and the clone responded, they almost killed him. He returns the solder to the main body, and he thought, Izizu did not say anything about his wounds, perhaps there was a reason for that. After a while, Masamune asked what the village chief would say. Akira replied that it was amazing. How did she do it? Did she just think of it? She replied that she came up with it when she watched him making wine. Some ingredients taste better after they sit for a while. Akira noted that both wine and miso undergo fermentation. Masamune said happily, so she spent a lot of time experimenting and finally managed to find it. He thought that a wise man would know 10 things when he heard one. He thought it would work with meat and fruit. Akira patted her head and said that it was amazing. She was the only Masamune in history who could do that. He thought that she had a high cooking skill, and this Masamune had one thing that others never had. That time, no matter how high her skill level was limited to 7 days. Because of this, there was no way to cook something that took a long time, and also to come up with something new. However, the one who came up with miso was her, and that was reality. Meanwhile, Eunomiya was watching them from behind a tree with displeasure, and then ran away. Daika asked in confusion, "Where is she?" Something happened. Eunomiya ran forward and screamed, "What is this? What is this? I hate this Akira. Someday he will die too." Suddenly, memories overtook her when she met a dragon and began to look after him. They spent time together and flew in the sky. At one point, she brought a basket of fruit and, noticing his condition, dropped it on the ground. The dragon was unconscious, and Eunomiya picked some flowers and cried. After that, she met a girl and they happily began to spend time until she died. Eunomiya sat near a tree in a field and cried. She was gone from everyone at once. Akira suddenly appeared next to her and asked, "What happened?" She asked in fear, "Why did he come? It doesn't concern him." He asked that Eileen and Daika were worried. Did something happen? Eunomiya asked displeasedly. Nothing, just trying to get points for Daika's sister? The protagonist smiled and thought, and she, as always, does not change. Eunomiya exclaimed, "Besides, how long will he live as a goblin? An 80-year-old creature is a unique skill that was given to him. Perhaps it is because of a strong feeling when reincarnated, because he wanted to live at least 80 years. Masamune became Masamune, but recently he realized the means on the way is an 80-year-old creature, even changed. If so, then is there no possibility that the skill can change? His goal has not changed, and he no longer wants to be seen off in tears. He said that he can live longer than her or anyone else. Eunomiya stood in a stupor and remembered how she lost her friends, and then imagined how Akira would see her off when she grew old. Akira asked, "What is it?" She blushed deeply. Eunomiya ran away from him again, and Eileen and Daika watched her. Meanwhile, in the Simon residence, the girl happily hugged him and said how cute he was. So unfair, she wants one too. The subordinate ordered them to calm down, since they were disturbing Mr. Akira. The girl called out to Simon and exclaimed, "He is always so active." He replied that his hands should not act, they should not be so cute. The protagonist called out to him and asked, "What is this?" Simon asked, does he not understand what he means? They were already here, a place for adults. Akira awkwardly said that he did not mean that. Why are they in this place today? Simon displeasedly said that he made these cute girls fall head over heels in love with him, and he hasn't been here since. They asked him to bring him here in tears. Akira smiled and apologized. He was just busy lately. Simon said, after which his girlfriend asked him to meet her through Karen, and he didn't want to miss such an opportunity. The girl said then she hoped that today he would get a lot. How about lying on her thighs? Akira thought, as expected from this place. The last time he had a serious conversation with Simon, all the girls listened silently. And even now, they never dwell on the fact that someone did not come and always try to please the client who did. Not to burden the client, but simply to please him. This is a man's paradise. They know a lot about what they do and it is difficult for him to resist. A couple was sitting not far from them, and the girl asked him to stop. The man asked, "Is this normal? How can she behave like this when he came back to her again?" The girl hesitantly said that she was grateful for it. He asked how she feels now. She wants to be his woman, right? Akira looked at them and thought, even if so, doesn't a client remain a client? He approached them and advised them to stop. The man angrily asked, "What? He's just a goblin. Since when did they start keeping pets here?" The protagonist thought that in the end, he didn't think they could have a normal conversation. Strong alcohol? He agreed, because it was expensive. Akira said, and it turns out he was strong. Wouldn't he like to compete with him a little, who could drink more? The man happily asked, "Compete in Goblin?" Very entertaining, and asked the main one to repeat the same thing to this monkey. After the main one poured alcohol, they were ready to begin. The man smugly asked him not to regret it later. After drinking for a long time, the man put the glass down on the table with a clang and barely said, 29th, after which he fell on the table. Akira looked at him in surprise and finished his drink using the drunkard skill, which increases his resistance to alcohol tenfold. He asked, "Is that all he can do?" "What a weakling." The man asked discontentedly, "What did he say?" Suddenly, he felt sick and ran out of the room. The boss awkwardly apologized for what happened. Akira smiled and said that everything was fine. Instead of the girl in the store rejecting someone, it would be better to pretend that the customers were arguing with each other. The girl hugged him, and the girl sitting next to Simon said that he really was amazing. He won the bet and was not flustered and unskilled. He took the insult of an arrogant customer and turned it against himself. Akira apologized for being headstrong. Simon smiled and said that he would have beaten him himself if he had not done something. He taught him a great lesson. Akira thought, it's good that the story did not become too complicated. He noticed, but to call her his woman, just because he came to the establishment and to grow up like that, it's a big pain. It's cruel. 1,000? How many women did he have to experience? And it's really not good enough for Albert. Well, they're already closer to the goal, because in fact, he wants to turn his friend into the king of demons. The protagonist thought, the prince wants to make him the demon king? Then asked, what does this mean? Simon looked down and said, people have suffered enough because of the demon king. Even dogs, when cornered, can jump over a wall better than cats, and from such a dog a hero was born who tracked down the demon king. MC dropped his hands on his knees and thought, the proverb of this world, people have suffered. It is easy to say, he is sure it was a very long journey. Forced to believe in the cruelty of demons. Simon looked at the protagonist carefully, then raised his index finger and asked his dear friend, in order to prevent the consequences of the demon king's reign, what would he do? He raised his hand to his chin and thought, a trick question. Should he give his own answer or guess the desired one? Does all this have a big meaning in the conversation? Answer. He looked at it and answered, I would create my own demon king, and agreed. He answered, that's right. The protagonist continued to think. If he heard Prince Albert's plan, he would just laugh at it and answer, how can a human rule the demon king? He asked Izuizu and Eileen how the king is chosen and received this answer. Also, he was previously a human from modern Japan. Most Japanese know that the demon king is a fictional creature that must be defeated and become famous. There is no thought about what will happen to the world after defeat. And if you think about it, the demon king rules all demonic creatures and monsters. As long as demonic creatures exist, it is natural that new rulers will appear. Izuizu asked if he wanted to become the demon king. Until he told Izuizu about it, it did not even occur to him. He knew that Izuizu had his own goals. He wanted to know what plans the human side had. At this time, one of the women hugged him, and he leaned on the sofa and asked, he says that he will create his own demon king? He had thought the same thing before and therefore wanted to have a king in the person of his friend. Then he said, if he doesn't mind, he will speak. Simon added, the decisive factor was that he was able to establish communication. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and asked, couldn't the last demon king negotiate? Simon answered, he wasn't bad, he was just on the other side. He continued to look at him in surprise and thought, Simon can't answer for sure from his position, but he thought highly of the former demon king. He had only communicated with him for a few minutes, they had only managed to exchange a few phrases. And yet, it seemed to him that he was not such a villain. Even Kuro loved him so much, and he ordered the elf sisters to live. The king who controlled all the monsters. What kind of king was he anyway? At this time, Simon laughed and said, well, if he, his friend, becomes the king, then he is sure that their communication will be eternal, and he is not interested in world domination or the destruction of a human race, right? He laughed in response and said that he was not interested. Simon asked, did he see? In other words, making his friend the demon king wasn't such a bad idea. He pointed his finger at him and asked, then why was he against it before? He had only had one woman in his life, and that was a real problem, that's why. That's what happens when he has only had experience with one woman. Akira looked at him in surprise. He continued, "You just need to act, secretly train and raise a new king." The protagonist thought, it seems like their conversation has taken a wrong turn, right now. Simon raised his index finger and continued speaking seriously, and he is a simple young man who is trying to make a marriage proposal a surprise. The protagonist replied, it seems he understands what he means. Simon continued, compared to this, the 3 birth families are in slightly better conditions. The protagonist asked, why? He answered, Albert is useful to humanity, and the 3 aristocrats enjoy achieving their goals. He looked at him and asked who he thinks is better. Then one of the women hugged the protagonist. He laughed and replied, it's a very fine line, but he understood what he wanted to say. He thought, there is nothing more annoying than a person who thinks that what he does is right. Then, he asked Simon, why is he telling him all this? He laughed and replied, because he learns a lot from him, his friend. The protagonist was very surprised and asked, from him? He pointed to his temple and asked where his friend's mind is when he sees a person's true nature. MC asked, when does he see a person who made a mistake? Simon thought the same question and said, since then he has thought about it a lot and began to admire him, his dear friend. He admires his unique point of view and the way he looks at things. The protagonist could not understand what this meant. Then he hugged the 2 women and continued, he is some kind of masterpiece. He has never made a mistake and did everything himself. He thought, he is not sure yet, but considering Prince Albert's ability, it is easy to imagine that he has never made a mistake for a long time and did everything himself. Simon continued, he has a girlfriend, his only fiancée, but when it comes to her, he keeps quiet about it. The protagonist shouted in surprise, what is this for? He explained, and then as he does it with her in silence, connecting their bodies, trying to do everything right, there's nothing wrong with that. Akira was surprised and asked, is this normal, no? By the way, why is he talking about such things? Simon asked, is it true? After he continued, hugging a woman is communication and love, which is born then, contact of bodies, a kind of flow. The need to communicate and work together, this is not something that should be taken seriously and imposed, it is above that. The protagonist added, I see, and thought, he feels as if he was told the whole truth. Simon closed his eyes and clarified, he would be happy if his friend became the Demon King, but he wasn't sure he wanted to force it on him, so he decided to be honest with his dear friend. He was surprised, that's how. He continued, talking about marriage proposals and keeping a woman, talking about turning a friend into a demon king and how the prince had no failures in his life and had developed a habit of doing everything alone without defeats. The protagonist noted, it was hard. Simon laughed and said, it seems like a fly in the ointment can ruin a lot. Akira thought, just a fly, yes, he remembered the words, a kind of masterpiece, an insignificant thing that ruins everything. By the way, he said that when he first met the prince. Simon continued, then his friend, he really is wonderful. The protagonist looked at him and said, he sees through him, and thought, going behind the prince's back, who is trying to take care of everything himself without consulting others, he wants to convince him. The decisive moment. They know that he is trying to rely on Simone, so they are having this conversation. 3 families? The heavenly demon of paradise, the Duke, who is so called according to rumors because he was a duke in the human country. Then he called him and asked what he can do to gain the status of an aristocrat. After a while, they went outside, and the protagonist said, like him, Simone. He answered, he did it again, his dear friend. The women waved after him. One of them said, Lord Akira, for him to come again. The other added, definitely. He turned and waved at them and said, yeah, he will come again, and thought, as expected, a luxurious place. Even when you leave, they try to make the visitor feel good. At this moment, the girls screamed, come on. She can do it. They pushed the girl towards the main character. She took his hand and shouted, please, for him to come again. She will wait for him. He looked at her and said in a satisfied voice, good. Then they walked down the street. Simon laughed and said, as expected from him, his friend. It is rare to hear such words in such establishments. The main character laughed and said, that's how it is. The next day, Karen met him in the forest. He came up to her and said, good morning, Karen. Then asked, is something wrong? She answered, nothing. He looked at her and thought, she is furious. I wonder if he offended her with something? In such a situation, it is necessary to find out the exact reason. Otherwise, you can make an irreparable mistake. Yesterday, he asked Karen to talk to Simon. They walked on. Then she put her hand to her forehead and asked, were they finished talking with the Count? He agreed, then thanked her and added that he learned important things. She looked at him and asked what they talked about. He answered, about how to become an aristocrat among people. She asked, does he want to become an aristocrat? He agreed and added, he is thinking of making such a contract. She has a strange imagination. Aristocrats have different rights depending on the country and time. If you divide it into land holdings and pedigree, then usually the status is associated with one of them. If the status is obtained through land, the system is similar to the clans of the Edo period. The date daimyo of the Sendai domain would be a count here. In the case of status through bloodline, there is no land, only a connection with the family name and positions, and the aristocracy of this world he reincarnated in gains power through land, in a word. After that, he spread his arms out to the sides and said, "He will become the lord of the Goblin Forest, thus he will be its rightful owner." She turned to him and asked, "Why did he decide that?" "No, she knows that it is better to be higher up to protect everyone, however." He raised his index finger and said, "She thinks this is a great way to avoid big problems, right?" She looked at him in surprise and asked, "Isn't that so?" He replied, "That's true." She continued, "Well, she never thought about it." He smiled and replied, "Well, yes, the self-government system. He thinks she will have to participate in it too." She answered, "I see," then asked, "So he thinks that if he becomes part of some organization, his life will become a simple ladder?" That's exactly how he thought. Ladders are usually straight roads. Once he gets to the first step, big problems won't happen that often. She asked, "Doesn't he want to make a name for himself?" He answered, "They raised the bar, and now he can see the results. It would be better if Simon was the only one who knows about his existence. The prince knows everything, Izui's too, and to top it off, he was offered to become the Demon King. If he becomes the Demon King, he will attract a lot of attention. Now they can count on the 3 noble families, but he doesn't want anything like that anymore. And if he goes under Simon's leadership, signing a contract and being content with the class of a small lord of this forest, it will go no further. For aristocrats, there are many rules they must follow to get to the top." She answered, "I see." He thought about it. He thought that Simon knew about it and didn't want to get involved in the connections. Albert immediately tried to make him a king. If he was made a king, there was only one ladder to become a demon king. The protagonist looked at her and asked what she thought. She looked back and said, "There are no flaws in his thinking." He thought, "So they trust him." She asked, "So how is he going to join the count and become an aristocrat?" He answered, "Well, simple." He remembered Simone's words, "If we talk about ways to become an aristocrat, it's even easier than becoming a baron. All he has to do is sign a contract with him, the count, and pay an amount corresponding to the size of his land, and present him with their troops." The protagonist repeated, "Troops." After a while, he talked to one of the Hanzo, so some of his Hanzo team can be invited to participate in expeditions. He shouted, "No problem." The protagonist asked, "Is he sure?" Such a quick answer. He continued, "Yeah, this is similar to what Team Echigoya does, isn't it?" At this point, he realized that the gist of the conversation, this really is no different from how Team Echigoya does his business in the city. The goblins sent for the benefit of the village understand this well. He kept his hands on his waist and said, "So he agrees." The protagonist thanked him and added, "Well, there is still one problem left. He would like to send those who look strong." He asked again, "Who looks like?" He raised his index finger and said, "Yes." He doesn't care whether they are actually strong or not. He just wants them to look like warriors. The aristocrats of this world are similar to the medieval feudal system of the world he lived in. The lower aristocrats make contracts with the higher ones. They offer money and troops in exchange for a title and a guarantee of their position. The protagonist added, since they supply Simon with troops, he would like them to look like warriors, then asked, "Team Hanzo don't like warriors, right?" He replied that he was right. Suddenly, a dragon appeared and asked, "Then what about the dragon?" The protagonist was surprised, turned around and shouted, "Where did it come from?" He asked, "What does he mean? Where did Izuizu go?" "Well, there are people who fight on horses, that's what he means." The protagonist put his hand to his chin, imagined it and asked, "A dragon rider?" He replied, "Exactly." The protagonist continued, "Of course, it would be great if he could do that, but is that even possible?" Izuizu closed his eyes and added, "He has a lot of power in the dragon family, even though he looks like that." He replied that he has no doubt. Izuizu came closer and said, "He can rely on his family." One of the 3 nobles who decide the fate of the Demon King, the Lord of the Black Sky, the Black Dragon, Izuizu. If you think about it, it's not surprising that he has his own family, however. The protagonist looked at him and asked, why does he want to help him? He refused to become the Demon King. He replied that he had lived for a very long time and he still had a long life to live. He would wait for him even if it took a few more years. The protagonist replied, "I see," and thought, in other words, this is an investment in the future. Then he asked, in that case, can he help? The dragon replied that he would try to call. The protagonist asked in surprise, is he going to call them now? At that moment, the dragon shrank all over and suddenly flew up and shouted, "Hey!" Suddenly the sky darkened and a funnel appeared. They looked up in surprise and shouted, "That's it!" At that time, Albert galloped into the clearing and shouted for the horse to stop. Albert has one of the most powerful skills, the ability to change what happened, but he cannot change what happened in a place where he was not. A skill that allows you to correct a mistake in the events in which he participated. So no matter what is happening in the Goblin Village now, Albert has no way to change it. Meanwhile, his friends flew to the dragon. The protagonist looked up at the sky in surprise and turned to the dragon and asked if this happens every time he calls them. Izuizu smiled, agreed and added, "Isn't it cool?" He thought, they look like family, but they wait for a command, like loyal dogs. The protagonist then walked up to one of the dragons, touched it and said, "It's the right size for a goblin to ride." He turned to Izuizu and asked, "Will they be able to fly on them?" He said, "Of course." Then he turned and addressed the dragons and said, "To help them." The protagonist thought, they really listen, and Izuizu is not even family, but his loyal warriors. He turned, looked at him and asked, "Well, Hanzo, will he ride?" He clenched his fists and shouted that he will try. Then he tried to climb on the dragon. He succeeded. He stretched his hand forward and shouted, "Well, let's go." And they flew. Karen looked into the distance and shouted how brave he was. Although he had neither a saddle nor a bridle with reins. MC clarified he was sure that he had horse riding skill. She answered, "I see, it seems that his ideas are becoming reality." He replied, pleased with himself, "Yeah," and thought he was glad that the naming system worked as it should. Then he added, "And so, he will go and have a look." And with the help of levitation magic, he found himself at the same moment next to Hanzo and the dragon. He, seeing him, exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, the village chief. And being in the sky is very cool." The protagonist smiled and said for them to begin. Hanzo prepared to attack, then flew up with the dragon. At that moment, the protagonist stretched out his hand forward and said, "Black flame." He shouted from above that he understood him, the village chief. Then he threw his sword at him. They landed next to the protagonist. They continued fighting. Hanzo had the advantage. At this time, on the ground, Karen looked up and said, "As expected, Hanzo has good combat sense. Akira is at a disadvantage." Izuizu closed his eyes and said, "No, Akira is even useful." She turned to him and asked, "What? What does he mean?" They looked at the sky together where the battle was going on, and he answered, "It's like a teacher training a student." She asked, "A student and a teacher, are they testing their strength?" He agreed and added, "He is like a teacher preparing him, something like that." She noticed, if he says so, Akira seems to be stronger. Izuizu flew up to her and said, "The difference in experience is felt, so she can see." At this moment, the protagonist flew close to Hanzo and shouted that they are caught. Later, they sat on the back of the dragon together, and the protagonist whispered in his ear that he lost and went down. Hanzo and the dragon flew towards him, and he shouted, "As expected, he's strong, chief." The protagonist walked on and replied, "He is too, considering it's his first time riding a dragon." He shouted in surprise, "Really?" The MC added, "He thinks he'll get even better if he learns to use the dragon more effectively." At that moment, they caught up with him, and he continued, "Unlike horses, the dragon can bite or attack with its claws, so if you learn to use it to its full potential, you can attack an enemy with a blind spot and combine attacks." Hanzo was delighted and shouted, "That's right! That's great!" The protagonist thought, as expected, he is the leader of Hanzo's team, possessing many combat skills and well-versed in battle tactics. After they reached Karen, Hanzo waved to her and shouted, "Hey Karen, how is the fight?" She replied, "It was amazing. He handles the dragon as well as a first-class cavalryman." He asked in surprise, "Really?" But he still has some work to do. The protagonist looked at them and thought, it's funny how even with the change of generations, everyone treats her so friendly and adores her, as if they inherited the memory. Suddenly he heard footsteps and some muttering. He turned around, saw the prince, and shouted, "Albert, the prince!" Then he came closer to him and asked, "Why is he here?" He folded his hands behind his back and asked, "Akira, they didn't oppose the Black Sky Dragon, did they?" He replied that they didn't. Albert said, he was in such a hurry, but if nothing happened, then good. Rewind. Afterwards, the dragon laughed and pointed forward. The protagonist asked, "What is it, Izuizu?" He continued laughing and replied, "Nothing." At that moment, the protagonist saw Hanzo stroking the dragon's belly and talking loudly, and it was easy to ride. He looked at him and thought, maybe he was hungry after the battle. What do dragons eat? MC came up, extended his hand to him and asked, does he eat them too? And cast the skill Black Flame. At that moment, the dragon's body glowed, smoke poured out of its mouth. The protagonist looked at it in surprise and thought, Salamander, a huge fire dragon? He changed form after eating the skill Black Flame. He turned around and said, Izuizu, it's him. The protagonist grabbed him, then picked him up and asked, what is he doing? Meanwhile, Kuro and Masane were sitting on a bench and eating. Izuizu asked, what is he doing? He broke free and flew up. The protagonist watched him and thought, he feels like a frog that was eaten by a snake. His whole body seemed to be numb. He said he just gave him a skill to eat. The dragon repeated his words questioningly. Gave him a skill to eat? The protagonist agreed and added, like that time with him. Did he do something bad? Izuizu looked at him, and at that time a large dragon was circling around them. MC thought, even such a large dragon is afraid. Now everything here is controlled by just one look from Izuizu. He closed his eyes and said that he was surprised. Even such a thing happens. Cool. Yes, he's simply amazing. The protagonist thought, no, wait a second, and asked, is this the first time he sees this? He agreed and added, this is the first time he sees this. This is something unheard of. The protagonist noticed, his unheard of scares him. Izuizu said, he lives a very long time. Then Karen came up to him and asked, but didn't he eat Akira's skill? He replied, usually when eating a skill, this doesn't happen. The protagonist asked, and what about them too? He replied, yeah, usually they eat abilities, but they never became like this. He went up to the big dragon and asked, was there anything else that changed in him? At that moment, the big dragon opened its mouth, and flames burst out. Hanzo clenched his fists and shouted, cool. Izuizu was surprised. Completely different. The protagonist said, is that so? Then Izuizu asked, can he do it again? The protagonist suggested, let him try eating another one again. Hanzo agreed. Meanwhile, the protagonist came closer to the dragon, held out the skills and said that he tried this one. The big dragon swallowed it and the protagonist noticed nothing happened. Izuizu said indignantly, what is this? MC went up to another big dragon and asked, what about him? Gave him the skill Lightning Strike. He swallowed it and lit up. They looked at him in surprise, and he said as expected. Izuizu noticed another change in appearance. Yeah, he changed. Later, the protagonist stood next to two large dragons, stretched out his hands to them, and told them to try to eat one more each. One got the flame skill, and the other got the lightning strike. One of the dragons swallowed the skill, and the other watched, and the protagonist asked, does he not want it? He exhaled? At this time, Hanzo came up to him and said, Chief, maybe he is full now. He turned to him and asked, does he think so? Hanzo looked at the dragon and said, well, it seems so. Then he came up to him, began to stroke his muzzle and thought, he loved Hanzo. Then the protagonist turned to the other dragon and said, and he ate another one, but nothing happened. At this time, Karen called him and said that he had already developed Kuro and Hanzo's skills. The protagonist thought about it and said, that's true. If they give the same skill that was originally, then when merging, the level increases. He combined the alter ego that Hanzo had with the alter ego that he inherited from another goblin and created shadow clones. If the developed skill was innate, then he can take on the role of the carrier of a higher level skill. Karen folded her arms across her chest and thoughtfully said, these skills are much more powerful than usual, and what does this mean? The protagonist thought about it and asked if he should feed them the skill. He began to reason. An interesting question. He understands why Karen asked it. Lightning strike and lightning strike equal thunderstorm. He held out the skill and thought, this is the skill that the previous Hanzo left. Then he tossed it, and the large dragon swallowed the skill. A little earlier they had been walking down the road and Kainas had thanked Echigoya. He had looked at him in surprise, and Kainas had continued. He had made and given his daughter clothes. He had remembered how she had tried on the dress and joyfully screamed, wow, from Echigoya himself. He had laughed and said, come on, it was nothing, and had added that he could contact him at any time. With his protection, they could trade in peace. He had looked into the distance and said, he was just doing his job, and had remembered how his daughter had thanked him. Echigoya had looked at him and noticed, and he loved his daughter. Kainas said thoughtfully, she is his treasure. No one can replace her. Echigoya closed his eyes, clenched his fists and said loudly, he also wants his children soon. As soon as he finishes the work here, he will make children. Then he asked, but his daughter will soon be ready to bear a child, right? Then Kainas got angry and said menacingly, what is he even talking about? He asked for forgiveness in fear, and added, he does not know what happened, but asks for forgiveness. Suddenly several dragons appeared. Kainas turned to him and shouted for him to quickly hide back. He shouted in fear, Kainas, what is wrong with these dragons? He took out his sword, prepared for battle and said, now is not the time to discuss this. Echigoya asked what they will do. He answered, he will do the work he accepted. Then he swung his sword and hit the dragon. It fell, then followed by several more blows, and the other dragons also fell dead. Echigoya was sitting in the bushes and watching what was happening. When it was all over, he screamed, amazing. Kainas, this is just something. He walked up to him and said, it's still dangerous here. He extended his hand to him and shouted faster, they must run away from here. But before he could finish speaking, someone stuck a knife in his back from behind. The stranger in the cloak smiled and said, not bad at all for a human. At that moment, he fell to the ground, and Echigoya got scared and screamed, Kainas. He saw, got scared, backed away and told him not to come closer. He hadn't returned yet and hadn't had time to make children. At that moment, the stranger came closer to him, grabbed him by the chest, lifted him up and slammed him into the ground with all his might. Then she looked at him and walked away. And at that moment, Izuizu screamed, amazing. No matter how you look at it, Hanzo added, they have become huge and look strong. Search skill, no skills. The protagonist looked at the dragons and said, these two have no skills. He agreed and added, because they had nowhere to eat such a thing. The protagonist laughed and said, so this is the criterion. He would like to check one more thing, but it looks like they are full. Karen guessed, most likely. The protagonist said, well, he can't force them to eat, so they will finish for today. After Hanzo went to the large dragons and asked, why don't the two of them take a bath? They growled in response. Then the protagonist asked, will they be okay if they go into the water? At this time, all the villagers began to disperse to their homes. The protagonist turned to Hanzo and said, a demonstration for the expedition, which was discussed at dinner. Tomorrow, they are going to show themselves to Simon, so first thing in the morning they will go to meet with the people. Hanzo agreed and shouted that he understood. The protagonist continued, this is just a training battle, so, he doesn't worry, nothing terrible will happen. Hanzo looked back and shouted, yes, he will defeat any enemy. But he is not sure that he will be able to get home by the end of the day tomorrow. He just promised to make children when the whole battle was over. MC shouted irritably, another death flag. Hanzo looked at him and asked, death? He replied, no, nothing. How many times has he seen this before? Suddenly he felt something. Hanzo asked, what is it, village chief? He answered, the notification skill, then shouted at him to watch over the village, and cast the skill levitate. Hanzo agreed. Notification is a skill that sends him a simple message under certain circumstances. After the previous attack on Enchigoya, kindness was placed nearby to protect, but he wasn't sure if that was enough, so he cast the skill on Enchigoya, and it worked. Later, he thought, Echigoya, he wished he was okay, and saw Echigoya sitting next to the line kindness and asking the dragons not to come. The protagonist stretched his hands forward and shouted the skill Black Flame. The flames engulfed the dragons and they fell dead. Echigoya saw the protagonist and screamed, Chief! He ran to him and screamed, is he okay? He replied that he was okay, but here was kindness. The protagonist approached him, felt him, looked at him and said, he was breathing, he would be okay, and used the skill Great Healing. Then he turned to Echigoya and asked, what happened here? He began to cry and, wiping away his tears, screamed that he did not know. Suddenly a dragon appeared from the sky, and then kindness. He looked at him carefully and said, that's how scared he was. The protagonist thought, he was not prepared enough for the battle, because of the panic when he was attacked. Later, Echigoya calmed down and asked, what is it, chief? And he replied, everything is fine, the healing is slow because of the injury. The protagonist remembered and thought, the first time Izuizu also recovered slowly, wasn't it because of the weakness of the body? In that case, meanwhile Karen screamed quickly, this way. She and the goblins of the village ran forward and saw Kuro lying on the ground. Yunomiya wanted to run to her, but her sister grabbed her tightly, then she screamed, Kuro! At this time, the stranger in the cloak dealt with the goblins in the village. Hanzo ran towards the attacker, ready to fight. Not far away behind a tree, a goblin girl stood and thought, everything is fine, as soon as this battle is over, they will make children. Hanzo jumped up, swung, wanted to hit the stranger with his sword, but received a counterblow and flew away. Then he got up and wanted to attack again, but again received a blow. And the stranger in the cloak said, he is the strongest goblin she has met. Then she hit him with all her strength, he flew away and fell to the ground. The stranger turned around and leaving said, so, and Izuizu. Kuro got very angry and the other Hanzo came up to him, knelt down and called him. Recently at the festival she called, Hanzo, and thanked him for recently. He smiled and answered, she was also magnificent. She thought, just this one phrase changed the whole atmosphere. Then she stretched out, laughed and shouted, of course, because it was her. He smiled back and said, no matter how you look at it, but she, Kuro, is like a princess, and they look like her knights. Then he added, and yet the village headman is magnificent, and for Kuro, such a role is perfect. She squinted one eye and shouted probably, and she praises him for his sharp gaze, for he sees right through her true nature. A little later they stood together, and he said, also, he would like to try to really become her knight. She looked at him in surprise, then quickly got ready and said loudly, oh yeah, for him to wait a second. He was surprised and shouted, Kuro. She ran forward and shouted, she figured out how to make him a knight. She'd been to many places, met many people, and brought him a gift. Then she walked up to the main character, raised her hand up and shouted, Akira! He looked at her in surprise and asked, Kuro? Where had she been these 3 days? She answered mysteriously that she was looking for something. He asked, is everything okay? She rubbed her eyes with her hand and laughed. He added that she couldn't leave alone while she was under his supervision. Then she asked, by the way, where is Hanzo? He repeated, Hanzo, she shouted, she has something she wants to give him. He replied, if she's talking about that Hanzo, then he's there, and pointed towards the cemetery. She looked at him in surprise. Then they stood in the cemetery near the grave, and the protagonist said, 3 days for a goblin is too long. She knelt down and cried, Hanzo? Suddenly a stranger in a cloak appeared and raised her hand, ready to attack. At that very moment, a goblin appeared near Kuro and shouted, "Kuro, watch out!" She looked at his back and remembered how they rode a horse together, how good it was for them. Then he asked, "Is she okay, Kuro?" She agreed. Then he added that she should leave her to him and quickly run away from here. She shouted that she would fight too. He smiled and loudly told her to leave everything to her knight. She ran away and shouted, "Okay." At that time, one goblin was resurrected and received Hanzo's unique skill and stood with another Hanzo. Their eyes were shining. They were ready to attack. He shouted, would he mind if he called him senpai? He answered, "No problem. Where is the village head?" Hanzo said, "He went somewhere, but he will definitely come back." Another added, "I'm sure he will notice right away and come back." Hanzo shouted, "In a word, they need to buy time." He asked, "Is he ready?" He answered, "Of course." Senpai said, "Okay." Then he crossed his arms and Hanzo's skill worked, the shadow clone technique. There were more of them, and they rushed to attack. He shouted, "Forward." They attacked the stranger in the cloak from all sides and received blows from her in return. At one point, Hanzo stuck his sword into her back, and she began to fall. They stood on the ground, and Senpai asked, "Did they manage?" Suddenly, the stranger began to rise. Magic swirled around her body, and they screamed in surprise, "What? This is not fair." She raised her hands up, prepared to attack. They ran forward to attack. Then blood balls appeared on her, and she began to attack. At this time, Kuro shouted, "Hanzo, for him to catch, use it," and threw him a sword. He caught it and said in surprise, "This is it." Kuro shouted, "This is the sword that the princess gives to her knight." He swung the sword and hit the stranger. The cloak was torn, and the stranger put her hand on her chest and said, "To be defeated by an ordinary goblin." Kuro smiled, clenched her fists, and joyfully shouted, "Hanzo, he is incredibly cool." The enemy took on his true form. He shouted, "Forward, senpai." He agreed and raised his sword. Alchemy skill. Then he turned and shouted, "That's right. Where are the dragons? This is a real battle. They are here, right?" He asked them to help them defeat them. They were puzzled. What was going on? Why weren't they attacking? Meanwhile, she raised her hand and released a wave of energy. They began to attack her in a jump. Meanwhile, Kuro watched what was happening and shouted, "Yes, the two of them are something else." Hanzo shouted, he doesn't know who she is, but she needs to get out of their village quickly. She replied that he should try to force her. He got angry and yelled, "They will try." He started attacking her with his sword while yelling, "Here she is." She dodged, then ran and headed towards them saying, "What a pity." He decided to use Hanzo's unique skill. She looked and said, there were more of them again. At that time, a goblin jumped on her back and said, "The skill liquid body." She tried to free herself, but she couldn't grab him. Hanzo and Senpai ran towards her and shouted, "It's over." Kuro screamed, "Did they do it?" At that time, they pointed their swords at her, and the goblin with the skill liquid body did not allow her to move. She smiled maliciously, tried to free her hand and said, "And they are strong. As a reward, she will leave them alive." Then she threw them in different directions with all her might. Kuro saw him lying on the ground and ran towards him shouting, "Hanzo." She looked and said, "What an interesting power. It seems to be a unique skill. Oh well." Then she headed towards Kuro and said, she will ask only once so that she listened carefully. She asked, "Where is he?" Kuro screamed and rushed to attack. She almost reached the stranger's face with her fist and shouted in surprise, "Why can't she move?" She tried to move her hand. It didn't work. She said, "Enough, she will ask someone else." At that time, the stranger hit Kuro with all her might and said this. At that moment, Kuro flew down. The stranger headed towards her, and suddenly Kuro saw Eileen ahead and screamed. She took the pheromone skill and shouted at Kuro to run. She would hold her back. Kuro stood up and shouted back. What was she talking about? She would fight too. They would finish her off together. She got angry and asked. They would finish her off, they said. Then she pulled the cloak over her head and put it on. Kuro asked, "Like then? Is she kidding?" She looked at her, smirked and replied, and she was quick on the uptake. But unfortunately, time was up. Well, that's it. She would get rid of them quickly and find her boy herself. She raised her hand, raised her palm, released a wave of energy. Kuro shrank and said, "Enough." At that moment, the black flame skill was activated, and a hail of icicles then fell on the stranger. She saw the protagonist and asked who he was. He introduced himself, Akira. Somewhere nearby, Izuizu was watching behind a tree. He was nervous about his mother. The protagonist looked at her carefully, turned on the appraisal skill and found out skills, a unique skill for opening the sky and earth. He thought, some kind of cool ability again, then said, "This is their village, so she should leave here." She raised her hand and answered, and for a goblin, he is too impudent. He looked at her and continued that he asks her to leave. If she does not obey, they will use force. She smirked and told him to try. He answered, "That's how," and used the shadow clone technique skill and black flame. From all sides, many clones began to throw black flames at her. She said, "He is impudent." He raised his hand and said he expected that she would be able to bypass the black flame, then cast the skill alchemy. She got angry and shouted. He underestimated her too much. She turned the skill and pointed it at him. He clenched his hand into a fist and asked, "In that case, how about this?" Skill Shadow Clone Technique Indexing. There were more of them and she couldn't catch them and said, constantly moving. Then she got her bearings and shouted, "How naive." She began to attack. Later he appeared behind her and shouted, "This is it." Their eyes met and he said he was trapped. She put her hand on her waist and noticed, and he was more problematic than the first. He asked what she knew about him. She replied, "She doesn't know this little weakling." The protagonist thought, apparently he didn't have enough information for the first time. If he continued in the same spirit, would he be able to defeat her? What happened between them? At that time, Izuizu came out from behind the tree and said, "Mom," then headed towards her. The protagonist was surprised and asked, "What do you mean by that?" He asked, "How did he got here?" MC replied, "He sent a shadow clone in advance. He is also a dragon. If the enemy looks like a dragon, then his premonition tells him that something might be wrong." She closed her eyes and said that he is smart. He looked at her and added, "Well, let's see how she will get out of this now." At that time, she grabbed his head and said, "Izuizu?" Found it. Then she asked, "Izuizu, isn't he ashamed to use goblins as a shield?" He said in fear, "Mom, well this." She lifted him up and hit the ground with all her might, then grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and screamed, "He is a pathetic child. How pathetic he is." At this time, the protagonist, who was watching this, raised his hand and was indignant. What kind of ridiculous use of power is this? And she was just scolding him. After some time, in the village, the goblins with the unique skill of Hanzo raised their mugs and said, "Let's drink to all the Hanzos." They entered the village, and she asked how they could feast like this after being attacked. The protagonist answered, "Goblins' grief does not last long." She asked why. He continued, "Grief stops movement, and the longer they grieve, the closer the end of their race. Goblins always lead a bright life, drink, have fun, reproduce." She looked at her in surprise and said, "This is how it is built." Then he turned to her and said, "That's why he will be the one who will be angry." He asked who she was, and why did she do this? She looked at him and answered that she was chasing Izuisa. The protagonist asked why all this. Did he do something to her? She smiled and asked, "Does he not know?" He said thoughtfully, but he was not in the mood for questions. She headed towards Izuizu hanging on the tree. At that time, a small goblin approached the protagonist and called him. He looked at him and asked what he wanted. He asked, "Is Izuizu okay?" The protagonist answered, "Of course, everything is fine, his mother is just teaching him some sense." He wondered, "But why? Did he do something bad?" The protagonist thoughtfully said, "Well, most likely." Then they ran to Izuizu and he said, "I understand." The other added, "Then they will go and punish him too." The protagonist pointed his finger at them, shouted for them to wait. He thought, they should not let their guard down. Later, the small goblins stood near Izuizu, hanging on the tree, and asked, "Did his mother punish him?" She lowered her eyes and said, "These children are like always." The protagonist looked at her and asked, now maybe she should tell him who she was. She replied that she had no name. He was surprised and asked, "She had no name? Why?" She said it just happened that way, but if she had to name it, it would be Creation Myth. He asked, "The name of the skill?" She was surprised and asked, "What? Does it have an analysis or evaluation, or something like that?" Then she sighed and asked, "He's a goblin, right? Since he has such a skill," she will be brief. "Every time she dies, she creates a new life form. The skill myth of consciousness is activated after death, and a reincarnation into a completely new species occurs. The founder of the species and the continuer of the lineage is born." He looked at her in surprise. She continued, "A unique skill, the myth of creation. The skill was the first creature of this world. Every time it is reborn into something new and creates offspring. After the first death, it created the heavens, then it created the earth. After hundreds of deaths after the world took shape, it was reborn as a living being. Death is inseparable from new life, and it will always be like this until the cycle is broken. The skill always works. They reincarnate and give birth to a new race." He thought, it really sounds like a myth. The Japanese creator god Izanagi washed his nose, left and right eyes with water. He gave birth to 3 kami. The protagonist said, "It sounds like she is a god." She replied that she does not think it is that important. Perhaps she is even more like an angel. He noted, "And so, the creator god of heaven and earth." She confirmed, "That is it." MC asked, "And now she is a dragon?" She agreed and added, "If she dies now, a new race will be born, and she does not know what it will be." It was as if it was a reflection of everything she felt was missing in her previous life. He continued, "And so she became a mother," then thought, "And her words are confirmed by skills." Now he understands why Izuizu couldn't do anything. Children can never stand up to their parents, no matter how far they go, and no matter how old their parents are. The protagonist said, now he knows a little more about her. Then he asked, "But why is she chasing Izuizu?" She wondered, "This little one, doesn't he want to become a demon lord?" The protagonist agreed and said, "He did talk about it. She continued, she thinks about 200 years ago, he fought Cassius. He asked again, Cassius? He had never heard that name before. She said, well, he's a goblin, so it's not strange that he doesn't know. If he were a human, he would know history better. He asked, maybe he's the one called the Duke of Demons? Izuizu fought Cassius, the first of the road demons, for half a year and lost. She shouted, so he does know. The protagonist asked, was it a war? She disagreed and added, a simple fight, youthful maximalism. He thought 6 months of fighting. She continued, so he thinks he can take revenge, and now he is looking for a pawn to help him with this. He was surprised and asked, so he is a demon lord? She barked and also pathetic looking. The village chief asked and she hunted him to stop? She shouted, of course. A proud dragon should not ask for help from anyone. She only punished him a little, and he ran away. He asked again, a little? Then he thought, he does not quite believe her story, but he got the gist. But whatever the story was, he looked at her and said, this is not a reason to involve goblins, so it seems to him. She agreed and added that it was her fault, then asked, what should she do? He looked at her and asked again, what should she do? She said that she didn't want to commit any crime. It was just a way to solve a problem. Then she asked how she could be forgiven. The protagonist thought, I'm sure the goblins won't let today drag on. On the contrary, in a few days everything will be as if nothing happened, so for them it's not a terrible crime. He said, never again goblins. No, he wants her to promise not to attack the people he protects. She replied, okay, she promises. The protagonist thought she's a proud dragon and will definitely keep her word. She continued that she won't apologize, but she will give one piece of advice. He asked, advice? She continued, she had heard rumors about the goblin lords and she had seen their real abilities. Creatures that do not restrain their abilities bring suffering to others. He looked at her in surprise and asked what this means. Suddenly, Karen came out of the forest and called him, then asked if they got what they wanted. He agreed and added, everything is fine now. She replied, okay, a messenger from the count is already on his way. They turned, looked at her, and she agreed and added that she was coming. Then she looked at Izuizu hanging on a rope tied to a tree, and he asked what happened, mother. She said, perhaps he doesn't understand. Creatures are happiest in positions slightly below their abilities. Sometimes they find themselves out of place in a position that isn't right for them. But if they sink too low, they will attract children like him. She looked after the protagonist as he walked away and continued, the Goblin King, he is the one who should be, and yet he is in too low a position right now, isn't he? Later, they were walking through the forest and Karen asked about this girl. Is he sure about her? He thought about it and said, well, she seems pretty reliable to him. She asked, is she? He agreed and added, but he is not completely sure yet. She is the type who gets angry easily, but is also cold and distant because of her abilities. In a way, she is even easier to understand than Izuizu. She put her hand to her chin and noticed, if you look at it from this angle. He told her not to worry. He won't make that mistake again. Then put his hand to his chest and told her to leave everything to him. She turned to him and said, okay. Then Hanzo came out of the forest, waved his arms and asked, Chief, is he leaving? He agreed and added that he would go to Simone and reminded Hanzo to stay in the village. He shouted back, okay, you can rely on him. The protagonist looked at him and asked, Hanzo, is he okay? After the previous fight, he buried his own body. The second time he witnessed such a scene, burying himself, a rather strange feeling, everything is the same as with Masamune, and shouted for him not to worry. Even if that woman attacks him again, he will get rid of her for sure. The protagonist did not agree and added, he means his body, mood, skills. He yelled, and that too. He will take care of everything. The protagonist looked at him carefully, turned on the search skill and saw that he had skills, a unique skill called Hanzo. The protagonist asked, what about the golden sickle and the rider? He had many skills, right? And added, but now he has great skill. He can summon all his predecessors, for example. Hanzo's skill. At that moment, other goblins appeared. The protagonists shook their hands, shouted, guys, and asked, are they okay? One replied that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The other one replied, he doesn't know how, but he's back and feeling well. MC thought, he didn't pay attention during the battle. Even he doesn't know if that's true. Then he clarified, so Hanzo is a skill that can summon predecessors, right? He agreed and added, the Hanzos you summon are almost no different from the living ones. He remembered the skills shadow cloning and liquid and said in surprise, each of them had their own skill. That's great. Then Karen looked at him and said, she's sure it's thanks to him. He said thoughtfully, I don't even know if that's true. She raised her hand to her chest and said, she's sure they are too. He looked at her in surprise and thought, 7 days is not that long for a person. The past generations are closely connected to Karen. After Masamune and Hanzo, Ichigoya must have gained hope that he too would eventually return. At that time, Kuro ran towards them and shouted, Akira, where is he going? Then she saw the others and shouted, Hanzo and the others. Then she came up and stretched out her hands to him and asked, Hanzo, is he okay? Is he injured? He stretched out his hands in response and said, "Everything is fine. Even if he gets injured, he can still resummon them and then he will be on his feet again." After that, she began to throw him up and shout, "This is great, how great." The protagonist entered the city and came to see Simone. The protagonist was sitting on the sofa across from him when the maid came into the office and started pouring tea. Then she turned around, smiled and said, "Hello, Mr. Akira." Then asked, "Did something good happen?" He looked at her and said, "Oh yeah, he met someone he thought he would never see again." She closed her eyes and said, "Wonderful." Then she bowed and left. Simon apologized to his dear friend for calling him over. He replied, "Everything is fine." Then asked, "What is today?" Simon replied, "Well, he drafted a contract and thought he should see it." The protagonist was happy and shouted, "Finally a contract." The contract Simon was talking about is a contract of nobility. Although nobility varies from country to country, in this world it is more like a form of feudal lord-servant relationship. Subordinates are vassals of their lord, and they are bound to each other by contractual obligations. The subordinate provides money and troops in the amount specified in the contract. The lord receives a portion of the money to protect the name, lands, and people. Although different, it is a bit like the Yakuza, with a boss and assistants. Simon handed him the contract and said, "Well then." The protagonist said he would read it now, and Simon added, then after, for him to come up with a name for the forest. The protagonist asked in surprise, "A name for the forest?" He smiled and said, as it was said at the beginning of the contract, he will give the forest under his protection to his bosom friend, and the name of the forest will be the name of his friend's barony. Since he is signing a contract with him, the Count, he will become Yuaran. He answered, "I understand," and began to read the contract. While reading, he thought, everything Simon said is described here. He makes the forest his own, in exchange for providing him with an army of goblins and paying taxes, and Simon will provide him with political patronage. This is one of the basic feudal relationships between a master and a servant. Simon added that he should read everything very carefully. He replied, of course, he already had problems with contracts. Then he remembered that when he was human, when renting a house, he had a painful experience with a part of the contract at the end of the sheet that was impossible to read without a magnifying glass. Since then, he tries to read the contract carefully. Simon noticed, "This is great, his friend." The protagonist asked, "What?" Simon added, "It is not like this all over the world. They think Simon won't deceive them, so everything is fine. There are many people who have the wrong attitude towards contracts." The headman thought, "Some people sign them with certain people just to look good. Imagine what it is like to tune into such a wave." Simon carefully watched him study the contract. When MC finished reading, he turned, agreed and said that everything was fine, no problem, then thought, there were not even pitfalls, seemingly invisible lowercase letters, and the content is quite simple, which is more than enough for an advantage. Simon remarked, "Well then," he and his friend would sign the contract, and his dear friend would become a baron. As long as he doesn't oppose him, no one will be able to interfere with him. Akira thanked him. Simon was the emperor's uncle and a count, not many would want to fight him for real. The protagonist thought, maybe they could breathe a little easier now, but from a village chief and straight to a baron. Then Simon asked, he had already chosen the name of the forest, they only had to sign everything. The protagonist came to his senses and said, "Yes, that's true." Then he put his hand to his chin and said, "Name, name." Then he thought, there are good geographical names, Sekigahara or Okehazama would do. Honuji is a bad omen. Barony, that's what they will be called from now on, we need to think of a good name. Later they signed the contract. At this time the Count read the contract and turned to the servant standing opposite. He asked, "Some goblin is now a baron?" The servant asked, "What does he think?" He answered, "The old Count, it seems he has too much free time." So he gathered the people. Then he stood up, banged his fist on the table and shouted, "Yes, they will get this goblin head and throw it at the feet of this old man." And at this time, there was a celebration in the village. They laid a delicious dinner. The myth of creation tried it and shouted, "How delicious." She had never tasted anything like it. Masamune said, this recipe was suggested to her by the headman. It is mayonnaise, a common additive to the dish. It is even more versatile than it seems. Myth of creation asked, "Mayonnaise. What is it?" "I've never eaten anything so delicious." Masamune's double fried chicken served with mayo and ketchup. Then she pointed at the sauce and said, "This red one, very spicy, and the mayo is just wonderful." Masamune suggested that they try it like this for the next portion and began to mix the mayo and sauce. She looked and asked, "Is she going to mix it with all the mayo?" Masamune smiled, finished mixing and said, "Yeah, now let her try this version too." The creation myth looked at the plate and said in surprise, "It's the color of giblets." At this time, the protagonist returned, heard and thought, interesting comparison. Then she tried it and screamed, "Delicious. This is definitely better." Masamune put her hand to her chin and said, she's glad she liked it. The protagonist's mouth began to water from all this and he thought, He is familiar with the taste and versatility of mayonnaise, but he does not know what it tastes like mixed with ketchup. He will try it later. At that moment, the studio door opened and Hokusai shouted, "Finished." She turned and asked, "Is it ready?" He agreed and proudly continued, "This is the freshest new episode." He is the Hokusai of his generation. Despite his large size for a goblin, he has drawing skills. She ran inside the studio, picked up a book and screamed. She was waiting for this. Now she will see. The protagonist turned around and saw her next to him and asked, "Kuro?" She asked, "What is this?" He answered, "It is called manga." She asked in surprise, "Manga?" He agreed and added that Hokusai invented it. It is a story with pictures. Kuro should read them. He can assure her that the works of the Hokusai studio are very good. Meanwhile, she was reading the manga carefully. Kuro said that they were so carefree, even if there was such a dangerous creature nearby. The village chief clarified that it was because they were goblins, then asked if it was the same with Kuro. Wasn't it? He continued, "They become friendly when they know that there is no enemy with them." Kuro folded her arms and asked, "Is that really true?" He agreed. At that time, they heard some sounds above them. MC raised his head and shouted, "Izu Izu." Then Kuro continued. She thought that this wasn't quite right. Akira asked, "What do you mean by wrong?" Izu said, "The reason for the goblin's friendliness is because he feels protected, safe." He asked, "Isn't that what he said?" The dragon disagreed and added, "It's completely different. The main dangerous object is Mom, but because they are here, the goblins feel safe. That's the most important thing." The protagonist looked at him in surprise and thought, they realized that the one who was sent to Simon was a clone, while the real him remained in the village? Kuro said, "Well, she agreed with them on that. With Akira here, they can all rest easy even if he is one of the most troublesome ones here." The protagonist answered, "Is that so?" But still, then asked if he could ask something. Izuizu asked in response, "What? Does he want to joke about his condition?" The protagonist disagreed and said he wanted to ask if it was hard for him to fly like that. He answered, "Not at all. If he puts all his effort into it, he tried to fly." The protagonist smiled and thought he even felt a little sorry for him. His contract with Simone was very effective. He became the Baron of Rikusen instead of the headman of the Goblin village, and the forests of the city were handed over to them for protection. The occasional incursions of adventurers into the territory suddenly stopped on the day the contract was made public. Later, they were walking through the forest, and Hanzo put his hands behind his head and said, "No more patrols in the forest, and no more incidents." The protagonist said, "That's good, the forest seems a lot calmer than before." He replied loudly, "He knows, but still." The protagonist clarified, "By the way, or are there any restrictions or limits to the new skills?" He was surprised and asked, "Limits?" The MC looked at him and asked, "Hanzo can summon all the Hanzos of the past, right? Is there a limit to the number of times he can summon?" He thought about it and replied, "Yes. He doesn't think there is a limit to the number or even the time. It's like storing water in a vessel and using it." Akira clarified, "Like recharging a battery in your own vessel, or do they all share one?" He replied, "Separate ones," then shouted, "Chief, you're amazing." Hanzo was surprised and said that he couldn't believe that he understood everything. He turned around and admitted that he was grateful to that guest. Thanks to her, he was able to spend more time with the headman. Akira said that he understood. It was a positive thing. If he was so happy, he couldn't deny it either. At that time, he clenched his fist and raised his hand, showed his strength and shouted, Hanzo, he fights for the chief. When enemies appear, he will fight without hesitation." The protagonist thanked him and said that he was counting on him. Meanwhile, in the mansion, Simon was reading a letter. He said, "A declaration of war," then crumpled the letter, thought of Akira and said, "It's not good. If he does this now, he will have to drag him in too." At that time, the myth of creation knocked on the door and shouted, "Masamune, and that mayonnaise she made her the other day." She came in, saw them near the stove, and Masamune asked, "What happened, mistress?" She looked at them carefully and was surprised and said, "An elf and a goblin." Then she hesitated and said that it was nothing. It was simple. Elves have a long life, but are so susceptible to diseases typical for this race. Next time, she will not be so worried that her life is short. She wants to be a being who enjoys life to the fullest. Then she raised her hand and tapped her forehead with her finger and said, each time she fell from one extreme to another. Her reincarnation was different from Akira's. She reincarnated into another person. The memories of the previous life were foggy, but at the same time she remembered so clearly the transition from an elf to a goblin. Masamune approached her and asked if she was unwell. She ruffled her hair and replied that she did a bad thing. Because of her, the goblin's life is so short. She did not want to follow in the footsteps of the elves and made their life cycles so small. Then she began to ruffle Daika's hair. She asked, "What?" Later, they both stood there looking at her in surprise and scratching their heads. Creation Myth asked, "By the way, what is this? It smells so delicious." Masamune remembered and replied, "Oh right, this dish is called curry." She repeated, "Curry." She continued, the village chief had just told her about it, and she decided to try making it together. Creation Myth noticed, It turns out he knows so many dishes. Masamune clenched her fists and shouted, "Yes, their village chief is the best. It seems he knows all the dishes that can be made." Daika noticed, "Mr. Kira said it goes with everything, and he has never met anyone who didn't like it. That's how good this dish is." She asked, "Is that really true?" Masamune replied, "Yes," the village chief said confidently. Daika shouted, "If Mr. Akira says so, then she's sure it's delicious." At that moment, she saw Karen running past through the open door and thought it was her again. The protagonist was sitting at the table, turned around and asked in surprise, "A declaration of war?" She stood next to him, agreed and added, "The main reason the emperor's uncle, the duke, was here was to capture the neighboring county of Biscayne." He thought for a moment and said, "Count Biscayne? Biscayne." She continued, "Count Cygnus, who is presented to this Biscayne, declared war on the duke." The protagonist thought, until now he had all his hands busy with the forest, but he had heard the name of the neighboring lands from the merchants. Yes, a difficult situation. He was silent for a long time, as the duke was watching him closely, but the protagonist agreed and said that they would have to send their own troops. According to the Baron's contract with Simone, when the Lord goes to war, his duty is to provide troops on first request. This is where things get a little interesting. As long as the Baron provides the soldiers stipulated by the contract, he is obliged to fulfill his duty. Whether the Lord wins or loses the battle, it does not affect their situation, 5 people. And the contract signed by Baron Akira of Ricken and Duke Simon of Ophiuchus was, when Simon goes to war, he only needs to provide 5. In the Ricken forest, the harvest is close to 0, so the number is only 5 people. The protagonist put his hands on the table and said, "He is calling Hanzo." She came closer to him and asked him to wait. This is what she came to talk about. This time, the count said that there was no need to send troops. He was surprised and asked, "No need?" She agreed and added, "He has just started to rule here in Ricken, so his situation is still unstable. Says that this time he will not have to send troops as a special exception." MC raised his hand to his chin and thought that he was grateful and could understand what Simon was talking about. Then he looked at her, disagreed, and added, "They will send Hanzo and his men." She asked why. He replied, "Simon made a deal with him to turn the goblins into barons. Most likely some people don't like it, especially the other barons. Some of them might even complain that a goblin has the same status as them. If Simon made a special exception for him, there would be too much hostility," she said, surprised that. He interrupted her and said that it was okay, and thanked her for that, then thought he was sure Karen heard him. Later, the troops were standing at the entrance of the forest. One of the soldiers knelt down and said, "Captain." He asked, "What should they do?" Then he continued, "The goblins began to move. 5 goblins and 2 dragons. They look like riders." The captain said he was surprised they had dragons, but considering how they used them, he would say that was all the dragons they had. One of the soldiers suggested maybe. The captain continued, "They lured out the goblins that would make good soldiers. The rest were just trash, so they were going deeper." He then added, "Master Kignat's order was about the goblin heads. They would kill half of them and take their heads with them." One of the soldiers asked, "Half? Just half?" The captain replied, "The goblins would become dangerous if they killed too many of them." He replied, "Okay." The captain then shouted, "Start, all troops forward." Suddenly the protagonist stood in their way and told them to stop. The captain asked who he was. The protagonist replied, "Baron Akira Ricken," and they were in his territory. He demanded that they leave immediately. The captain smiled and asked, "So this is the leader? He is a goblin who thinks he is a noble? If so, then his head is worth something." After he commanded them to kill him, the soldiers headed towards the protagonist. He looked at them and thought, now the soldiers, more problems than the adventurers who periodically invaded here. But he destroyed all the soldiers with one of his skills. Sitting on a tree branch and watching what was happening, "The myth of creation," she said, "a small monster." The protagonist looked at the lying soldiers and asked what they wanted. The myth of creation climbed down from the tree and ran up to him, saw them and asked who these children were. He answered, that's exactly what he wanted to know. She looked closely and asked what he was doing. At this time, he approached one of the soldiers and used the skill Great Healing. He raised himself, sighed and said in surprise, "Where am I?" Then he stood up, saw Akira in front of him, came to his senses, prepared to attack and screamed when he. At this moment, the protagonist used the Law of the Jungle skill. The soldier stopped, froze, and the protagonist asked who they were. People? On whose orders did they attack them? The soldier replied, they were Count Kignas's people. They came to attack the Goblin Forest on the Count's orders. MC asked why they came here. He replied, to hunt the goblins who were caught in the sabotage and were left defenseless. Their heads must be delivered to the Count of Frontier. The elder asked again, the Count of Frontier, why Simon? The soldier replied that he did not know. The protagonist said sadly, only about the attack on the goblins on the Count's orders. He does not know anything. She clarified. Ordinary soldiers always only follow orders. He thought, it is true, on the battlefield you cannot convey much information, especially to a simple soldier. Too much information can lead to indecision. The soldier's hesitation can lead to the collapse of the entire operation. Not giving information to the wrong people is the logic that is confirmed during interrogation, and the soldier understands that the instructions he has received are all he needs to know. He closed his eyes and said, but to be attacked for such a reason, Ben thought he shouldn't even say it. Simon has him at gunpoint. Then she asked, so what? What about these children? He thought about it and said, well, he wants to ask them to be his messengers. She asked in surprise, messengers. A little later, Kigna's territory. The army lined up in the garden near the mansion. The count looked at them carefully and said to the captain, he wants to say that they were defeated, then asked, but are they all alive? Then he also looked at this, what they are holding in their hands, and asked, what is this? The captain bowed his head and replied, he is here to tell him. Count, he returned the goblin's head as he ordered. The count was surprised and asked, what is he talking about? At this time all the soldiers stretched out their hands and said, here they are, sir. He got angry and shouted, what kind of joke is this? How dare they? Just a stone. The captain looked at what he was holding in his hands and said in surprise, a stone, really? The count shouted in rage, what the hell? This is the goblin head he ordered to bring. The captain brought the stone to his face, opened his eyes wide and threw, how dare he say that this is a stone? He brought him a goblin head. The count turned to the servants and asked, what do they see here? They shouted, yes, sir. The guy said, this is an ordinary stone. The girl answered, a stone. The count exploded and asked, and what the hell is going on here? A little earlier, the soldiers were returning from the forest. They thought that they were carrying heads. They did not realize that they were stones. The myth of the creation looked at the protagonist and asked, this is the skill of the previous demon lord, right? He watched the soldiers leave, agreed and added, it is called the law of the jungle. She continued, when he ordered them to make the stones look like goblins' heads, what did he want? He replied that he just wanted them to be a little scared. The soldiers were returning from the goblin village, all safe and sound. But they began to think that a stone of this size was a goblin's head. It seemed that everything had gone well, but this. She folded her hands and said that she understood. The people must be terrified. He agreed and added, he hoped this would buy them some time, and then? At this time, the young servant looked at Count Kignas and said, Count, perhaps this is due to the goblin's skills. He thought about it and replied, he is not sure, some skill that makes them see hallucinations. The captain bowed his head and asked, Master Kignas, have they made any mistakes? The count closed his eyes and snapped, that's enough. Everyone stand down. They will all take the required 3 days leave before returning to duty. The soldiers began to disperse and put the stones in one place. He noticed it was right that they left their heads, agreed, and said that they were free. Later, a mountain appeared from these stones. The count stood nearby, folded his hands and said, how dare these goblins make fun of them? Then he heard some sound, turned around, saw a soldier in front of him and asked, what? He stood silently and looked at him. The count asked, didn't he hear him? Then he barked at him to get lost. The soldier replied, everything is fine. He understood him. At that moment, the phantom skill worked, and the soldier disappeared, and a goblin appeared, who ran towards the count. He screamed in fear, goblins? It can't be. At that moment, the protagonist jumped up and hit the count in midair. He could not stay on his feet and fell. The protagonist stretched out his hand and used the great healing skill. Then the count woke up, knelt down and was indignant. What the hell? What the? Afterwards, he looked up and saw Akira in front of him and shouted, oh, the brat. The protagonist decided to use the law of the jungle skill, and the count froze at that very second. The chief said, they will never attack the Rikusen forest again. He came to his senses and shouted, no goblin will give him orders. Afterwards, he started shouting, anyone, anyone. MC thought about it and said, interesting. He started remembering and thought of the notification skill, a skill that only delivers simple news, depending on the situation. So, even if the shadow defeats the enemy, the law of the jungle will not work. It would be faster if he could bring Count Kings to his knees now. Attacking with the skill of the shadow alter ego, which takes almost no damage even if it fails. Winning and using the law of the jungle. This is a very strong combination, but it seems that it does not work. But starting from the shadow is not so bad. Even if he fails, he can start over. He was unable to take control of the count, but the shadow strategy itself was good. He thinks he managed to achieve a certain level of success. Meanwhile, the soldiers attacked and closed the circle around the army of dragons and goblins. Hanzo said, things are bad. At night, in the military town, at headquarters, the commander gathered the soldiers and said, let's get straight to business. He would like to ask Lord Hanzo to conduct reconnaissance. He looked up at him and asked in surprise, reconnaissance? The commander agreed and added, the dragon that Lord Hanzo brought with him, he wants him to use it for reconnaissance from the sky. Hanzo was indignant and asked, shouldn't they fight? He replied, only Hanzo Dono can fulfill this role. He replied dissatisfiedly, Then he remembered the village chief's instructions. In the field, listen carefully to your commander's orders. Hanzo shouted. Okay, sir. Then they are off. The goblins ran towards the exit. The military looked at them and said in surprise. They didn't even finish the conversation. Are you sure about this? The commander agreed and asked if it was possible that Mr. Simon had told them something. The military didn't agree. Then the commander continued. This is called being in the right place at the right time. If there was someone who could scout from the sky better than a dragon, he would gladly delegate it to them. They sat down, lowered their heads and sighed. Then the commander continued. Doing everything possible within their strength is the cornerstone of the Count's strategy, isn't it? At this time, Hanzo's team was flying on dragons and looking down. Suddenly an army appeared, and one said, it's the enemy. Hanzo agreed. The goblins turned to the main Hanzo and asked, so what's the plan? One of them asked, it's great that they found the enemy, but what should they do now? Hanzo raised his index finger up, closed his eyes and said, they know. That's right, he came up with it. He asked, and what is it? He started, it's a system called Goblin, created by Akira. Goblins who are initially obedient and submissive, in other words, his named goblins only listen to their captain. In addition, Hanzo is a special goblin with even more unique skills. The goblins in Hanzo's team trust his decisions very much. Then he shouted, okay, let's go. They asked, what do you mean? Hanzo clenched his fist and said loudly, it shouldn't be a problem if they kill them, they are enemies. They shouted back, that's right, let's go. And they rushed down. The soldiers looked up at the sky and shouted, the enemies are attacking, dragons. The dragons landed on the ground and the goblins began to attack. The soldiers added in surprise, there are goblins too. Hanzo laughed and thought, he knew mere mortals were no good. It would be very easy to defeat them. The battle began, and after a while the soldiers closed the circle, and one shouted for him to come down. Goblin. Another shouted that they were all surrounded. The third added, not a step. Hanzo was surprised and asked, what? At the same time, the protagonist was visiting Simon and noticed, so that's how it turned out. He looked at the message where the goblins were saying, please, so that they would forgive them. They didn't want to, Mr. Simon. They weren't prepared. Simon crossed his arms over his chest and said, yes, there was a powerful reconnaissance unit nearby that safely saved them. Everyone got off with only minor injuries, but they looked very upset. The protagonist sat in a chair, answered, I understand, and thought, he's just glad that they are all alive. Then he stood up from his chair, apologized and added that he had caused him trouble. Simon looked at him and asked, what was the meaning of all this? Then he smiled and continued, this was nothing unusual. It was not uncommon for first-year soldiers to disobey orders and cause trouble in the field. The protagonist listened attentively. Raising an army under the aristocratic contract system was essentially the same as conscripting peasant soldiers. Even if the troops were raised, they were essentially a hodgepodge. Of course, there would be a lot of disregard for orders in the field. He added, but that was why he entrusted them with reconnaissance. The protagonist asked, is that why? He raised his index finger and said, recruits learn by making mistakes. If something goes wrong in reconnaissance, it is unlikely to affect the main army. Of course, reconnaissance is important, so real reconnaissance should be carried out by another unit. The village chief answered seriously, he understands. He thought, let them do some reconnaissance first, and they will get an idea of their strength in the meantime, and gradually integrate them into the unit. MC said, but he regrets putting their allies in danger, and will definitely convey this to Hanzo when he returns. By the way, he thought he would be at the front too, but he wasn't there. Simon laughed and replied, it's not his mission. The protagonist asked in surprise, does Simon have a mission? He put his hand on his chest and said, he is a count and his job is to keep the dukes at bay. For so long, he always thought that Simon, the king's uncle, was a count for only a few reasons, and imagined that there were only two options. Option A, there is not a single heir left. The nobility in this world is like medieval Europe. Property rights are tied to the land. One land is tied to one barony. Even a king cannot create a title without land, and it is obvious that now we are not talking about a single inheritance, but about a divided one. Property, land, property rights. In other words, the eldest son does not inherit everything. The property is divided among those who have the right to inherit the throne. The eldest still gets the inheritance, although not everything. The younger son can be left with nothing. For example, there was an English king of the 13th century. Being the youngest son, he received nothing when the lands were divided, which is why his own father gave him the nickname landless. Similarly, with the emperor's uncle, so Simon, the youngest son of the emperor's father's brother, was left with nothing but a county. Option B, a border count. A border count is a count who governs land on the border. The border is the edge of the world. In other words, it is a very important part of the territory. The border must be governed by a competent person. Although it says here that he is a rank higher than the count, in fact, princes are higher than dukes in title. Most often, the title of prince was given to princes and other members of the ruling family. That is why the border count is a step higher than a simple count in the hierarchical ladder in this world system, and are not actually princes. Of the two options, the latter was probably the correct one. The chief said in surprise, the border count, then asked, so what is his job? He replied, to create a situation in which he will have to fight, that's all. Then he spread his arms out in different directions and explained, for example, take an army with more people against an army with fewer people, who, according to his friends in different ways, has a better chance of winning. The village chief thought, it's hard to say, he would answer, then said what he thinks the one with the most. Simon agreed and asked, and now the weapons, who does he think has a better chance of winning? The protagonist said, he would say the one with the most weapons. Simon asked again, what about the food and supply situation? The protagonist replied, the one with the most, then thought about it. He was starting to understand what Simon meant. Akira put his hand to his chin and reasoned, so it all comes down to morale, preparation, familiarity with the terrain, he doesn't know. Simon closed his eyes and explained, well, there is no such thing as 100% disaster, so they have to increase their chances of a favorable outcome as much as possible. That's what his job is. The protagonist said, preparation is very important. Simon laughed and said, that's right. A long time ago, the president of a company he knew taught him something like this, using Sun Tzu's art of war, which can be used in business too. He remembered his boss once saying, no matter what, he has to create a situation where he can't lose, or a situation where it's hard to lose. If they use the second option, they win in the end. For example, when he challenges a boss in the game, he is fully equipped, he has a level, he is charged with auxiliary magic. MC thought, Simon is not talking about military action, but about the original art of war, they are the same thing. Simon wanted to sit on the sofa and said, his friend, he only realized this when he turned 40. The protagonist replied, well, he only heard about it from others. Simon bowed his head and said that he should apologize so that he would forgive him for dragging him into this, his friend. Afterwards, he raised his head and continued, this is Count Kigna's way of harassing him. This is the path he chose. He is the best at persecuting people. Akira added, he is that kind of person. At this time, Count Kignas was walking in the garden, admiring the flowers. Then a servant came up to him, leaned over and said that they are ready. He replied, great, he can't wait to see the pale faces of these vile goblins. Meanwhile, the goblins were flying on dragons to scout, using the skill Farsight. One of them shouted, enemies spotted in the southwest direction, cavalry in front, infantry behind, archers in the rear. Hanzo shouted, that's right, sir. He drew everything, then said, okay, time to continue. The others agreed. The leader stretched and said, but being a scout is a bit boring. He added, he was surprised that they didn't have to fight. The leader continued, they say the more you know about your enemy, the better you can fight him. But that makes you so tired. Another asked, is that true? Hanzo turned to him and asked, well yes, doesn't he think so? And it doesn't matter what kind of enemy it is, if it's the chieftain's enemy, they will engage in battle and be able to defeat him. But it will be difficult if they don't know anything about him, right? The other thought about it and asked, what if it's an enemy they know, but very strong? The leader shouted, it doesn't matter. If it's an old age enemy, he will fight without hesitation. He remarked loudly, but they must be careful not to rush and make mistakes. Suddenly, the goblin shouted, leader. He looked at him and asked, what happened? He pointed his hand down and shouted, over there. The leader looked into the distance and said, another enemy, it's okay, they don't need to go there, just report. He disagreed, then turned to the leader and called him. He asked, what's wrong? The goblin said they should fly closer. They went down very low and saw something shocking. At this time in the forest, the main character and the myth of creation were chatting. She said, he's been more careful lately. He walked up to the tree and replied, everything has changed. Until now they were only attacked by adventurers and bandits in small numbers. Now they are dealing with an army. They should be more prepared. She said, that's how. He continued, if they use dragons. She agreed. Afterwards, he turned to her and said, he was only worried. She put her hand to her chest and said, but it will be fine. She has Izuizu, and if they have dragons, they won't be able to control them properly. The protagonist smirked and said, okay, then thought, well, that's certainly good. The danger isn't only in the power of dragons. It's hard when you're dealing with enemies that appear from the sky. It's much easier to just not think about it. Even if they have Izuizu on their side, they still need to be on guard. With her, they really don't have to worry about dragons. Afterwards, she called him. He turned and asked, right? She looked at him and asked, doesn't he at least plan on staying as king? He thought about it and asked why she said that. She said, well, he knows incompetent beings can get themselves into a lot of trouble. He remembered what she said the other day. He doesn't plan on creating a country. He wants him to become the Goblin King. Why shouldn't he? Like her, the two of them were trying to tempt him with power. The protagonist reasoned, from a position of competence, so she says he's fit to be king? She agreed and said that she was. He smiled and added, "He thinks she overestimates him." She looked at him and screamed. She was a goblin once. The protagonist said, "Well," the creation myth continued. She would tell him some of this experience. Even being a goblin, he looked a little out of the ordinary. She doesn't say that integrating into human society is good or bad because they have different scales, but to avoid problems in the future, you need to be at least a king. He answered, "That's how." She got angry and said, "He knows she was once a human too." He was surprised and asked, "Really?" then thought, according to what Dagger and Masamune told him. Dagger said, "She's talking about some complicated things." Creation myth said that she falls into one extreme. Perhaps when she died as an elf, she, tired of illness, decided to reincarnate as a goblin. It can be assumed that a long life is short. Apathy and cheerfulness. Elves and goblins have many opposites. Of course, she is a self-proclaimed creation of heaven and earth. But it makes sense. No wonder she was once a human. She continued, "Humans are weak. When they are weak, they take advantage of them." He looked at her and replied that he understood and thought, he used to be human too. She leaned towards him and said, "They have to live with their weaknesses. He is weak, but at the same time strong. That makes him stand out. Even in that warehouse in the corner of the village, if they find out that he is weak, they will definitely come for him." The protagonist understood and thought, she is right, it is dangerous if he is not strong enough. She added, "It is amazing that he managed to gather all of them together. But that is why." He interrupted her and said, he understood and will think about it. She shouted, "Okay." Suddenly they heard a voice shouting, "Chief." MC looked and said, "Hanzo's team," then asked, "What's the rush?" He ran up to him, raised his hand up and shouted, "They are in trouble, Chief. There is an enemy, what should they do?" The protagonist took him by the shoulders and told him to calm down and tell him what is going on. He looked at him and said, "Chief, enemies." Akira asked, "What's wrong? Hanzo won?" After thinking, Hanzo again decided to cope on his own and lost? No. He continued, "Their opponent is goblins." The protagonist was surprised and asked, "What?" "The enemy has goblins." A little earlier, Hanzo was flying on a dragon and counting the enemy goblins alone. Meanwhile, in the mansion, Simon looked out the window, smirked and said, "Now I understand. So this is how far a person can go. Stupid stories repeat themselves." Hanzo's team was flying on a dragon. They saw the enemy goblins, and one asked, "Captain, they are controlled, right?" He agreed and said, "Manipulation skill." He asked, "What will they do, Captain?" The leader remembered the protagonist's words and thought, without hesitation, then shouted, "They are retreating." They flew back, landed. The leader was very angry, slammed his fist on a tree and shouted, "Damn!" Hanzo said, "Everything is fine, Captain." The commander even praised him. The other added, "That's right. He said that he contributed to the reconnaissance. He said that they had obtained the data they needed and was surprised by the information about the goblins." The leader replied, "Maybe, but he." At that moment, the commander appeared and asked, "Are they all here?" Then he added, "He came to consult with Master Hanzo." He turned to him and asked, "Advice?" The commander agreed and continued, "They received new information from another intelligence group about the Goblin squad. The goblins are being controlled by someone. They have tracked his location." The leader shouted, "Where is he?" He continued, "He is always a few hundred meters behind the squad, although he hides, but he is just an amateur like the rest of them, so he was easy to spot." The leader clenched his fists and shouted, "They are behind them. If they destroy him, they can save the goblins." The commander lowered his head and thought, then looked up and said, "Well then, Master Hanzo, new orders." Team Hanzo agreed. The commander continued for them to find the sorcerer controlling the enemy goblin squad and kill him on the spot. Hanzo's team was surprised, and the leader asked, "So that they could kill?" The goblins of Ricken Forest cannot kill humans. They can easily take lives, but they do not. Akira became the village chief, partly because the goblins accidentally killed a man. Originally, the goblins could not kill humans because they were afraid of their retaliation. The idea that killing is not necessary was rooted by Akira, who solved all problems without death. Hanzo found himself in a difficult situation when his team with dragons was surrounded. This happens because he has power, but he cannot use it. Killing people to save other goblins. This was a very serious choice for Hanzo and the others. At this time, the protagonist asked, "Are the goblins the enemy?" And he remembered the words of the myth of creation. If he does not strengthen the situation, they will beat around the bush, and he will be the one to blame. Afterwards, he clenched his fists and thought, this is exactly what is happening now. If only he quickly became the Goblin King and took all the goblins under his protection. Maybe this situation could have been prevented. He mentally disagreed and thought, there is no point in thinking about this now. Then he thanked him for the message and said that he would come now and asked him to tell Hanzo not to do anything. He agreed and shouted, "Okay." He mounted the dragon and flew back. The protagonist watched him go. She said, "Maybe someone is controlling their minds." He answered, "Right. That is the first thing that comes to mind when the Goblin squad behaves like this. Goblins are bright, beautiful, honest creatures, but they are not the best at following orders to the smallest detail. They simply cannot have order. She put her hand to her chin and asked, so why not just kill the sorcerer who controls everything, right? It's that simple. He turned and asked, what? She wondered. They were talking about order, weren't they? Then there should be few sorcerers or even one. The more goblins, the harder it is to maintain order. He agreed and said that it was true. The protagonist put his hand to his chin, thought about it, and said that then he would have to kill a man. The creation myth continued. Those elves, they used to be his, and now they live under his rule. He agreed. Eileen and Eunomia, they used to obey the demon slayer, and after the demon lord died, the control was removed, and they fell into depression again. Akira used mental dominance on them to help. She held her finger under her chin and said, then he understands what she's talking about. Killing the sorcerer will break the control. He replied, that's all true, but Hanzo and the others can't do that. He almost destroyed a village not long ago. She remarked, that's it. That's a problem. He thought, worst case scenario, they could fight Simone's army to protect the brainwashed goblins on the battlefield. That's possible. Simone would understand, but his army definitely wouldn't. They had to do something. Then she told him to go. He looked at her in surprise, and she replied through gritted teeth. She told him that she was once a human. He looks like he wants to break down right now. Then she pointed her finger at him and added, but unfortunately, she's not going. MC replied, of course not. After the creation myth turned around and walked into the forest, waved at him and said, she's too busy eating Masamune's cooking. She's not leaving until she's had a good meal. Nothing will stop her. He leaned down and thanked her. Later, he started to remember all the skills, floating plus floating, zero gravity, black flame, ice pillar. With the last one, he flew high above the ground and said, he's on his way. Then he looked down and said, it's around here somewhere. Satellite. It was fast. Added the skill clairvoyance, a skill that develops from Kuro's farsightedness, later inherited from another goblin. Suddenly he saw the sorcerer, turned around and flew straight at him, then hit him hard in the stomach, and he flew away. The protagonist used the skills strong healing and weakening. The protagonist approached him and said that he asks for accuracy. Is he the one controlling the goblins? He agreed. The village chief asked, are there others? He said only him. Akira said now he must sever the connection with the goblins. He replied that he can't. The protagonist asked, what? What do you mean he can't? The sorcerer replied, the count had brainwashed him so much that he couldn't do it himself. At this time, the protagonist remembered the words of Simon, the Count of Cygnus. He is the best in the world at controlling people. Then he asked what kind of torture the count had subjected him to. The sorcerer said, there were rumors that the goblin lord had the skills of a demon lord, so he made him suddenly cancel orders to the goblins so that they would have mental breakdowns. He replied, I see, and thought, well, he's glad he fell into Cygnus's trap before Hanzo, so they don't have to worry about that. Later, they were walking towards the goblin army and saw several goblins falling dead. The protagonist asked, what the hell, an attack? No, what is going on? The sorcerer smiled and said, he was the one who set the age difference. The longer they waited, the more goblins would die of old age. One of the goblins fell behind, sighed, looked at the sky and asked, where is he? Then he turned around and saw that the army was leaving. Someone in the crowd asked, what? Another supported, why is everyone here? Then the goblin began to cry and asked, who is it? At this time, the army was leaving, and he remained lying on the ground. Later his soul began to leave him. He died. The protagonist saw all this, got angry and hit the sorcerer in the jaw with all his might. He flew off. Then he heard a scream. The headman. He turned around and saw how the dragon and Hanzo's team were running towards him and screaming, the headman. It was awesome. They approached him. He pointed at the sorcerer and said, this is the one who controlled the goblins. The leader shouted, and he already dealt with him. The goblin added, well done, headman. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled, then asked, could they, the guys, do a couple of tasks for him? The leader shouted, whatever he says, boss. The protagonist continued, he needs them to pass on a message to Simon. Akira dictated the message, he will take care of all these goblins. The leader was surprised and asked, what? And yet, he hasn't figured it out yet. He looked down, disagreed, and added, he knows how to solve this problem, it's just a matter of time. He continued, he scared him to death, then added, okay, then Simon. Should we go to the old man? The protagonist agreed and said, after that he wants them to check the reconnaissance of the area around the battlefield. He doesn't think there are many of them. If they see other controlled goblins, let him know. One of the goblins shouted, okay. Then the leader came up to him and said, chief, he will fight without hesitation. The MC asked in surprise, what happened? He sat on the dragon and shouted, nothing. Then he flew. The protagonist looked up at the sky, clenched his fists and said, it's just a matter of time, yeah. This is not a mistake. Even if they do nothing, they will all disappear in 7 days. Even so, he wants to help these goblins. The protagonist rose into the sky, looked at the goblins and thought, they are marching very unnaturally. He does not see a solution to the problem without chasing Kignas. If they let them go, they will go further and cause trouble for Simone, and this will force Hanzo and the others to make difficult decisions. He must stop them. Then he flew lower, and the goblins began to stretch out their hands to him. He used the skill Fire Arrows and Rockfall. It all fell on the goblins. He thought, both skills are too weak. These are beginner skills, and even for them they are weaker than the average level. But if you strengthen it, it is a barrage of firepower that cannot even come close. He thought, what should he do? He flew higher and used the skill Farsight. The protagonist looked at them and thought, he knew it. All those who fainted are on the verge of death. Moreover, no one sees them off. Usually, with so many goblins, someone has to see them off so that they can pass on their skills. After that, everyone starts feasting, and the goblins who are sent on their way can calmly leave the world. It should be so. There are so many like them around, but no one will see them off. The fallen goblin is confused because he came to his senses. They will all wake up when they reach the end of their lives. He is sure that they will replace each other like this. MC yelled, Kignas, and used the skill Black Flame and Wind of Sleep, a skill that physically puts you into a state of sleep, not hypnosis. It can be used to stop them without brainwashing. He said in surprise, it doesn't work? Then he thought, so goblins do not sleep, because their lifespan is only 7 days. In game terms, this means that goblins have a racial trait of turning off sleep. Then, the skill Shadow Alter Ego, only the main body, the skill is not material, will disappear. Then many copies of Akira appeared and they went into the crowd, found dying goblins, held their hands and saw them off. He sat down next to him. The goblin asked, is there anyone here? He said, everything is fine. He is here so that he can rest. The goblin said, okay. He does not know. He does not know anything, and the protagonist began to catch the outgoing skill. He thought, Ricken's goblins always left with a smile on their faces. But this goblin, the reason is clear. Throughout his life he was brainwashed and controlled. He had no time to live for himself, no regrets, no memories. Nothing, and he cried. Night fell, and he sat next to another goblin, crying and howling. Meanwhile, Simon looked at the sky through the window. Then he stood by the dresser, folded his arms, and said, given the nature of goblin evolution, many want to kill them all. Then he thought, goblins adapt. If you push them too hard, they brutally adapt to survive. He closed his eyes and said, even after 50 years, for some trivial reason that they don't understand now, he bet they'll still say that. Meanwhile, there was a celebration in the village. Masamune put a plate of food on the table, apologized for making her wait. It's a burger, it's very tasty. Someone shouted, wonderful. The creation myth held a fork and knife in her hands, then tasted it and said, strange. She thought the meat was better in one piece. Masamune answered, but the village chief says that a hamburger is the second best meat dish. In a word, it's very tasty. She said what a high rating. Even now she wonders which is better. Masamune was happy and said she was sure she would like it. Creation myth turned to her and asked, Masamune? All the goblins walked forward and looked at the sky in surprise. She looked too, smiled and said, she looked. They walked on. Then she finished her burger and decided to take a walk, after which she went deep into the forest. Suddenly she heard soldiers approaching. She turned and looked at them. One of the soldiers asked, a girl? He thought this was a goblin forest. Another said, why does she look like that? The commander replied, it doesn't matter how she is, we need it. Before he could finish speaking, she stretched out her hand forward, and a stream of power burst forth from her palm, cutting through the air. The soldiers were carried away by the stream. They began to retreat. One asked, what? The commander said that. At that moment she raised her hand, and a new force hit them. She then extended her hand to them, and said, they interrupted her dinner. Meanwhile, the soldiers ran away. After she came out of the thicket of the forest, she saw the goblins praying. At that time, Kuro screamed, guys, what's going on? Daika took Masamune by the shoulders and screamed, is she okay? The myth of the creation walked to the table and calmly continued to eat. Kuro screamed, what just happened? Meanwhile, the servant approached the Count of Kignasa. He turned and asked, what happened to the goblins' road? He replied, it seems they were unable to carry out his order. He said, that's how, then clenched his fist and continued, if only he killed the sorcerer, things would be much more interesting. The servant said, but he never thought that he would try to solve everything without deaths. The count added, he heard that after entering this forest, not a single adventurer died. He doesn't know what they are planning, but since they don't plan to kill people, they must make use of it. What about those goblins? The servant replied he tried his best to awaken them. Meanwhile, one by one, they reached the end of their lives, and he most likely took away their skills. The count remarked, so if they can't save them, they can get their skills back. Now it's his turn. The servant asked, what is he going to do? Count Kignasa took out a box and said, he has one for such a case. He opened the box, and the servant shouted, this. The count continued, he weakened the spell. If they touched them, it would not kill them for more than 10 seconds or so. Understood. The count added, but if you pierce them with it, they will die. If they try to take it away, they will die. Then he raised his head up and asked, "Maybe there are other possibilities?" He laughed and said, "We need to think about it." Then they came to a new army of goblins, and the count said, "So?" Then he looked at them, was very surprised and shouted, "What the hell is this? Why are they moving on their own?" And at this time on the field, the main character woke up, got up, looked around and thought, did he lose consciousness? He looked at his hands, a unique skill, 1 chance in 1,000, the skill of the Goblin King. Then he raised his hands up and began to lift the bodies of the goblins and send them far away. The protagonist thought, 87 goblins within 200 kilometers, 101 goblins within 50 kilometers, 143 goblins within 130 kilometers, 302 goblins all over the world. It's probably not that many for one species. The question is different, these 10 goblins. He feels that some other force is acting on them in Kigna's territory, but he is not going to put up with it. He is in the best pursuit of humans. He remembered Simone's words. If this continues, his goblins will follow him. They have already failed. From now on, the main thing is to get ahead of him. If he wants the bullying to stop, they must do a lot of damage to them. Then he crossed his fingers, looked through them at the sky and thought, this is his time. The skill Zero Gravity. Meanwhile, in the village, the goblin children were playing with the dragon Izuizu. He asked, "Mother, did something happen?" She said she didn't know. He asked, "Doesn't she understand, Mother?" She said, "Now that she is a dragon, she doesn't know what it's like to be a goblin. More often than not, even when she does, she can't relate to them." Izuizu replied, "That's how." She continued, that she was trying to steer them in the right direction. He asked, "Using the weak?" She agreed. Then she poured some wine into the cup and continued. Her understanding of creation was generally correct. Count Kignasa is an oddball among humans, an eccentric with a penchant for persecution. But he does it because he perceives goblins as weak. That's why he doesn't understand why she kept telling Akira to be strong. Izuizu fell and said, "All you have to do is be good enough to be respected. That's simple." Mother remarked, "Don't become too influential, because when humans feel too threatened, they will try to eradicate everything, no matter the damage." Izuizu smiled and said, he understood what she meant. She closed her eyes, brought the cup to her mouth and thought, this is one of the reasons why she reincarnated as a dragon. At this time, dragons are considered the highest being, great fighting power, vitality, and a strong spirit, but they are not concerned with power. They exist as a species, but as an individual, they are complete beings. If they touch them, they will receive no more than a burn. And on the other hand, a creature that is not a threat if left untouched. A creature that is not a threat, but if it reincarnates from its previous species, it becomes a dragon. She put her hands on the table and said, if they are dealing with people, it is more important to find a balance between strength and fear. After all, the plum wine from Ricken is very delicious. A little later, the protagonist flew over one of the villages and thought, this village is smaller than Ricken. He went down. One of the goblins asked, who is there? Another said, someone went down. The third added, maybe? And one asked, the king, really? The protagonist lowered his head, agreed and thought, the Goblin King. They now called him that without hesitation. The goblins shouted joyfully, the king! It was indeed he. They had to greet the king. He looked at them and thought, the clan might be different, but all goblins are the same. He raised his hand and told them to listen before they went to the feast. First, he needed them to do him 2 favors. One of the goblins concluded, the king's order. The protagonist continued, first, every boy with fighting skills goes with him. The boys moved forward. One of the goblins said, that's all. The chieftain continued, and one more thing, he apologized, but he wanted them all to move with him to the Ricken forest. MC thought, he doesn't like the idea of them suddenly abandoning their homeland, but if they don't want the goblins to be taken advantage of in the future, he thinks it's best to gather all the goblins. He sensed this with a great luck skill and decided to visit all the goblin villages. He said, he knows it's hard when he suddenly says this, but before he could finish speaking, the goblins shouted, hooray! They're moving! They're moving to the king's, since they don't mind. So, about the place. Then he pointed to the side with his index finger and added, he shared the direction of Ricken Forest, but it looks like they saw it. One of the goblins looked down and agreed with him. The protagonist thought, it's good that it ended so quickly. It's thanks to his skills. He looked at them and said, they'll be moving. They agreed. Then he used the Shadow Alter Ego skill. He looked at the sky and thought, next, 143 here. No, 146. 3 new arrivals and they are having a feast. Then he shouted, okay, let's go. He used the skills Shadow Alter Ego, Levitation, Gusts of Wind. The goblins flew after him. Then he shook the hand of the goblin woman and thought he was repeating the whole process. There are about 1,1300 goblins scattered throughout the world. They were gathered together in the Ricken Forest, the domain of Kignas. The protagonist turned and shouted, so. Then he thought, he has about 200 goblins with combat skills. This is much more than Hanzo's team in Ricken. Because the abilities were transferred randomly, they really do have excellent combat skills, he said, and now they are attacking the city. The The goblins were scared. One of them asked what he means. The goblin girl asked what is wrong with the king. The boy also asked, does he mean that they are going to kill people? Akira raised his hand and said loudly to calm them down. No one should kill anyone, so that they would think of it as a competition. They looked at him in surprise. Then he waved his hands, smiled, and said if they met a person, they should just knock him down, just like in an arm wrestling match during a feast. They smiled and shouted, okay. From then on, the goblins began to carry the king and his throne in their arms. He used the skill Monstrous Strength. MC raised his hand up and used the skill Unique Skill, Great Luck. He accepted the regret of the goblins. He will not repeat their mistakes. Akira developed and created this skill with the same purposefulness. And so they went to the city. The people saw such a crowd of goblins, they were scared. One asked, who are they? Goblins? Another screamed, a demon appeared in the city. Someone, do something. The protagonist shouted, forward. They ran with a shout, yes. The goblins knocked them down to the ground, stood on the people showing their superiority. From the city came the cries, help, stop, it's the goblins. Enough. The protagonist sat on the throne, looked around, saw people lying on the sidewalk and thought, a fight just like in the evening at the bar. Although no one was seriously injured, a one-sided war. This is the biggest difference between humans and goblins. Goblins always have some skills, while humans are more useful if they have at least one skill. In other words, ordinary people can't fight much if they don't have enough ability. On top of that, it's almost like a surprise attack. Usually he just uses Great Healing. He used skills, Great Healing plus weaknesses. People got up and walked away, barely moving. He looked and thought, the victory of the people is the victory of the king. He thinks that's the idea. As long as the Great Fortune is in effect, the people who are defeated by the goblins will be considered defeated by him, and the law of the jungle can be applied. The protagonist turned and told them to follow him. They agreed and followed the protagonist. He said, diagonal defense. At this time, one of the people jumped and swung at the goblin and shouted for him to receive. The goblin immediately parried the attack and knocked him down. The eyes of the people are the eyes of the king, and the will of the king is the will of the people. The eyes of the goblins and the ears of the goblins. Thanks to this, the will of the king is transmitted to all goblins. Later they were standing, and one of the goblins raised his hand to his chest and said, he is a little hurt. The other turned to him and asked, is he okay? He wants all the goblins to live their natural lives, undisturbed by external enemies. At this time, one goblin was heard shouting, he is healed. The other supported, he too, and the third one added, and he. One of the effects of Akira's mighty wish, the skill Great Luck, which makes goblins practically immortal when they gather in groups. The protagonist turned around, used the weak skill to the strong, and the strong to the weak, and shouted to carry the palanquin. Defeated opponents are absorbed by the force, like chess pieces, without suffering a single loss on their part. The villagers looked out the windows and said, no way, they lost? The protagonist thought, they conquered 90% of them. Then, he used the law of the jungle skill and said, everyone should be mortally afraid of the sun. The people began to scream, oh my god, the sun. Then they began to fall to the ground, hiding behind the walls to avoid the sun. He thought, that's it. The Goblin King struck a city whose inhabitants are all like vampires and are reverent to the sun. First they spread the word, and then they will make them fear it. There are about 6 more major cities in Kigna's territory. Sitting on the throne, he pointed his finger into the distance and shouted, forward to the next city. The goblins ran forward and shouted, yes! When Count Kignasa heard about this, he yelled, what? They were walking through deserted streets, and he said, there are no children here. What the hell is going on? The servant said, it means that a disease of unknown cause is spreading quickly among the people. The count asked, disease? What disease? He replied, people are afraid of the sun. He yelled, the sun? The servant agreed and added, for some reason, they are all afraid of sunlight. They try to escape to dark places where the sun does not shine. Count Kignasa got angry and yelled, why? How did this even happen? No, it's even worse, and asked, he doesn't mean that the whole city has suffered from this. The city that used to be so lively. He lowered his head and answered, with the rarest of exceptions. Then the count heard someone opening a door somewhere, and he yelled, quiet. Then he wondered who it was. The man turned around and asked, what is it? He hadn't left the house today. Then he saw him and screamed, the count. He fell on one knee and begged for forgiveness. He looked at him and screamed, it doesn't matter now. Then he exploded, but he's a doctor, isn't he? What the hell is going on? The man let go of his head and said he didn't know. Count Signa asked, he didn't know, and he calls himself a doctor? He said it's an epidemic. No, he wouldn't call it a disease. He'd seen dozens of people and they were all healthy. The servant asked, what? The doctor threw his hands up and screamed, they're all perfectly healthy. When they're indoors or at night, everything is fine, and yet they're only afraid of the sun. The count exploded, what kind of ridiculous disease is this? The doctor got scared and said he didn't know if it could be called a disease. The count kept screaming, what the hell? What's the reason? The man continued. The reason, probably. The Count interrupted him, screamed for him to speak already. The doctor continued. They all say that they were attacked by goblins. He shouted, "What?" At this time, the protagonist sat on the throne, watching what was happening. Then he raised his hand up and used the unique skill Great Luck. He thought, ordinary soldiers. It turns out that the war is in full swing, but then the soldier hit the goblin with a sword. He crouched down, and a second later, there was no trace of the wound. The soldier asked in surprise, "What? Why do they heal after being wounded?" He recovers too quickly. They do not have time to attack. The soldier immediately received a blow to the face from the goblin. The protagonist used the skill law of the jungle, then told them to be afraid of the sun. He thought, the wound may look serious, but any wound heals. If the army of Kignas is defeated, it will leave the front. If they repeat this, his supply line will be destroyed. The goblins won again and shouted, "Victory! King!" They all escaped. They are strong. MC smiled and thought, there were probably 200 of us and 500 of Kigna's army. They met face to face. Neither side suffered a loss. He must say it was a strange sight. At this time, the goblins surrounded one of them lying on the ground. He smiled and said, "That was fun." Akira leaned over him and answered, "That's right." The goblin thanked his majesty. "That was very nice." The protagonist added, "That was wonderful," and he received a skill from the goblin. Afterwards, he used the skill Great Luck and sent the goblin's body far away. He then turned to the other goblins, apologized, and asked them to refrain from the feast until they returned to the forest. One said, "I see, they can't do anything." Another asked, "The king, can he dance while walking?" The third put his hands to his chin and asked, "Can he sing?" Afterwards, he sat on his throne and thought, "This is like a picnic. Unique skill, great fortune." A phrase used in the family crest of the warlord Ishida Mitsunari. If one does everything for everyone, and everyone does everything for one, then there will be great peace under the sky. In short, the protagonist sat on the throne and thought, in modern language, it would be one for all for one. The meaning is slightly different. As a reincarnated goblin, he just couldn't accept that the other goblins would end up being used. He just couldn't accept it. This left a lasting impression on him, and his goblin traits began to take effect. It seems he evolved. There are several effects. The most important effect is when goblins are in a group, they do not die from injuries received. When they are in a group, if they are injured, the entire group shares the damage and recovers. This means that goblins, who were individually weak creatures, do not die in a group, but the skill does not affect lifespan. When death overtakes them, the goblins send them off as usual. There is no effect in which great fortune could intervene, and there were no complaints. Surprisingly, he does not seem to be so dissatisfied with the short lifespan of goblins. Gathered together with their own kind, having fun and enjoying life, a short life of 7 days. At the end of this life, most of the chosen goblins feel the same. They fully enjoy their lives. It is a wonderful state of affairs, of course. He would like to have more years of life, but he still thinks that there is something good in the current situation. Therefore, even though he felt great disappointment when Kignasa tried to harm them, he did not take part in it. This is just his introspection. The goblin he sent off earlier did not participate in the fight, but in the end, he passed away from natural causes. He is sure of it. As long as he is with them, the goblins will never die from injuries. Maybe he can help them with this. The immortal army of goblins was born as a result of the hunt for Kignas. For the people it was terrible. The fear spread throughout the lands of Kignas and was transmitted to the Count himself. The protagonist looked and said, "It's high time this fear came out." The period of the warring states, when the peasants were plundered by the enemy army during the war, the discontent of the population was least of all directed at the enemy army. It was directed at the lord who did not protect them. One evening, the Count went out into the street and asked the people, they really can only go out at night, right? The people were angry with him and wanted to deal with him. He asked, "What do they want?" They attacked him. He screamed, "No!" Meanwhile, late in the evening, several men had gathered in one of the houses. They were sitting by a lit fire, deep in thought. One of them, in a black vest, said that he had gone to the field and looked at everything there. About a quarter had been eaten by the deer. The second man, in a gray vest, noted that he had practically the same thing. Usually, they did not go out during the day, but they took advantage of their absence. The third man, with long hair, said that they needed to replant what the deer had eaten. But he could not do this, visiting the fields only at night. The man in the gray vest lamented that everything was bad. If they did not do something, then soon their entire village would cease to exist. The man in the black vest agreed with him. They had to think of something. The old man, who had been listening to them silently, said that this would not do. They had gone too far. He continued that the goblins were harmless if left alone. The man with long hair said irritably that he had always hated this fat Count. He always persecuted people for his own pleasure. The old man noted that the more they fought, the more they had to eat. So, it was a win-win situation. Peasants did not always hate war. unlike farmers whose business was highly dependent on the weather and events happening in the country. If someone was sent to war, that person could count on receiving a package of food for a day. In addition, if a village had residents who had returned from war and were accustomed to it, the village's defense would increase, and it would be less likely to be attacked by bandits. Those who were born in the countryside and had no choice but to engage in farming inevitably became mercenaries. Therefore, a militant lord had a certain degree of favor with his subjects. Despite this, Count Cygnus was not very popular. Most of the wars he fought in usually involved persecution. It was his hobby. He was disliked because the people suffered losses that the government could have avoided. This time, he also relentlessly pursued the protagonist and other goblins, which led to the goblins striking back, and most of the people in this area developing a strange disease called sunlight phobia. The people's anger reached its peak. At this moment, a young man in a black cloak entered the room. He addressed the chief and informed him that he had returned. He informed everyone present that the next village and the one beyond the mountain were all the same. They had all suffered from the goblins and could not go out during the day. So the chief had a message for them. If they were going to do this, they would have to do it together. The old man said that he agreed. They should do it together. Everyone thought about their common problem. Meanwhile, the goblins in the forest were having a great time. Albert, who was standing near a tree not far from them and was watching the whole scene of merriment, thought that it looked like a festive parade. He, the prince, had just sensed Akira's new ability. The protagonist had figured out his ability to rewind time. And now, the protagonist had used his 7 rewinds to pretend that nothing had happened. The new ability was possibly the immortality of the goblins. Although, it seemed that MC was the only one who was not immortal. The prince knew that he was no longer in control of himself. If this ability of the protagonist referred to himself, then, given 80 years of life and immortality, the Goblin King was born. And this time, there were only goblins left around. Albert bitterly noted, this alone was more than enough to wreak havoc. He remembered how he told the protagonist he almost thought he was a human. He thought he would receive a reward. The prince noted, if Count Cygnus did this, then he did not know how to keep it a secret. After some time, the goblins came to the city again. The protagonist, looking at the deserted streets, thought, a little strange to look at this again. The goblins asked him why there were no people here. One of the goblins said that there were a lot of people here the last time he was here. By last time, the protagonist assumed that the goblin meant a few days ago. Akira made the goblins defeat the humans and made them all afraid of the sun with the great luck skill. The goblins saw the scene where he used the law of the jungle, but they did not seem to understand it completely, so the protagonist told them that all the people were in their houses. One of the goblins used clairvoyance and saw a woman reading a book to her young son through the wall of one of the houses. 2 men were sitting on the floor in the corner. The goblin made sure that they were indeed in their houses and informed his fellow goblins about it. Suddenly, a light haze appeared from one of the dilapidated houses. The goblins noticed that this building looked like real ruins. But what was happening to this building? The protagonist thought, it seems like there was a deliberate uprising. At this time, the count came out onto the balcony of the house and said in surprise, Lord Goblin? How dare he come here? The protagonist answered him that he was saying the most insane things. The count was seething with anger. What did he say? They started a war without being ready to fight back? And how did he manage to remain a lord? What does the mouth of a demon say? The protagonist said calmly, so they followed the people and neutralized the villages along the way. The count came down to them and grinned, and then wilted. After a short silence, he asked the MC and he thinks he will win, the so-called Goblin Lord. They still have a few tricks up their sleeve. He called for someone to come out. 10 goblins came out of the house like zombies. The protagonist thought, then he felt their presence. Half of them almost reached the end of life. The count ordered his goblins to come forward. He said that the end had come for the Goblin Lord. Suddenly, something incredible happened. The count's goblins, realizing that Akira himself was in front of them, rushed towards him with a welcoming cry. They joyfully exclaimed that they finally met the king. The count watched what was happening in bewilderment. He did not know that the protagonist used the unique skill of great luck. This is the highest level of command for goblins. Even the command of the law of the jungle can be cancelled. MC did not know what Cygnus did to the goblins, but it seemed to him that their brainwashing could be completely cancelled by great luck. The count raised his head and said to the protagonist, let him not be proud of his victory. If the goblins cannot use it, he himself will become a goblin exterminator. In his hands was that very deadly blade for goblins. The protagonist wondered what would happen when the Goblin Slayer and the Great Fortune collided. Would it be like the legend of the spear and shield? He asked the goblins to move away. At that moment, Philip Martin galloped in and announced that he had a message. He said that it was a direct order from Prince Piscus, a truce with Baron Ricken. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. The Count exclaimed in bewilderment. What was he talking about? This was all just nonsense. If they listened to this goblin, it would only get worse. Philip told him in an icy tone that if he, the Count, did not obey these goblins, he would kill him personally. Kignes was speechless from amazement. The protagonist was also in complete prostration after the knight's words. Some time ago, Philip met the Count of Orleans. Simon was sailing on a boat along the river, holding a fishing rod in his hands. Philip swam up to him and said that they had not seen the old man for a long time. The Count noted that 21 years had passed since their last conversation. Philip said that they often saw each other in public, so not that much time had passed. The Count asked him if he had a lot of worries, hadn't he? He had heard that his son had died the other day. The man answered that it was so. Surely he hadn't arranged it. Everything was going very well. The Count answered that he was not so stupid as to take advantage of other people's love affairs. He was shocked when he heard the story, but it had already happened. Nothing could be fixed. Philip noted that he, too, was stunned. Simon asked him if he could give him some advice for the future. The man refused. They were talking about him, the Count. He would probably say that if you have 10,000 people with you, then naturally, you can learn to manage everything correctly. The Count objected. He was only half right. Philip noted, 90%, but not with his brain. Simon said that regarding the goblin, he went too far. How much does he know about the current state of this guy? Philip told him, he only knows that he is rampaging in the territory of Count Kignes. The Count said then, he will tell him all the details. Akira has 3 unique skills that he possesses. His first skill is a creature that lives for 80 years. He can live for 80 years, so he does not need to hurry. Philip noted, a goblin with a lifespan of 80 years, he already wanted to kill him right now. The Count laughed and remarked he thought that would be a serious mistake. He shouldn't pay attention to his surroundings, let him shoot him straight in the head. Then, perhaps, he will be able to finish off his friend. The Count continued that his second skill is the law of the jungle. He doesn't need to explain what it is, does he? Philip wondered how such a thing could fall into the hands of the protagonist. Was it his nephew who screwed up so badly? The Count told him he managed to deal with the demon lord. Only, that alone doesn't make him a loser, does it? The man chuckled. Does he mean that this is a sign of a god? Simon said it will make him feel better if he thinks so. He continued that the goblin's third skill, he didn't know what it was called exactly, but he had a good idea of what it did. Philip asked him to tell him what it was and not to waste his time. The Count told him, when goblins are in a group, they kind of share life force with each other. The man understood, so they needed a way to destroy them with one blow. Simon said that he understood everything correctly. In each city there were probably 1,000 goblins, and they were all gathered in one village. That meant they needed a way to destroy more than 1,000 goblins with one blow. Philip laughed and remarked, maybe they should treat each other? He thought of Akira, then he called him a dirty word. Simon, not paying any attention to his remark, said that what was even more disgusting was that his friend had almost human thinking. The man understood him, so that's why he was in the sun. The Count smiled and told him that he was right about that. If all people were afraid of the sun, the first thing that would happen is the cessation of agriculture. They are all alive, so they need to eat. This is a bigger problem than the fact that they will all be killed. The man clarified with him, he means that the main character made him carry a lot of wounded soldiers? The Count told him that there are a hell of a lot of them. Philip wondered, what kind of goblin could understand such things? The Count pointed out that it was true. As soon as he felt the humanity in his half, he knew that he had no choice but to become friends with them. The man spoke, an energetic, innocent goblin with a human mind. Of course, he was just curious. He just says that he liked this goblin. Since then, the Count calls him a friend in mind. He has plenty of facts. Simon suggested that he return to the previous topic. He asked him what happens when these 3 unique skills are combined. Philip wondered, what the hell? The last class has been here for 80 years, right? Simon said that he is more than the last, he thinks. After which the men were silent for a while. Finally, Philip asked the Count what he wants him to do. Simon told him, the first thing he should do is not provoke Akira. The man clarified with him, he wants him to conquer him? He understands what the Count is talking about. He takes his side, but he can't take his word for it. If he smells like a human, he's causing other concerns. The Count didn't deny it. He said he had an idea on how to test it. The other man asked him what that idea was. Simon remarked that he had a proposal that could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The Count gazed thoughtfully at the leaves that had fallen into the water and were swirling in their slow dance. Meanwhile, Kignes said in surprise, isolation? What did the Goblin Lord do? The protagonist signed a contract with Simon. Having read the contract from cover to cover, he knew that he couldn't just unilaterally tear it up. The protagonist thought that Simon might have done him a favor. Judging by Kignes's surprised reaction, he would have said that this was an unusual situation. MC said, "He didn't do anything to Duke Biscus. But the disease of sun phobia can be contagious. That's what he's worried about." The Count shouted indignantly, "What is he doing?" Philip stopped the irritated man in a warning. The protagonist thought that everything was fine. This guy was clearly not used to fighting. He didn't know if they were supposed to face the Goblin Slayer or not. The Goblin Slayer that Karen had once taken with her. An overwhelming feeling of hopelessness, as if a simple touch could kill him. Not as much now as then. His goblin instincts were screaming that he didn't like this, but then again, that was it. He didn't want this. Akira used great luck. As the Count lunged at him with the assassin dagger, the protagonist touched the blade with his fingers and kicked Cygnus. The Count flew back a good distance. The protagonist looked at the blade. He felt his life force draining, even though he was just holding it in his hands, as expected of a slayer. The goblins began to complain that they were scared and had a headache. Akira noticed that as a result of the damage, almost 1,000 goblins only felt slightly unwell. He was sorry. He would apologize to everyone later. The Count hung his head dejectedly. He said in bewilderment, "The Goblin Exterminator does not work?" The protagonist activated the superpower skill and easily broke the blade, noting that it was useless. Cygnus did not believe his eyes. This simply could not be. He's not finished yet. The protagonist cursed. Does he have any more trump cards? At that moment, Philip looked sternly at the Count and told him that it was enough. Cygnus said the man's name in surprise. The protagonist asked him in bewilderment what was wrong. Philip ordered the Count to stop. He couldn't follow his orders. The Count was amazed by the words and behavior of Duke Biscus. Philip told the Count again, but much more sharply, that was enough. Cygnus hung his head in resignation. The Duke turned to the protagonist. Is he the Goblin King? The protagonist confirmed that he was. He thought that this was the man who opposed Simon, Duke Biscus. Philip said that everything was clear to him. The protagonist noted that he had already been assessed, nothing new. The Duke called him along. He wanted to ask him for a favor. The protagonist was surprised. A favor? The man answered the protagonist. He was told that he can heal any injury. That's what he needs. Akira exclaimed in amazement. He thought that if the Duke was on good terms with him, then he would be his lifeline if needed. Only with large companies did he agree to exorbitant fees. The protagonist said out loud, "So be it." Then, if he was asking him about it, it meant that he was in so much pain that they needed to hurry. Philip looked at him, smiled, and said that he was right about that. After some time, the protagonist came to their estate and, seeing Philip's eldest son, asked if he wanted him to heal this man. He agreed and asked if he couldn't do it. The protagonist replied that it wasn't that. He just called him so urgently. He thought he would be in a more deplorable state. Philip explained with a serious face that this was his eldest son. MC said with a smile that he understood. The eldest son was more important to a nobleman than anyone else. He walked up to the bed and, creating Jug, said that he would begin. The eldest son screamed in fear. Let this monster get away from him. What the hell is his father doing? He thought he was going to bring a doctor. The protagonist thought that, to be honest, he didn't really want to continue. Philippe calmly said, "Then let him leave him." The protagonist, confused, asked if he was sure. He agreed and added that if he couldn't assess the situation, it would do him good to endure the pain. MC turned around and, starting to leave, replied that since the head of the family said so, he agreed. The eldest son screamed in horror. What are they doing? After a while, Philippe noted that he was sorry that he had to face such a reaction. But at least he was on the mend. The protagonist answered with a smile. Let him not worry. Everything was fine. He asked if he felt okay here. The protagonist asked if he had anything to drink. The man replied with a grin that he would think of something, and that he should follow him. MC thought that some people think that his ability to not get drunk is cheating, but the man doesn't seem to mind. After a while, they sat down at the table, and Philip began pouring alcohol into glasses. The protagonist, watching this, was very surprised. The man, seeing his face, asked what was wrong with him. He explained that he was just worried whether he could withstand such strong alcohol. The smell hit him very sharply in the nose. Philip, handing him the glass, said that he does not have such a perception of smells. For him, all alcohol is the same. Moreover, he does not even feel the difference in taste. He drinks just to get drunk. They drank the drink and MC asked what kind it was. It tastes quite expensive, but drinks like water. Philip, taking another sip, replied that, for him, all this talk does not make the drink better. It is just a good swill, but nothing more. The protagonist, with a smile, he thought that it seemed to him that he was beginning to understand this man. He invited him to have a drink with him, even though they were enemies. He wondered why he invited him. Philip answered with a smile that it was because he was a goblin. Usually, meeting an enemy noble was never a good thing. He was sure that people would not follow their prejudices if they were dealing with goblins. They all do the same thing. They still need to talk about money, namely, a reward for curing his blockhead, or rather, for trying. Forcing someone to work for free is beneath his dignity. If someone works hard, they deserve a reward. It is a basic human right. MC was surprised to think that he has a good understanding of life. Despite his rough appearance, he is quite intelligent. He wishes there were more people like him in his home world. Philip asked how much he wants. Let him be sure, he has enough money for any request. The protagonist answered that he wants to enter into an alliance with him. He thought that, to be honest, this was a terrible idea, but these guys are unpredictable. From a business standpoint, it was fundamental to start with the proposal and work out the details. The Duke pointed out that he had a contract with a border count. The protagonist explained that he saw nothing in their contract that prohibited them from forming alliances with other noble houses. Philip laughed and replied that, of course not. Everyone did it. MC thought that he had a positive reaction. He noted that noble alliances were very strong and complex, just like the threads of a spider's web. He and Simon could still find common ground. The Duke asked in surprise, did he know that too? MC thought that since his birth, he had interacted with 4 nobles, 3 of them lords, so he did not know all the intricacies. Apparently, the nobility formed alliances in the same way as in the history of his home world. Of course, this was not the same level, but this man was a fairly adequate lord. He replied that it should hold off the fighting, and when the war does start, everyone will sit quietly. Philip said with a grin that it was true. The protagonist thought that that was the point. If the war starts again, and the nobles are too lazy to fight, they can take action. It is much better than being completely unprotected. The Duke noted that the rumors about his intelligence were true. The protagonist asked in surprise, did he think so? Philip agreed and added that when he and the old man start fighting, he will be on one side or the other. It is written on his face, if anything. MC thought that he is observant. He is not at all like Simon or Kignas. Such an enemy will cause a lot of problems. The Duke drank all the alcohol and exclaimed that he agrees to an alliance. The protagonist asked if he is sure that he agrees. Philip replied that they have an indescribable monster. They will not let them get away with it. He thought that it was difficult for him to understand how serious he was. The Duke began to get up from his chair and said that since they had decided everything, he could choose anyone he liked. MC asked in confusion, who to choose. He asked with a smile. He still didn't get it. There's only one kind of alliance among the nobility. After some time, Philip, sitting alone at the table, said that if the goblins are so human, then they can do whatever they want. He needs to make sure that fools do not interfere in his business. At this time, the protagonist returned to the village and everyone happily exclaimed that it was the king. The goblins happily noted, let him see, they had another child. Eunomia, seeing him, exclaimed in displeasure, what took him so long? He made her babysit the children. Kuro also happily greeted him. MC went to Izuizu's mother and thanked her. She asked, what is gratitude for? She had been eating Masamune's cooking for too long. The protagonist thought that while he was gone, he thought she was being fed properly. He noted that now that he thought about it, he didn't remember him ever treating her to sashimi. It was a dish made from raw fish. She asked in confusion if he was really that lazy. The protagonist explained that it was a little different. Sashimi was much more difficult to make. He would get good fish, and Masamune would cook it for her. Izuizu's mother smiled and remarked that it sounded interesting. She hoped she would like it. MC, looking at the population, thought that there were more goblins and the village was becoming less and less spacious. They would have to expand everything. After some time, they built new residential buildings, creating an entire street. After that, the protagonist sat down next to his comrades and began to drink alcohol. Suddenly, Karen called out loudly and started running towards him. He was confused and asked what was going on. Had something happened to Simon? She shouted furiously. Was it true that he was marrying the Duke's daughter? All the goblins were confused, that their headman was getting married. Questions rained down on the protagonist from everywhere. How was that? Will they have a baby soon? Has their king decided who he wants to have offspring with? The sisters, Kuro and Karen, looked at him in surprise. Finally, Kuro was indignant. What do you mean, he's getting married? Eunomia twisted her cute face and said that this is a real abomination. Eileen urged everyone to remain calm. She asked Karen, how did she know this? The girl answered her that it didn't matter. She looked at the protagonist and asked him, so is it true? The protagonist hesitated, then said, in a sense, yes, but not quite. He noted that nothing could be hidden from them. The dragon's mother asked him, so he was talking about a political marriage? MC confirmed that it was. Kuro said in bewilderment, political? Akira explained to her that it was a marriage within an alliance. He decided to form an alliance with Duke Piscus. An alliance of nobles is only possible through marriage. Karen said thoughtfully, political marriage. Of course, she suspected this, but still, it was unexpected news. The protagonist exclaimed, frankly, he himself was a little discouraged, but he has a solution that will satisfy everyone. He told them the entire conversation with the Duke about the marriage. He told him that he wanted a child. The Duke was very surprised by this. He wants a child? Akira confirmed that it was. The younger his daughter, the better. 3 days old or so, that would be just right. Philip asked him in surprise. He wasn't some kind of crazy person, was he? The protagonist reassured him that he was fine. He added that it would be desirable that no one see anything other than a political alliance in this agreement. As the Duke could understand, girls his age don't accept him. The Duke laughed. Beauty and the Beast. But there is something in this. They have interesting ideas, goblins. Philip drank some wine and noticed it was funny. And as a nobleman, Akira gets 100 points for novelty. He is not a freshly baked goblin, is he? The protagonist assured him that everything was fine here too. The Duke, laughing, answered him that he has a daughter who just turned 1 year old. But he understands that this will no longer be a marriage. The protagonist understood this. Perhaps it will be better this way. Karen, listening to him, guessed that it will be an engagement. MC said that it was so. The Duke gave his 1-year-old daughter in marriage to a goblin, but it was only an engagement. Of course, it didn't look like the act of a caring father, and yet it was to be. Karen admitted that it looked like a political deal. The protagonist told her that she was right. His fiancée, in fact, wouldn't even come here. An engagement was just that. If the union lasted 10 years, it could be broken off or move on to the next stage. The Duke told him that this was a common thing. Karen noted she had heard of such things. Now everything was clear to her. Kuro grumbled. What was the point then? One of the goblins asked her if she had finished speaking. The girl said that it was so. Did he want something from her? The goblin took her hand and offered her to go with him. He would introduce her to everyone. The protagonist, watching all this, thought, I wonder if the newcomers would like the girl? At that time, the myth of creation approached him and noted that she did not think that he would return with such a story. He asked her if she was against it. She grinned. It was she who told him to become the king of the goblins. Therefore, she could not be against the king's decision. Meanwhile, the goblins were having fun and enjoying the richly laid table. Only Hanzo was sitting aside and was sad. The protagonist approached him and asked him what was the matter. He seemed gloomy. Did something happen to him? The goblin hesitated with an answer, and then he apologized to the protagonist. He began to justify himself to him, that he could not do anything. He promised that he would fight the enemy without hesitation, and yet he did not succeed. He thought that he was ready. He wanted to save his friends from manipulation. When the elder ordered him to kill the sorcerer, he was confused. He could not make a decision. Hanzo almost cried. Everything became clear to the protagonist. He himself asked the goblin for forgiveness. Hanzo was surprised. Why was he asking him for forgiveness? MC said he didn't think they would give such an order. In battle, you don't always need to treat the enemy like that. It's better to win without killing. This way you can do more damage to the army. Hanzo was surprised. How is that possible? The protagonist tried to explain everything to him. For example, Hanzo returned alone, and everyone who was with him died. Bodies are not as important to goblins as they are to humans. That's why Hanzo only returned with everyone's skills, right? The goblin told him that it was. He had to send them all off properly. The protagonist asked him what if they were all badly injured in battle. Hanzo said that he wanted to bring them all home. The protagonist noted that it was different for humans. When a comrade is killed in battle, they return body parts depending on the era. And wounded comrades have to be dragged to safety, protecting them along the way. The goblin exclaimed that he got it. Wounded people are more troublesome for an army than dead ones. MC noted with a smile that Hanzo was a quick learner. He said that it was his fault that he did not expect such an order. Akira looked at the goblin carefully and admonished him not to even think about killing people in the future. The goblin understood that it was best to wound them so much that they could not fight, but also not die. The protagonist answered him that he understood everything correctly. Hanzo had a hunch, so that was why their leader made people afraid of the sun. Just before returning, he heard that people were in trouble. During the day, animals ate the harvest, and when bandits came, they could not even give a worthy rebuff. The protagonist, having listened to him, asked him if he could do him one favor. The goblin was keenly interested. What exactly? MC said that he did not care about the fields, but he could not close his eyes to the attacks of bandits. If he went with the dragons and saw the bandits, could they drive them away? Hanzo jumped with joy and exclaimed that he would do it. They would drive away the bandits and protect the people. The protagonist was satisfied with this answer. He understood that Hanzo was infected with this idea of clearing his name. Karen approached the protagonist and asked him where the goblin was heading. Akira answered that Hanzo had gone to protect the people of Kignas from bandits and night robbers. He added that although he was heading towards them, there was no official truce yet, so there shouldn't be any problems. The girl said that everything was clear to her. The protagonist noted that later, they would help people with the fields as compensation. Karen asked him in surprise, compensation and assistance? How are they going to do it? Just don't let him tell her that he was counting on the Count's funds? He asked her if she didn't know. The girl spoke in bewilderment. What about? The protagonist called her to follow him. He led her to a large building. Opening the door, he said that their dear companion had helped him find it. Karen was surprised. Was this a warehouse? Looking inside, she was speechless with amazement. The warehouse was simply filled from floor to ceiling with jewelry and gold coins. After some time, a customer from the merchants came to Kinokuniya's store. It was a man with a luxurious black mustache. He thanked the goblin for finding a minute for him and apologized for once again distracting him from important matters. Kinokuniya assured him that everything was fine. The customer said he can't even imagine how timely they were. In their time, hokusai enjoyed enviable popularity. The goblin was surprised at what he was saying. Could this really be true? The man remarked, when else would he be able to get such a rare copy? He was pestered every day with questions about this manga. The merchant meant Hokusai's manga, the creation of Akira, one of 1,000 human entertainments. Not the most popular, but still loved by many. He continued, his son is also fond of these comics. If he were given free rein, he would quit his studies just to sit and read this all day. Kinokuniya replied that he was glad to hear such a thing. He promised to pass on his words to his allies. The buyer threw up his hands and noted that he had almost forgotten the most important thing. He clapped his hands, and immediately his 2 assistants brought in a chest. They put it on the table. The merchant opened the chest, in which gold coins lay in neat columns. The buyer said that this was payment for Kinokuniya's services. He could count it all. The goblin replied that he would do it now. He used the count skill and said in surprise that there were 200 coins more than they had agreed on. Why did this happen? The merchant explained to him that, as he had said earlier, this manga was one of the hottest items these days. And he had an order from an old friend from the city of Markov, which was north of here. Let these 200 coins serve as an incentive to increase its circulation. The goblin answered him in surprise like this. The buyer continued, let him accept this modest gift. He was sure that this was not their last transaction, so he wanted to know if it was possible to review their contract with the Baron. Not for the sake of reducing the rate on goods, let him not misunderstand it. It was simply that, according to the terms of the current contract, the ability to withdraw funds from his accounts directly depended on the region he was in, and if Akira did not object, he would like to bring some clarity to this point. Kinokuniya answered him that he understood. He would pass on his request to his elder. The buyer could not hide his pleasure. He asked the goblin what his plans were for today. Kinokuniya said that first he would deliver the clothes he ordered to another merchant, and then he would wait for someone, and they would go home together. And once home, he would take care of a very important matter. He needed children. The merchant smiled knowingly and answered him that in that case, he would have the chest of money delivered to the forest today, so that Kinokuniya would not have to strain himself for his important business. The goblin thanked the buyer from the bottom of his heart. Meanwhile, the protagonist explained to Karen that currently, hokusai manga and echigoya clothes were their main sources of income. 90% of the profit came from their products. Then there's Masamune. She's a great cook, and she's getting better every day, but she doesn't want to deal with the human world at all. Karen answered him that she understood everything. Taking another look at the treasury, she noted that if she thought about it, it was no wonder that echigoya goods were in demand. Their clothes were simply top-notch. The protagonist agreed with her. He added that this was true, which is why she was asking for a lot of money. Karen asked him if the manga he was talking about was also selling well. The protagonist noted that it sold even better than clothes. Karen looked at him doubtfully. MC continued, although their clothes were good, there were still competitors. But their hokusai manga was unique in this regard. You could even say that it was exclusive. The girl thoughtfully said that everything was clear to her. The protagonist remembered how the Mother of Dragons told him that their warehouse location was vulnerable. If someone found it, there would be people willing to profit from the contents. He thought, perhaps she was right, leaving money here was dangerous, they needed to spend it. The girl asked him, so they save up a bunch of coins, and then they spend them? The protagonist confirmed that it was. Everything is done through joint efforts, although, to be honest, goblins don't really need money. Karen noted, it shows. When they left the warehouse, the girl, looking at the working goblins, said that no matter how many coins were in the warehouse, it did not affect the daily life of the locals. MC agreed with her on this. He added, however, if there was a need to buy something important, they did not skimp on it. Karen said, that's true, but they do not spend them on themselves, do they? They quietly help the people of Count Cygnus, right? The protagonist answered her embarrassedly. This is how they show that they do not hold a grudge against them. The girl objected to him. They do not have to do this. Does he understand that? Especially after that war. The protagonist retorted to her, did he say that someone is forcing them? That's right, it is their desire, that's all. Karen looked at him warmly and said that everything is clear to her. The protagonist noted, at least, that's what he thinks. The girl answered him that this is exactly why people began to treat them warmly. What can't be said about the Count himself? Does he still hate goblins? Akira said that it was so, and it was unlikely that they would be able to influence it somehow. Meanwhile, the Duke's assistant, Philip, brought him a report. After reading it, the Duke grinned. He had not expected anything else. The guy said, regarding him, he dared to report that the day before, finally, the response letters from the Counts arrived. Philip noticed, all the same. Frankly, he did not expect this. And the letters arrived 3 days earlier than he expected. The assistant answered him. He supposes that this is due to the fact that everyone realizes how serious a threat the goblins pose. The Duke muttered, probably so. He thought for a moment. There are many Count families subordinate to the Duke of Bikai. Having learned that Philip was going to deprive Count Cygnus of his title, they all unanimously voted in favor. It is worth noting that Counts are one step lower in the hierarchy than Dukes. But even taking this into account, a Duke does not have the right to deprive a Count of his title unilaterally. Strictly speaking, to make such an important decision, he must get support from other Counts. Otherwise, the Duke risks getting involved in a serious political conflict. In the case of Count Cygnus, their world has two troubles, the Goblin Army and photophobia. According to the content of the letters, all the Count's families would be happy to see him lose his title. He asked his assistant, but who would be the successor? The guy answered him, regarding this, he would recommend Nigel. The Duke was surprised. Who is this? The assistant said, this is a confidant of Count Cygnus. After the Goblin Rampage and the spread of the disease, this young man did two important things. First, he notified the merchants that food prices were not allowed to rise more than 30% of the cost price. At the same time, he acted on behalf of the Count himself. Anyone who was aware of this situation would have guessed that a shortage of food could soon begin. This meant that very soon, the merchants could start raising their prices uncontrollably, and then there would be famine. Philip, listening attentively to his assistant, noticed that Nigel was smart. Even if he had forbidden them to raise their prices, the merchants would have done so anyway, but underground. Apparently, this guy understood this. Therefore, he decided that it would be better to allow them to raise their prices, but under his control. This was a very good move on his part. The assistant agreed with him on this. He continued, the second thing this young man did was buy a good portion of the food with his own money. The Duke was indignant. Did he decide to make money off of poor citizens? And that was not good. The assistant objected to him. That was not quite true. He distributed it among the affected villages and towns. It is noteworthy that most of the food went to farmers engaged in the production of essential products, such as vegetables, milk, eggs, and grain. Philip exclaimed, stop praising him. He had heard enough about him. It was already clear that this Nigel was a worthy candidate. The assistant wanted to add something about the current situation, but the Duke interrupted him. He himself said that in the current situation, appointing him was the same as giving an idiot scissors. However, he would give this guy a chance. The title of Count Cygnus was his. If everything said about him was true, then they could easily teach him how to use these scissors in the figurative sense of the word. The assistant asked him what to do with the current Count. Philip thought about his question. When he had talked about something similar with the protagonist, Akira had then answered him that in his life, as a duke, there were people he hated much more than him. Now, remembering the protagonist's phrase, Philip grinned. And when did he learn to understand people so well? The assistant did not understand what he was talking about. The Duke noted that these were his thoughts out loud. He ordered his assistant to draw up the necessary documents and send the current Count to some remote place. He hoped that he would cope with this matter and let him try to make sure that the goblins found out about it. The assistant assured him that he would do everything in the best possible way. When the knights delivered Duke Nigel's order, the young man was very surprised to read it. After that, as usual, he went to the villages to deliver food to the suffering residents. The old man, who had discussed the situation with the peasants earlier, thanked him warmly. Meanwhile, the goblins were feasting to the fullest. After some time, in the city, a little girl named Charlotte ran out of a house. She was crying and saying that her stupid mother did not understand and did not know anything at all. In her hands was a painted portrait of the protagonist. The girl said, "The Goblin King is so beautiful." That same day, an unpleasant conversation arose in another family. The man of the house was enjoying a cup of delicious tea. His irritated wife flew into the kitchen, shouting that she had had enough. Their son Eita was just some kind of bad boy. The husband asked her in surprise, "What happened?" The woman exclaimed with displeasure, She had already told him this for the 100th time. All their son does is read manga. The man did not immediately understand what his wife was talking about, and when he did, he asked her if she meant the Hokusai manga. But is that bad? He also tried it out of curiosity. If you figure out how to read it, it is quite an interesting work. The wife exclaimed irritably, and he did the same. Because of this manga, their Ada began to talk all sorts of utter nonsense. The husband asked, "What other nonsense?" The wife answered him that her son told her that when he grows up, he would like to become an apprentice to the author of this manga. The man was surprised. An apprentice? The wife noted that this was exactly it. He wanted to become a student of this Hokusai. Eita wanted to become a student of a goblin. Does he understand this as a father? The man reacted somewhat vaguely. The woman, already calmer, said that she would not say that she had a bad attitude towards goblins. She did not hate them. Does he understand her? She even had 2 or 3 goblins as a child. She kept them as pets. They were cute and all that, but now the situation was completely different. The husband answered that he understood her. He did not hate them either. But this was already crossing all boundaries. The wife was right. He promised his wife that he would talk to their son right away. The woman was very happy with his decision. The conversation between the son and the father ended before it even began. The boy ran out of the room crying, shouting that his father did not understand anything. The parents looked dejectedly at the running Eita. Recently, the attitude of some people towards goblins has undergone a serious change. Because of this, society has divided into 3 camps. The first camp is young people from 10 to 20 years old. Devoid of any prejudices, they were imbued with great sympathy for the goblin people. Echigoya clothes, Hokusai manga, Masamune's cooking, and finally the heroic image of Hanzo. All this, without a doubt, helped to melt the ice in their young hearts. Thanks to the increased popularity of her brand of clothes and accessories, Echigoya has now become quite a remarkable figure among the youth. It even happened that girls who did not have the new fashionable clothes became the subject of ridicule and turned into outcasts. All the youth were conquered by the works of the goblins, and soon they fell in love with the people themselves. The second camp consisted of middle-aged people, from 30 to 40 years old. They were the main workforce of society. Among them, there were many who were given goblins as pets in childhood. They did not hate goblins, but they did not consider them equal either. They were raised to look at goblins as intelligent animals. The last, oldest camp included people 60 and older. They still had fresh memories of the time when goblins caused a disaster that changed the lives of many people. Many warriors who zealously opposed the goblins in those years were still alive. Accordingly, they also had a bad feeling about it. That is why the old people were very wary of goblins and tried to avoid them if possible. Thus, people's different opinions about goblins became the reason for the division of society into several parts. And over time, it acquired the status of a global problem. Meanwhile, Ida saw Charlotte on the street. He asked her what she was doing here. The girl showed him a portrait of the protagonist and told him that she had shown her mother this. The boy was surprised. Is this a goblin? Charlotte noticed. It wasn't just a goblin, it was the Goblin King. Ida said that now everything was clear to him, so she had the same nonsense as him. The girl asked him what happened. He told her that his parents had also scolded him because of the manga. They told him to stop reading those fairy tales and that he should study instead. He sat down next to her. The boy asked her if her mother didn't like the fact that she bought this drawing. Charlotte said that it wasn't quite like that. Everything was fine, but when she told her that she wanted to meet the Goblin King, she got so angry. The boy asked in bewilderment, "What? This really is too much." The girl was indignant. Why was he saying that? He noted, because the forest is dangerous. Even experienced adventurers go there in groups, and when they come back, they get tattoos in their honor. Charlotte suggested that maybe it was because they didn't go there with good intentions. The Goblin King was very good, and he will never harm those who do not want to do harm. Ada noted that she might be right, but it was still dangerous to go into the forest. According to rumors, dragons lived there, and they would not spare anyone. The girl objected to him. It was okay. This could be survived. Ada looked at her carefully. Then he told her to give up her stupid idea with this forest. When the goblins came to the city again, then maybe she would meet this king of hers. Until then, she could forget about going into the forest. At that moment, a drum beat was heard, and the merchant, turning to the ladies and gentlemen, announced that he had a fresh issue. The newest volume of the Hokusai manga is already on sale. Ada exclaimed happily. This can't be. Volume 66 has already come out? There's no way he could have missed it. The boy apologized to Charlotte and told her that he had to go. The merchant said that the new volume could be bought at the bookstore on 5th Street. Charlotte watched Ada run away. She was determined to go into the forest. She would be fine. At this time, the protagonist gathered the mother of the dragons, Izu himself. and showed them the creature. He apologized to them for tearing them away from their work. The dragon said that everything was fine. They could use some supervision. Surely his mother wasn't the only one who had to look after everyone. His mother was surprised. In his opinion, she needed to be looked after like a child. The protagonist said, "Let her face the truth." Did he really need to explain this to him? She looked at him thoughtfully. The protagonist continued, "Now they will make a three-headed dragon out of this creature." The tied-up Izuizu looked at his ally in bewilderment. He gave him one of the skills and asked him to eat it. The creature swallowed what the protagonist gave it. Suddenly, it was illuminated by a bright light, and the astonished people present saw that the creature had 2 heads. Izuizu spoke in amazement. Wow, it worked. The protagonist thought that it somehow reminded him of Hudor. The myth of creation was no less surprised by such an event than others. The dragon noted, what if he fed it a second similar thing? MC answered him that he was going to do it. The transformation occurs in 2 stages. When he fed the creature the second energy clot, the creature had 3 heads, and outwardly it began to resemble a dragon. Akira himself was surprised. What an effect. Izuizu was also completely delighted with such a transformation. The protagonist thoughtfully noted, what if he was given a third thing? The dragon doubted. He thought he couldn't eat it anymore, although he now had 3 mouths. Akira laughed. That's true, but he only had 1 stomach. At that moment, the mother of dragons quietly laughed. She asked the protagonist, was this what he wanted to show them? Akira answered her that it was, and at the same time, he would like to ask her, did she know anything about this thing? She thought about it. To be honest, she saw it for the first time. The protagonist was surprised. She, the mother of all creatures, also didn't know what it was? The mother agreed with him that it was. She approached the newly made dragon and began to stroke him. Akira thought, it is understandable that he is ignorant of the affairs of dragons, but even their king knows nothing about the black sky dragon. Only she was his hope. But, as it turned out, she knew nothing either. Izuizu, while they were talking, began to eat one of those unknown balls. The protagonist shouted at him that he shouldn't eat it. The mother added that it was exactly like that. If you gobble up those balls like regular food, they're unlikely to do any good. The dragon said that he could come back if necessary. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. Izuizu strained his strength and easily broke the bonds his mother had bound him with. In an instant, he turned into an adult black sky dragon. The protagonist was indignant. Well, he told you so. Izuizu was surprised. Isn't he afraid of him at all? The protagonist answered him, this is the second time. The dragon raised its head up and let out a menacing roar. MC, covering his ears with his hands, kept repeating, but he did tell you. He did tell you. The mother regretfully noted, what a naughty child. Izu powerfully waved his tail. The protagonist did not expect that such a force would hurt someone. When he realized this, he exclaimed in amazement. It was a human girl. Charlotte was lying unconscious in front of him. Sometime later, when the allies brought the girl to the village, the protagonist examined her. The mother of all creatures asked him with concern, how is she? Is she okay? The protagonist answered her that the girl seemed to have slightly hit her head, but overall nothing serious. However, he was still interested in one circumstance. The most severe punishment of all that he remembered was immobilization. He asked the myth of creation, why did she do this to Izuizu? She confessed to him that she too was once a human. MC noted that when she remembers this, it means a serious conversation is coming. She continued, people look at the world from their own bell tower. It is easier for them to bend their line than to admit that they are wrong in something. And the more firmly they stand their ground, the worse the results of their actions. And it's not at all about whether they were right in the end or not. The protagonist agreed with her. The mother continued, in such a situation, it is important to ask yourself the right question. Whether a person is doing the right thing, or whether his guess is correct, these are not the right questions. You need to wonder, what do others think about this? People will most likely think, a little girl went for a walk in the forest, but she was attacked by an evil dragon. And the one who will be the one to blame will be him, the Goblin King, and not this girl. Akira realized that she was right. He had already imagined how it would look from the outside. A dragon brutally battered a man in the forest, and no matter how much they tried to explain, it is unlikely that anyone would listen to them. And therefore, because of one careless wave of his tail, Izuizu will turn into a real threat to people. He certainly deserved his punishment. However, his mother went a little too far. The mother said, a tarnished reputation cannot be washed away with water from a ditch. I think that's what they say in such situations. The protagonist was surprised. Some kind of local proverb? He heard it for the first time. So far, he had only heard one proverb, the one that Simon once said. He said then, if you drive a dog into a dead end, it will jump over it even faster than a cat. He decided that he would look up the proverb myth of creation in the dictionary later. He asked her, in other words, No matter how much you try to wash it off, it still only gets dirtier? In the case of reputation, no matter how much you justify yourself, thereby only making it worse? Is that it? The Mother of Dragons noted something like that. Akira thanked her. Thanks to her, he gets to know this world better. She grinned. Yes, he really should have been born a human. He is not a very good goblin, to be honest. He looked at her in bewilderment. What was she talking about? Mother said, he is one of those who always sincerely strives for knowledge, listens attentively when someone explains something to him, tries to become smarter. This is what is called growing up, and he seems to like feeling like an adult. Probably mostly because he is the oldest among the goblins? MC laughed heartily. For some reason, her words reminded him of a boss he knew who once told him that certain actions can make a person seem younger than his years. Therefore, you should not chase two hares at once. You will not catch either in this case. The myth of the creation noted with surprise that she had never heard of such a thing. Did he come up with this himself? The protagonist answered her with something vague. At that moment, Charlotte opened her eyes and asked in a quiet voice, "Where is she?" The protagonist exclaimed, "Is she okay?" The girl slowly repeated his question, and then looked at him indifferently. The protagonist thought with alarm, it seems that things are much worse than they thought. Suddenly, Charlotte jumped out of bed and shouted in surprise, "He is the Goblin King? He is real. Is she not imagining things?" Akira, who did not expect such a turn of events, answered her in a stuttering voice that it was him. He thought, one for all and all for one. He became king only by adhering to this principle. It is quite strange that an ordinary girl knows about him. The protagonist asked her, does she know him? She happily answered him that she does, and showed him a drawing of him. She exclaimed that she so wanted to meet him in person. In life, he is much better than in the picture. The creation myth took the drawing, looked at it, and burst out laughing. When she was able to calm down, she noticed that it turns out that he is popular with children. Charlotte looked at Akira with admiration. The Mother of Dragons laughed loudly again, attracting the attention of the villagers who heard her laughter outside. Karen came in to see what was going on. The myth of creation showed her the portrait of the protagonist, and both girls burst into loud laughter. The protagonist asked the girl in confusion, "What the hell was that?" Charlotte told him that she bought it from a visiting merchant. All her friends had it too. The protagonist went outside and called Kinokuniya. The goblin was at his side in an instant. He asked him why Karen and everyone else were laughing at his portrait. Akira pointed out how to put it more gently, but a rose in his mouth was too much. Kinokuniya exclaimed, "So that was all it was?" Karen and the myth of creation stared at him in surprise. So that meant he drew all of this? The goblin told them that it was. The girls burst into tears with renewed laughter. The protagonist asked the goblin why. He told the elder that these pictures were selling well. It turns out that he was very popular among ordinary citizens. So when he gave the merchant a new volume of manga, he decided to test sell his portraits as well. MC summed it up, and it seemed that his popularity only increased from this. Karen and the dragon's mother, choking with laughter, asked Kinokuniya if they had a whole warehouse of such pictures. The goblin answered them that they had filled the warehouse even before they put these portraits on sale. His answer caused another burst of hysterical laughter from the girls. The protagonist thought sheepishly, apparently, a tarnished reputation cannot be washed away with water from a gutter. It would be better for him to remain silent now. After a while, he cleared his throat and said, as he had said earlier, it does not matter whether an action is right or not. What matters is how others perceive it. And now, this is exactly the case. He would rather admit that they make good money from these portraits than justify himself to all of them. Kinokuniya asked him in a guilty tone, did he do something bad, right? Akira answered him that it was not so. Let him not worry, it is not his fault. Let him say better, did they at least sell many of these portraits? If it brings in profit, then let it remain that way. Actually, as he said, the protagonist praised the goblin for his good work and great idea. Kinokuniya laughed happily. The king himself praised him. His wife noticed, he is such a good boy. Meanwhile, the myth of creation, wiping away tears from laughter, asked him, is he angry with them? He asked with annoyance, so what? He himself ordered everyone to look for reliable ways to earn money. This is exactly what Kinokuniya did. The Mother of Dragons did not back down from him. What, does he not even hold a grudge against them? MC confessed to her, he will not deny it. Of course, all this is terrible. But Kinokuniya was simply following his orders, nothing more. He thought out the idea and successfully brought it to life. Therefore, there is nothing to be angry with him for. Karen looked at him in surprise. He asked her in bewilderment, what was wrong? The girl apologized to him for laughing at him. Then she would go to Kinokuniya, and she would ask him for forgiveness too. The myth of creation noted that she recognized Akira. It was for this way of thinking that this guy was chosen as king. Karen agreed with her. She added, and also because he helps people. MC thought that was true. The boss had always taught him exactly this. He told him that the one who stands above must always help others. That's what leaders are for. Since then, he tried to follow his example. He wanted to say something, but at that moment, Charlotte called out to him. She still could not believe that she was seeing him, the Goblin King, in real life. The protagonist looked at her, smiled, and decided that he would do all this so that every creature in the world would have eyes that would shine just like this girl's now. At that very time, in the city, Charlotte's mother came to the Adventurers Guild. They asked her what had happened to her. The woman, swallowing tears that were running down her face, told them that her daughter had been kidnapped by goblins. They had taken her away from her. She was asking them to send someone to help quickly. The guildmaster, Tony Weston, asked the woman to calm down. The woman was indignant. He was asking her to calm down? Didn't they understand that her child had been kidnapped? Then other adventurers came up. Their colleagues filled them in on the matter. Tony asked her where it had happened. The lady told him that it had been in the forest. She, her daughter, had gone after the goblins into the forest. Tony said thoughtfully, if he understood correctly, she had a fight with her daughter, and she went into the forest in her emotions. The woman exclaimed that everything was exactly like that. The guildmaster noted then, it did not pull on kidnapping, more like an unauthorized escape from home. The lady was indignant and irritably said, what is he talking about? What, in his opinion, is kidnapping, if not this? The knights talked to each other, wishing patience to their master. Tony thought it was not so often that such hysterics came to them. He knew firsthand who Akira was. He had once crossed paths with him. Tony was so touched by the sincere kindness of this creature that without hesitation he recognized in him, if not his ally, then at least not an enemy. In any case, he did not see anything hostile in the goblin. Whatever was on the goblin's mind, he doubted that he could do that to an innocent child. However, goblins are monsters after all, and there is a small child on their territory. Considering this fact, as well as a direct request to return the girl, he had no reason to refuse to help the woman. Although, it would be more correct to say that the request was to rescue the child from the clutches of monsters. Tony told the woman that he heard her. They needed to weigh the pros and cons. The woman interrupted him with a hysterical scream. What was he talking about? He had already been told everything. What was he going to weigh there? Tony was still trying to reason with the girl's mother, but she was no longer stopping. She was screaming at him that her child had gone off alone in an unknown direction. Let him immediately send his subordinates to look for her. He tried to tell her that knights and adventurers were not exactly his subordinates. But the woman became even more indignant. She angrily shouted at him. What did he say? One of the men present could not stand it. He exclaimed, "Stop arguing already. Let the guildmaster do something already." Tony and the woman looked at him in surprise. Tony noted, let him calm down. He would send a detachment to search as soon as he found someone who wanted to go into the forest. After some time, 3 mercenaries came into the forest. The guy with dreadlocks asked the leader, why were they hiding in the bushes? The leader answered him, according to the tip, a goblin named Masamune comes here every day. She collects mushrooms, vegetables, and all sorts of berries. He heard that this little thing can cook pretty well. Everyone in the city is talking about her. The guy with dreadlocks noted, wow, a goblin cooks. The leader said, she is an important person among her people. So they will seize her, and then they will blackmail her into exchanging her for the child they need. The third man was amazed. What a boss, he was a genius. Suddenly they saw Masamune. She was walking straight towards them. The mercenaries jumped out of their hiding place and appeared in front of her. She asked them in surprise who they were. The main one answered her. They would not tell their names to some pathetic goblin. Let her forgive them, but she would have to go with them. She should be obedient and do everything they told her. They stretched out their hands to her, and she responded with an Iaido strike. The art of this strike consisted in the fact that the one who uses it draws his sword, makes one cutting blow to the opponent's stomach, and immediately puts it back in its sheath. The main mercenary did not have time to understand how both of his partners were doubled over on the ground. He was surprised. What kind of tricks were these? He was even more surprised when he realized that it was she, Masamune, who dealt with the 2 huge men. She told him that they had better get out of this forest as soon as possible. She was not going to stand on ceremony with them and preferred to act harshly. So if they did not leave now, it would be bad for them. The chief was indignant. What? That some goblin dared to bully a human, a higher being? He attacked her. Masamune was forced to use the bloody blade against him. The chief screamed. His stomach was cut. The craftswoman hung them on the trees and thoughtfully said, well, what should she do with them now? Suddenly she heard Eileen playfully reproach her. What had she done here? Masamune apologized to her. She made too much noise. The girl answered her. It was okay, she was just passing by and decided to take a look. and since she was here, she would take these people with her. The goblin exclaimed, "Is it true? Will she help her with them?" Eileen said, "Sometimes she likes to relax properly, and the work is idle. She will make them work instead of her." Masamune was surprised, "Really? Then she can safely take them with her." Eileen smiled and noted she will not detain her any longer. The guys were probably already bored without her amazing food. Masamune exclaimed that it was so. She should hurry. She invited Eileen to join the meal when she was free from work. Eileen happily accepted her offer. Meanwhile, the mercenaries began to come to their senses. They began to be indignant. What kind of idiot dealt with them like that? The girl answered them that the quiet, measured life that goblins lead does not make them weaklings at all. They are not like they think. So, will they call her an idiot too? The chief chuckled discontentedly. Eileen noted, "What a pity. They will never get to try the food that Masamune cooks. Then they would definitely not regret staying alive." The protagonist himself came to her. He looked around in surprise and asked the girl what was going on here. Eileen noted that they were too noisy. The protagonist admitted that they were barely audible. "And what does she do with these people?" She answered him that she punishes naughty boys. Akira said that everything was clear to him. "So, she's engaged in taming the obstinate?" She answered in the same tone. "How could it be otherwise? They do not listen to her at all. Together, in the blink of an eye, they could make people respect them." Eileen hugged the protagonist and confessed to him that instead of these 3 foreheads, she would gladly tame him. MC, breaking away from her embrace, said, "No, not that. Let her stop spreading her pheromones." She asked him, "Does this mean that someone can't resist them?" He noted, "She knows perfectly well that goblins are weak to such things." The girl playfully said, "Not all, but only their dear headman. They have no effect on the rest." She checked it. Even when she sat right in front of them, so accessible and open, these kids did not bat an eye in her direction, and they just went on to make offspring in their houses. He turned his attention to the defeated mercenaries. Their eyes were shining. Their mouths were slightly open. They, without taking their eyes off, looked at her. The protagonist asked if the 3 of them would be unable to utter a word under the influence of her pheromones. The girl smiled and noted that they would be able to. They would certainly be able to make a sincere confession. The protagonist suggested that she ask them about that girl. Perhaps they were somehow connected to her. Eileen sat down in front of the mercenaries and activated the pheromone skill. She asked them what they would tell her. The leader confessed to her that they had been assigned a mission. They say that some girl was taken into the forest by goblins and held hostage. They were asked to return her. She noted, "That's how." The protagonist said that it turned out that his guesses were correct. Eileen asked him to explain what he was talking about. The protagonist said that they, with completely pure and good intentions, took in a girl who had run away from home. Meanwhile, her parents were ringing the whole city that they had kidnapped her. In this regard, the townspeople send a search party into the forest, which they recruit from the first townspeople they come across. Because everyone else refused. And in general, any adequate adventurer would not take on such a thing. The girl said with a smile that she could not even find words for admiration. Akira thanked her. Now he knew what was happening. She asked him what she should do with these 3 idiots. Maybe she should return them back to the city? The protagonist replied that she shouldn't do that. Excessive compassion for enemies endangers the life and health of their allies, and he was recently convinced of this himself. He was about to leave. The girl called out to him. He turned to her. Did she want something? Eileen told him that he should not pay attention. She just called him like that. At that moment, Eileen saw someone familiar in him and couldn't take her eyes off him. Meanwhile, a small group stood in front of the entrance to the forest. The chief asked Evan, "Well, is he ready?" Evan answered him that he is ready 9 out of 10. Now, the main thing is not to screw up. The chief asked Mina, "How is she?" The girl answered him, "She is ready as never before. If she has to fight, she will gladly use her fists." The chief noted, "Right, first a fight, and then negotiations." He asked Madison, "Is he ready?" The big guy answered him that he is ready too. The chief suggested that his partners discuss their strategy again. Based on the information they have, upon seeing them, the goblin will ask only one question: who are they? Let them not answer it, let them ignore the conversations and immediately attack. He asked them, "Is everything clear to everyone?" The allies answered him with silent agreement. At this time, a huge man named Ado came out of the forest to meet them, who looked at them sternly. The chief asked him in surprise, "And who the hell is he?" Ado, instead of answering, rushed at them, which completely confused them. Meanwhile, Mr. Ray came to the guild. Tony apologized to him in surprise. He added that if he had known that such a person would come to him, he would have offered him a better drink. The man answered him that everything was fine. He did not come to beg, but to tell him important news. He continued, "From now on, only people who meet certain requirements will be able to visit the forest. Physical strength alone is no longer enough. Tony asked him the reason for such a radical decision. Ray answered him that he did not want them to bother their little goblin nation any longer. He thought Tony understood perfectly well what he meant. The guildmaster confirmed that this was true. The man continued, "So those who want to measure their strength with the goblins should better avoid this forest. If, of course, they want to die, please, let them continue to go there. But they will stop them." Tony noted that he understood everything. Since he was here, did that mean Mr. Edo was already at the appointed place? Edo, meanwhile, tied up the adventurers and was guarding them. Ray said that it was not easy to have friends like him. After all, they were the ones responsible for their actions. Tony noted that they themselves were not without sin sometimes. The man agreed with him on this. He said that at least they could be more attentive to their wives. Well, it seemed that soon they would have to face whole crowds of young people who, not understanding the current situation, would rush into trouble. Fortunately, Edu had enough strength to fight them off. Tony thanked his guest. Then he asked him if he thought they should prepare for the worst. Ray answered him as if under the Demon King. Tony was surprised. Would it be as bad as if the Demon King attacked them? Ray noted, as if there were several of them at once. Had they already heard about the Goblin King? The guildmaster said that it was true. Thanks to him, the goblins had strengthened their position, which made their situation much more difficult. The man asked him if it had ever occurred to him to just leave their people alone. Tony assumed that each of them had thought about it at least once. Ray said that it was not in vain. After all, if a war began, the Goblin King would do everything possible to protect his people. And then his power would give birth to terrible creatures that would rise to their defense. In other words, no matter what they did, the goblins would find a way out of even the most hopeless situation. Tony sighed with anxiety. The memory of the Demon King hanging over the country not long ago was still fresh. In certain circles, there was a fairly popular theory that Akira had inherited his power. And in some ways, such a scenario would be the best of all possible. After all, one Demon King is still okay. But if we assume that there can be several of them, nothing worse can be imagined. Ray noted that it was understandable. When it came to survival, as they say, all is fair in war. He advised the guildmaster to think about it more often. Tony assured him that he had understood everything. The man was glad that he had understood everything. Under the current circumstances, they should stick together. Unless they wanted that disaster to happen again. Tony noted that it was true, but wasn't it terrible? The man asked what exactly? The master told him that since he and Mr. Edo had gotten involved, shouldn't they be afraid of the backlash from the youth against the restrictions imposed? Ray noted that big things start with small things. Tony wondered how they should ultimately deal with the goblins. The man advised him to leave them alone, let them not get into trouble. The guildmaster said that he was probably right. At that time, the protagonist returned to the village. He saw a lot of children, including goblins and human children, having fun on the street. He wondered if there were too many children here. Kuro muttered back to him, "That's right. It seems Charlotte brought her friends here." The protagonist was surprised. Why was she still here? Kuro didn't know. The children saw him and ran up to him. They were happy that they saw the real Goblin King. Charlotte introduced him to one boy. She said that it was Eita, her friend. The boy was jumping up and down with such happiness. Akira asked him why he was here. Eita answered him that Mr. Hokusai was his idol. He really likes his manga, and he would like to become his student if possible. The protagonist was surprised by his answer. The boy added, and also he was very worried about Charlotte, that's why he came here. The girl interrupted him, saying that he had gotten on everyone's nerves. The protagonist laughed and told her that everything was fine. One of the children exclaimed that he wanted Hanzo's autograph. He saved a city girl from a boulder flying at her. It was so cool. The others also wanted to get an autograph from this daredevil. Another boy noted, turning to the protagonist, that he really was different from the other goblins. He felt it from his aura. The children were chattering like a flock of magpies. The protagonist thought, what should he do? After all, they are enemies for their people. Allowing them to be here, he puts the lives of his people at risk. It would seem that it is worth doing as it should have been from the beginning. But looking at those shining eyes of the children, he does not dare to call them enemies. Izuizu noted, "Wow, so many human cubs." MC was surprised, and he is here? The children noticed him and asked, "What is this?" The dragon answered them that he is the greatest dragon of all, by the way. The children laughed. "This tied-up baby dragon? What kind of joke is this?" Izuizu irritably noted, "Let them laugh. Now he will show them all his power." The protagonist did not have time to stop him. Izuizu turned into a huge dragon, which scared the children crazy. Akira indignantly shouted at him not to step on the same rake. He used the ability to hide his shape against him. Izuizu immediately turned back into a baby. At that moment, the myth of creation came and reminded her son that a tarnished reputation cannot be washed away with water from a gutter. The protagonist laughed and expressed his hope that the prankster learned a good lesson for himself. Akira turned to the children to ask them for forgiveness for this incident, and fell silent mid-sentence. The children stared at him with admiration and exclaimed how cool the Goblin King was. Was he really real? Was that a real dragon just now? How did he manage to defeat it? He dealt with the dragon with one blow. The king was even cooler than Hanzo. Even though he was so small, Charlotte was indignant. They can't just grab and paw the king whenever they want. The protagonist was confused, wondering what he should do now. After a while, when everything calmed down, the children were calmly playing their games. The tied-up Izu winced in displeasure at his situation. The protagonist grinned. He had gotten it good. The dragon sighed heavily after his words. The protagonist thought, in his opinion, if he was stupid enough to jump on the same rake again and again, then he shouldn't be allowed near people. But he didn't need to act rashly. He was a dragon, after all. At that moment, the myth of creation approached him. MC noted that it was her. She looked at her son and said, addressing Akira, let him remember how many times he had already lost his temper. Has he ever tried to control his temper? The protagonist remembered all the moments and admitted that she was right. He always causes trouble for everyone. If they do not pay due attention to this, then anything can happen. The mother of the dragon noted, exactly so. Therefore, they will continue to work according to the same scheme. He restrains him, she punishes him, that's all. She continued, if he learned to ignore what others say, then there would be no problems. MC agreed with her on this, that's for sure. But instead, he gets into a fight, for which he gets. He asked about her attitude to punishing her son. The myth of creation answered him, even in the wild, it is considered normal when a mother punishes her child. But there is no threat to his health. He laughed and noted, no threat then. Just don't let them tell him that she was talking about that execution. Mother continued, she created dragons in the hope that they could become a new, independent life form, individuals. Therefore, until this child learns to be responsible for his actions, he will not change. He will continue to annoy everyone. She noticed that she had jumped to another topic. The protagonist thought, it seems that in this life, she is trying to make up for what she lacked before. By creating new life forms, she tries to do everything so that these creatures do not repeat her mistakes. And it seems that she succeeds with everyone except Izu. She told him to relax. As long as she is with him, everything will be fine. After all, she is responsible for him, so she is not going anywhere yet. He answered her simply, he will rely on her. He understood. She is a dragon herself. Having been reborn as a dragon, she, remembering the mistakes she made in the past, decided to create a new life form. In fact, she herself does not have any particular difficulties in her life now, and she wants Izu's life to be easier too. That's why she punishes him for educational purposes, although it's unlikely to help. She asked him if something was wrong. The protagonist noted that everything was fine. She had just said something about responsibility before. Suddenly, he remembered something, and, apologizing to her, left her, telling her that he needed to leave urgently. She waved back and wished him luck. Meanwhile, in the city of Russelhagig, Simon was talking to the protagonist in his mansion. He said, so he wants to set a restriction on entering the forest? The protagonist answered him that it was so, and he would like him, the Duke, to do this. He continued, some concessions will be provided for children. For example, they can visit the park near the forest. However, even in this case, all formalities must be observed. The issuance of official permits is mandatory. The Duke expressed his concern that this was not exactly his area of responsibility. As far as he knew, children were now free to visit the forest. Because of this, he found himself at a crossroads. Therefore, in order not to suffer from remorse, he decided to shift the responsibility for implementing the event to him. He would recognize his dear friend. Akira noted, as always. Simon literally seized through him. He said that if the Duke had finished, then now he would speak. He understood how selfish his request was, and what responsibility would fall on his shoulders, and yet, he was asking him for help. Simon winced. What kind of tone was that? Aren't they friends? He did not have to curry favor with him to ask for something, and yet, he succeeded. He certainly knew what to do to prove his case. He was not bad at thinking in such matters. The protagonist explained to him, simply, there are many good people around him who are ready to teach him something new, for which he is very grateful to them. The Duke exclaimed, isn't it a miracle? When a person who can explain well meets a person who can listen. This is nothing less than a real miracle. The protagonist grinned. He himself was not very good at expressing his feelings in words. But fortunately, Simon always understands what exactly he wants to tell him. Returning to the topic, the protagonist thanked his friend and asked him for forgiveness. The Duke advised him not to take it to heart. He offered him he will fulfill his request, and he will lend him Echigoya for a day. Then everything will be fair. Akira was surprised. Echigoya again? What did he have in mind this time? The Duke said that he became an excellent merchant. The protagonist did not understand. What were they talking about? Simon said he didn't understand why Eshigoya still didn't have underwear in their clothing line. He would have loved to see that beauty. More than 80% of women in the world are obsessed with beautiful and comfortable clothes. That list also includes underwear, didn't it? According to the survey, most people think that what's not visible to the naked eye is more interesting than what's on the surface. However, you won't find truly high-quality underwear. Beautiful and exquisite underwear. That's where his dressmaker can really shine. That's a whole free trade niche. If they made something like that and gave it to his girls, they would make him, an old man, so happy. The protagonist laughed, so that's what it was. He couldn't tell if the Duke was serious or not. But after his words, he was at least able to relax a little. He told Simon that he would tell the dressmaker about it when it was time to release the next collection. It should take no more than a week to make. Simon thanked him for his understanding. And that was what they decided. The Duke asked his friend what he would do now. He heard one caring mother making a lot of noise. Akira noted that he was just about to go to her with an apology. He added about the permits. To be more precise, the procedure for their registration and compliance with all the formalities. If they fail to achieve the official introduction of restrictions, then they will have to come up with something else. Simon said that its implementation will require intervention in the legal legislation. But among human laws, there is not a single one that would have retroactive effect. That is, it will not be possible to punish those who disturb the peace of the forest before the restrictions on entry into it come into force. The protagonist remembered the words of the myth of creation, that people are used to looking at the world from their own bell tower. It is easier for them to bend their line than to admit that they are not the only ones who are wrong in something. And the more firmly they stand their ground, the worse the result of their actions. And it's not at all about whether they were right in the end or not. After their conversation about how difficult it is to teach a dragon a lesson, he understood that he still has a lot to learn. He said out loud, "Maybe this is not entirely correct, but it is very important to him what others think." Simon looked at him in bewilderment, and then burst out laughing. When he calmed down, he answered the protagonist. If so, then he thinks that he, his dear friend, is 100% right in what he is going to do. The protagonist smiled. Wow, how quickly he understood what he meant. After all, Simon is amazing. Meanwhile, in the wine cellar of the Goblin village, an old man named Tenkai sat among the wine barrels. He looked at the barrel, on which was a picture of himself in his youth. After some time, the protagonist led the children out of the forest. They were met by Tony, who exclaimed in surprise when he saw the protagonist. Akira asked him to take these children to their parents. The guildmaster answered him, of course, he would take on such a responsibility and would take the children to the city. The protagonist thanked him. He told the children to listen to Mr. Tony, he would help them return home. Suddenly, the protagonist saw two men sitting near a fire not far from them. Akira noted that he had never seen them. They were Ido and Rei. At that moment, Ada stretched and said that he did not want to go back home. The second boy said, his mother will definitely kill him. Charlotte stood with a very sad face. MC asked her if something had happened. The girl asked him if she could come here again. The protagonist answered that she could. But first, she would need to talk to an important person and get special permission from him. After that, she could visit the forest at any time, but accompanied by adults. This was for their own safety. The children, not believing their luck, asked the protagonist if this was true. The protagonist gave them his word of honor. The children said that they would see each other again then. Akira waved goodbye. Tony watched what was happening, perplexed. Then he turned to MC and noted that he would like to apologize to him for that incident with his three subordinates. The protagonist answered that he understood everything. Under pressure from parents asking to snatch their child from the clutches of monsters, there was no other way. Tony was surprised. Wow, how quickly news spread. He added that their guildmates also shared his feelings and knew perfectly well that he would not harm anyone. The protagonist interrupted him, he said, when they had talked to him earlier. He immediately realized that he was not that type of person. It was clear that he simply had no choice but to silently agree. The guildmaster apologetically answered him that he could still insist on his own and refuse the money offered to him, but refusing his wife would be more difficult. Tony also saw Rei. The protagonist noted that he had once encountered the guildmaster's wife, so he could well imagine what this wonderful woman had done. Surely, it was terrible. However, let him not worry about it. Everything is fine. Tony thanked him. He calmed him down very much. It was a great honor for him to hear it from him. The protagonist thought, looking at the man, that he had overdone it with expression. But Akira had no doubt that everything this man said was from the bottom of his heart. He bowed to him deliberately because he understood his situation and treated his actions with understanding. Such a person can definitely be trusted, he knew it. Tony approached Ray and his companion and asked them what they thought. They had seen everything with their own eyes. The old man grinned. He was talking about that simpleton goblin? Edu noted that he was desperate. Ray told him that it was not surprising with such a job. Tony asked Ray in surprise, speaking of the simpleton, did he mean Akira? The old man noted that he meant him. After all, you still have to try to be an enemy for the entire human race, but to remain so sincere. Then they walked in silence, each of them thinking about something of their own. Meanwhile, the protagonist returned to the village. The goblins greeted him and asked him where the human children went. The protagonist answered them that he sent them home. The goblins were upset. They wanted to play with them so much. Akira calmed them down. They would come back to them. Akira saw an old man coming out of the wine cellar. The protagonist was surprised. What was that? He asked Tenkai what he needed in the wine warehouse. The old man answered that he went to look at his wine barrel. The protagonist understood him. Since ancient times, in honor of a goblin's birthday, a personalized barrel of wine from local plums was prepared. It was filled on the day of birth and drunk only just before death. In order not to confuse whose barrel was whose, portraits of the owners began to be painted on them. Akira asked him how old he was. Tenkai answered that today was the 10th day. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise, the 10th day? He activated the calculation of physical indicators and saw the information that this old man was 10 days old. His height was 102.4 centimeters, weight 18.9 kilograms. He was right-handed. Akira noted in surprise, and indeed, it was so. It turns out that he is the oldest goblin in the village, even older than him, Hanzo and Masamune. Tenkai said, the wine must be delicious. The protagonist thought, they say that wine becomes tastier as much as the kind-heartedness of its owner. The lifespan of goblins is only 7 days. Of course, there were those who lived more and less. Masamune, for example, only had 3 days left when they met. But now she is already about 7. But for 10 whole days. The protagonist turned to the villagers and asked them to listen to him. He told them about the birthday of their long liver. The goblins arranged a celebration. Everyone drank and ate for the health of Tenkai. The old man stood up from the table and thanked his fellows. Kuro told the protagonist that she thought he preferred throwing lavish parties rather than formal gatherings. Akira didn't argue, it was what it was. He personally poured the goblins some wine from his barrel. The goblin drank it with great pleasure and noted that it was very tasty. Tenkai turned to the protagonist and thanked him for making his last moments the happiest in his entire life. The protagonist replied that he had nothing to thank him for. Was there anything he would like to do for the last time? The old man replied that he didn't. Everyone at the table became quiet. Tenkai noticed that it had become very quiet. Let them not be sad, but have a good time. The protagonist supported him and called on the goblins to have fun. The old man turned to his king and asked him for one favor. He asked him if he could give him a name. When Akira said his name, he explained that the meaning was long-lived and a strong warrior. He added that it was said about those who lived to be 108 years old. The old man thanked him from the bottom of his heart and asked the villagers to continue to have fun. These were his last words. That was how the old man got his name. Tenkai's skill called Health slowly passed on to the protagonist. He used the ability to calculate the old man's physical indicators, but the indicators were 0. The goblins raised their glasses and drank to Tenkai. The protagonist thought that if only the others could live that long. Suddenly, the skill flew out of him. He screamed and fell to the ground. The goblins, alarmed, ran to him. Kuro exclaimed, "What's wrong with him?" Akira answered her in surprise that his skill left him. It just flew away. Suddenly, there was a vibration in the air. A glowing ball appeared, and Tenkai appeared in the center of the ball. Everyone stared at it in amazement. The protagonist couldn't believe it. Tenkai was standing in front of him. The protagonist used the search. The system told him that Tenkai's unique skill had been detected. Akira exclaimed, he knew it. Taking into account Masamune and Hanzo, this was the third goblin with a similar named skill. He asked the old man, "Is it him?" The goblin answered him that it was. The protagonist asked him, "Does he feel any changes?" The old man said, "To be honest, he hasn't understood yet." The protagonist thought, "That's how it is." He remembers that Masamune also couldn't realize that it was her after being reborn. The goblins, having recovered from their amazement, filled their glasses and proclaimed for the return of Tenkai. They had a fun party. The protagonist continued his thoughts. One thing is clear, Tenkai is an exception. He became like this without having a name to begin with. Perhaps he has a special destiny. But why did he come back anyway? His thoughts were interrupted by Izuizu. He chuckled and said, "Cool. Huh?" The protagonist shuddered at his unexpected appearance and reproachfully told him that he scared him. What did he just say? The dragon answered him. After this old man was reborn, the lifespan of all the goblins in the settlement increased slightly. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise, "What was he saying?" Izuizu clarified, "About a day, to be precise." Akira was perplexed. How did he determine this? The dragon noted, simple as pie, the same way he determined Masamune's lifespan. This girl will probably never die. In any case, she will definitely live much longer than the others. That's what he told them all then. The protagonist agreed with him. He remembered this conversation. The dragon agreed with him. That's right. He knows how long each of the goblins will live. That's why he noticed the changes. The protagonist noted, and he's not an ordinary dragon, right? The dragon grinned back at him. While the goblins continued their fun, the protagonist was thinking about something in his house, holding a letter in his hands. The myth of the creation came up to him and asked him what was going on here. The protagonist grinned. What kind of parental tone was that? He continued that he had received a letter from the new Count Kignas. The mother wondered, was this the one he was currently at war with? The protagonist told her that they had been at war with the previous Count Kignas, and he had recently been removed from his post. The new count was officially offering them a temporary truce. The myth of the creation thoughtfully noted, is it really that easy to remove an aristocrat from his place these days? These people will think of anything. The protagonist believed that it wasn't that easy. Simon casually mentioned what had happened to Kignas. Representatives of the aristocracy, under the patronage of Philip, had expelled him. Their opinion on this issue was unanimous. And achieving this, he was sure, was not easy. But perhaps for the mother of all dragons, it was, indeed, easier than her affairs. She asked him, and what was he offering them in return? Akira answered her, apparently, monetary compensation. One lump sum payment in the near future, and the rest in installments over the next 10 years. The exact amount was indicated in the letter. If they agreed to these conditions, the war would end. She was surprised. Wow. And won't their warehouse burst from such an amount of gold? It seems that their situation is completely hopeless. Otherwise, they would not put forward such inconvenient conditions for themselves. The protagonist noted that there is such a thing. The new Count Kignas literally steps on his throat with these conditions, and no matter how hard he tried to understand the reason, he still has not found any clues. An illness that causes a fear of sunlight. Perhaps because of it, he is like this? The protagonist thought, once, it was he who called this phenomenon a disease in front of Philip, Simon, and the others. But he only wanted them to think that it could be cured. In fact, people's lives turned into a struggle for survival because they never found a cure. The Count does not need a repeat of that story, as well as an aggravation of the situation, so he offered complete capitulation. At least, it looks like it. So here it is. The price of healing. The myth of creation noticed. It seems so. Will he accept his conditions? The protagonist answered her that not yet. He would like to reconsider them a little. She exclaimed admiringly, does he want to crush the Count completely? The protagonist objected. On the contrary, in his opinion, he was offering too much. She asked perplexedly, why? Akira said the proposed amount, he did not doubt it, for the Count himself, mere pennies. However, let her imagine what a blow this would deal to the economy of the lands in his possession in 10 years. The myth of creation had mockingly noted, and he, it seemed, was not offended by the common people. The protagonist agreed with her, and this too, but after the war, the Count would have a hard time anyway. And now there would be the payment of compensation. The pressure would increase. The Count's patience was not eternal either, and over time, this could lead to a new war. He thought that his boss had once told him something similar. The Mother of Dragons had said it, so he would prefer to forgive them and forget everything, just to avoid a repeat. Akira noted that this was true, and it was not that they could lose the next war. He was more afraid that a new war would make them relive that nightmare again. It was better to be more modest and quietly conduct an anti-war campaign. The myth of creation had said it. It would be easier to break the truce than it seemed at first glance. And if that happens, they'll be in for a living hell. But isn't the settlement in the same situation with survival of the fittest? And despite that, he's still ready to make concessions to the Count. He answered her, because sometimes it's more important what others think of him. She exclaimed in surprise. The protagonist continued, he'll put forward the following conditions. They're ready to make peace with them, but as compensation, they'll only accept payments for 10 years. If he formulates his answer like that, it seems to him that all parties will ultimately be satisfied. But he doesn't want to feel too sorry for them either. It needs to be not too much, but not too little. He sighed heavily. It's hard to maintain the perfect balance. The creation myth just burst out laughing and patted him on the head. She noted that it was simply impossible. Also, a king was found. The protagonist said that he'll go see Simon again and consult with him. If the Count had willingly expressed his readiness to capitulate, he believed that they would not have long to reach a final truce. The Mother of Dragons agreed with him. After some time, the war ended, and their settlement was able to expand its borders to the size of a whole city. And the quality of life of the goblins had noticeably improved. The protagonist said, the rain only makes the earth stronger. Something like that. The Mother of Dragons asked him, Did he come up with a new proverb again? The protagonist laughed instead of answering her. Meanwhile, in the county of Perseus, in the city of Algol, the count of these lands was sitting in his office, thinking about something. Suddenly the door to his office swung open. He exclaimed, "What do they want?" Jacob, his son, had come to him. The count asked him, "Why so suddenly?" Jacob ordered his knights to seize his father. The count began to break free from the strong hands of the knights. He indignantly shouted, "What is going on here? Let him go immediately, idiots." The son answered him that only he knew what was going on here. He put a piece of paper in front of his father and said, "A peace treaty with the goblins." Was he even in his right mind? The count exclaimed that the conversation on this topic was over. Kignas had already stumbled once, and they immediately got rid of him. Or did he want a repeat of the past tragedy? Jacob irritably noted, and that is why he decided to fraternize with the monsters? The father answered him that this is exactly so. Better this way than to further provoke them into conflict. The son sternly asked him, "And where are the guarantees that after the declaration of peace at least something will change?" The count did not know what to answer him to this. Jacob concluded, "That's right, they simply do not exist." The count tried to bring at least some arguments in favor of the goblins, but Jacob did not even listen to him. He said, "Oh, these old people. They are all too deeply mired in memories of the past." The count was indignant. How dare he say such a thing? Jacob sharply noted that they were monsters. They were their enemies, and enemies must be gotten rid of, no matter what they were. The count, having abandoned his attempts to escape from the hands of the knights, asked him to stop. He urged his son not to jump to conclusions. Jacob spoke up. Their county had been waiting for its moment for a long time. It was time for them to show themselves. The father was still trying to reach his son's consciousness. If at least they decided to do this, the goblins would not be their enemies. Jacob advised his father to calm down. He should know, he, the son of the count, was unhappy that a lousy old man was going to bend his knee to forest monsters. He tore up the contract and continued, "These monsters were a threat to the future of the entire country. A threat to their own children. Let him remember his words later." At this time, on the lands of the Duke of Baikai, in the Philip mansion, the Duke, Akira, and Nigel gathered for a meeting. The guy bowed his head and introduced himself to those present as the new Earl Nigel Capable. The protagonist thought he was bowing to him as if he was much lower in status. He had once felt this way in front of his superiors. The protagonist told the new Earl his name and added that he was the ruler of the local forest, and he was very pleased to meet him. He continued, since they were gathered here today, he assumed that the Earl had read their terms and agreed with them. Nigel bowed to him again and said that this was so. He expressed his sincere gratitude to him. MC thought this was good. As far as he knew Philip himself, the Duke personally chose this guy to be the new Earl of Kignas. And he did it for a reason. He was a smart guy. The Duke helped to compile a list of demands from the goblins. He reasonably noted that this would help them keep the enemy at a safe distance. And these demands turned out to be much softer than what the young Earl had originally proposed. Nigel unexpectedly calmly accepted the new conditions, bowed to them, and even expressed gratitude. However, unlike the guildmaster, the young count is a man of few words and is not capable of strong emotions. And most importantly, he does not try to act like an aristocrat. He clearly knows how to negotiate. The protagonist turned to Mr. Philip, wanting to summarize their meeting. The Duke asked him not to address him so formally. For him, he was simply Philip. The Duke waved his hand. His assistant brought the contract. Philip handed them a sheet of paper and said that this was their agreement. At the request of the protagonist, he would act as a witness during its signing. Nigel said that he was immensely grateful to him. The Duke asked them if they were ready to sign the agreement. Both parties answered positively. Philip noted that, apparently, his presence here was still optional. It would have been a different matter if the contract had been signed by the already deceased previous Count Kignas. With him, he alone would not have been enough. The protagonist said in surprise, "Is that so?" The Duke asked the young count if this was all his idea. The guy modestly answered that his servants had told him. Philip noted that he respected people who knew how to listen to others. Nigel thanked him for these words. When the signing was finished, the Duke clapped his hands and announced that the official part was over. The protagonist turned to the count and told him that they had prepared the necessary medicines. Nigel exclaimed that this was simply wonderful. Akira thought, medicines, remedies for photosickness, the same one that the count's people were suffering from now. For him, this problem was now in first place. Just in case, they had prepared twice as much as promised. They were already ready to ship. When the count saw the amount of medicine in the report, he asked in surprise, "Why so much?" The protagonist explained to him that it was an over-insurance, nothing more. Judging by the count's reaction, it was the right decision. Nigel bowed his head and quietly said, "It was the previous count who brought the people to war in order to amuse his vanity. He made them dance to his own tune." Because of this, the population has greatly decreased, and the settlements no longer look like they used to. And the people are not the same anymore. Philip noticed, that's true. Usually, the percentage of people subject to mobilization is calculated from the total population. But their great commander, of course, neglected this. Nigel agreed with the Duke's words. Philip asked the protagonist, now does he understand how bad things are for them? The protagonist answered him that he understood everything. If suddenly there is not enough medicine, let the Count let them know about it, and they will make more. Otherwise, he simply will not be able to look his father-in-law in the eye normally. The Duke burst out laughing. Well, he'll say it too. Nigel smiled too, and noted that he was still very grateful to them. Akira said that there was one more thing he had to say. All the medicines had to be delivered personally by him, Nigel. The Count was surprised. What was going on? The protagonist told him that they were currently in the settlement. He needed to pick them up and distribute them among the villages. The Count cautiously asked him what all this meant. Philip ordered him to do everything as the protagonist said. Akira wouldn't do anything bad to him. Nigel said as he ordered. After a while, when the Duke and the protagonist were seeing the Count off, Philip asked MC if he was being too kind to him. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. The Duke noted that he was talking about the medicines. And in general, in his opinion, the plot development was too obvious. The protagonist thought about it. Philip continued, the decrepit old man was thrown out of his warm place, and a young count was put in his place. And this very count brought with him a medicine, with which he saved all his subjects. Cheap and cheerful, but it is precisely such plot twists that the common people adore. The main character noticed, it seemed so. All this time he was trying to convince Count Cygnus to listen to him. And now, finally, he managed to stop this struggle for survival. The new Count Cygnus agreed to personally deliver the medicine to the villages. And if people take them from his hands, then the disease will no longer be scary for them. Naturally, in reality there was no disease, its appearance was, rather, a forced measure. Therefore, in order to convince the common people that they defeated the disease, they prepared for them an ordinary powder for stomach pains. Philip noticed that what the fat man would spend years on, the young count can do without. Under his leadership, they can do anything. The protagonist expressed his opinion. As a rule, after a sharp change of the manager, there follows a popular uprising, and it is quite difficult to cope with it. However, in their case, the previous count was a terrible person, so the situation resolved itself. The Duke said, here's how. In his opinion, both he and the people, they are clearly overpraising him, and he hasn't even earned it yet. The protagonist objected to him. In order to deserve it, it is necessary to give yourself entirely to serving the subjects, to give them everything that can only be given. Provided, of course, that finances, experience, and other resources allow it. So, if the ruler gives his people 100%, that is, everything he has, 1 or 2% will certainly return to him. And over time, this figure will grow. This is a truism. The Duke looked at him in amazement and then asked him, is he sure he does not come from some ancient aristocratic family? The protagonist grinned. That's right. His former boss, or rather an aristocrat he knew, had taught him all this. The Duke grinned. Wasn't that old Simon by any chance? The protagonist cheerfully answered him that it wasn't so. Simon only told him about his love affairs. The Duke noted how typical it was. He continued, so what? Maybe they could have a drink if his friend had time? The protagonist wasn't against it at all. Their conversation was interrupted by Nigel, who had returned. He was worried about something. He asked them to wait a bit. He was holding an envelope in his hand. The protagonist and the Duke were surprised. Did something happen? The Count handed the protagonist a letter and said, let him take it. MC read what was written. His face lengthened in surprise. He recounted the contents of the letter out loud. Several counties suddenly changed their rulers. Their posts were taken by younger and more promising heirs, and they seemed to want to unite in an alliance against the Goblins. Nigel noted dejectedly that everything was correct. Philip exclaimed, so that's it. Well, this act does not paint them in a good light. The protagonist and the Earl were silent. Then MC said that several counties suddenly changed their rulers. Their posts were taken by younger and more promising heirs, and they apparently want to unite in an alliance against the Goblins. He called out to Nigel and asked if there were those around him who had something against the Goblins, or were simply dissatisfied people. He hesitated and could not answer. Philip laughed and exclaimed that of course there were. Who would doubt it? Their county lost the war, and now they will have to pay huge reparations to the Goblins. Not only that, they will also have to deal with the consequences of the actions of the previous Earl. But they will take it with dignity, so he appointed him to this position. Nigel bowed his head and agreed with him. The protagonist wondered what was going on. He felt like he had to tell him about everything that was happening, although he shouldn't. Martin wondered what they were going to do. All this had to be stopped somehow and immediately. He asked in surprise, wasn't it within his power to stop them? The protagonist replied that earlier, by unanimous decision of all the counties, his predecessor had been removed from office. As he saw it, they only had to snap their finger. And Philip, Duke of Bakov, would go after the former Count Kignus. The man noted with a smile that this was true. MC wondered if he was sure he was safe here. As far as he understood from the letter, all the other aristocrats whose heirs had taken their places were now forced to hide from their own children. He replied with a smile that he was well aware of such matters. Well, even if they tried to remove him from office in favor of the heir, they would have big problems with it. The protagonist called out to Nigel and thanked him, saying that he had helped them a lot by not keeping silent about what was happening. Now, if they showed up here fully armed, they would be ready for it. He excitedly asked if he could help them with anything. Philip said with a smile that he should take care of the timely payment of compensation. The protagonist was surprised and added that he could do that too. After some time, Karen was babysitting the little goblins. One of them happily called out to her and said that their king had returned. MC, seeing her, thought with a smile that here she was. He wished he could tell her everything as soon as possible. Tenkai came up to him and said that he had just been asking the lady about how ordinary people lived. The protagonist thought that, now that this old man had been reborn and had received his unique skill, he was much more suited to the status of village elder than he was. He feels so happy when he sees how kindly the villagers speak of Karen. A tied-up Izuizu flew up to him and remarked that he was cool after all. The protagonist asked what he liked about him this time. He had already been surprised by his rebirth earlier. He replied that he simply admired his abilities. MC asked if he meant that he managed to extend the lives of others for a whole day. The dragon replied that while he was gone, he thought about something. He drew a circle on the ground and told him to imagine that this was the range in which his abilities were active. The protagonist wondered in surprise that he was even capable of such a thing. He wondered if the dot in the center was Tenkai himself, and the circle around him was the boundaries of the skill's effect. So what's so surprising about that? Is it really the size of the circle? He honestly doesn't get it. Izuizu replied that the size of the circle doesn't matter. It's not the main thing. Then he'll add another goblin. He drew another circle on the ground and explained that if any goblin gets into the Tenkai skill's range, then exactly the same active area is created around them. The dragon drew another circle and added that this is how it works too. MC asked in surprise, does this mean that an old man can transfer his skill to a younger generation? Just like parents passing on their experience to their children. Izuizu replied that not only that, children can also pass it on to other children. He drew another circle and pointed. Let him look here. The protagonist was shocked, thinking about what a child passes on to a child, and so on down the chain. He pointed his finger at the circle and asked, does this mean that the skill will be active here too? The dragon agreed, and added that the force field passes from one carrier to another. The protagonist noted with a smile that this is truly an amazing ability. Izuizu replied that he said so himself. He's cool. MC asked if he was absolutely sure that he was an ordinary dragon, right? He thought that Tenkai's abilities were certainly unique. There was no arguing with that. However, Izuizu deserved no less praise for taking on such a detailed study of these abilities. However, it turns out interesting. Initially, instead of a named skill, Tenkai had ordinary health, which after rebirth eventually mutated into an absolutely unique ability to extend the lives of other goblins, transferring part of his skill to them with the help of that force field. After some time, MC came to the house with the children and apologized for being late. The little goblin happily called him to himself. He approached him and asked with a smile, well, will they try? The child agreed with incredible joy. The protagonist began to use the health skill and thought that in addition to Tenkai, there were quite a lot of goblins with the health skill in the settlement. They will see what happens if one of them is given a part of the old man's unique ability. In an instant, the goblin began to shine and having received eternal youth, joyfully shouted that he was cool. The protagonist was surprised to think that he had not seen the birth of a new skill for a long time. Eternal youth, really? Suddenly, Izuizu appeared and discontentedly noted that this was a pity. Just eternal youth. Eternal youth and immortality are not the same thing, right? MC wondered, does this mean that this goblin will live all his 8 days in the form of a child and die the same way? The dragon replied that it did not matter to him at all in what form he died. He was going to die anyway. Suddenly, the myth of creation came and exclaimed, they remember that she was once a human too? So, Karen cannot be told about this under any circumstances. The protagonist excitedly asked, but why can't they? She explained that for many human women, the pursuit of eternal youth and immortality becomes an obsession. The protagonist wondered if she wanted to say that it was better not to share this skill with her, right? The myth of creation agreed and added that it would not make her happy anyway, and the secondary obsession with her appearance would not go away. MC thought that Karen had never said that she wanted this, and he did not think that she would persist even if she found out. Suddenly, the girl herself entered the house and asked what they were doing. The protagonist whispered that he understood her. Suddenly, a small goblin approached her and happily told her that his king had gifted him with eternal youth. Sometime later, in the lands of Count Kignas, in the city of Denove, Nigel told Vise everything and added that in this way they managed to agree on the final payment amount, which turned out to be significantly less than what was originally proposed. She, holding the letter in her hands, asked if he had even read the agreement. He replied that no, he had not even looked at it. Incidentally, on her own advice, Philip had done this so he would follow his example. Besides, the guy fell silent and the girl asked, "Besides what?" He replied that nothing. Vis said with a smile that one way or another she congratulated him. He had managed to conclude a truce with them after all. And now let him read the last line. Nigel took the letter and read what followed, that the implementation of the terms of this agreement, specifically the payment, by a majority vote, Count Kignas, the representative of the forest, and Duke Philip, could be delayed or divided into equal shares. The girl explained with a smile that, in simple terms, as long as he complied with all the terms of this agreement, he did not have to pay them the entire amount at once, only the main part. And the phrase, by majority vote, meant that in order to implement this clause, he needed to have the consent of at least one of those whose name was written there. Nigel thoughtfully noted that it turned out that they were talking mainly about Duke Philip. As long as he was in his favor, he could help him with a deferment of payment in the event of any force majeure. Vis agreed with a smile and added that, however, nominally the debt would not disappear anywhere, and he would have to pay it back sooner or later. But this would help significantly reduce contacts with those who had once caused the goblins a lot of trouble. Nigel replied that he could spy on them instead. She asked how the goblin reacted to this. Nigel replied that he said that they probably did have enemies. Vis happily exclaimed that this was excellent. He should continue to stick with those two, so let him keep both eyes open. He bowed his head and replied that he would do so. The girl happily shouted that now was the time for some tea. She had just baked some honey donuts. The guy said with a smile, "If only she were a man." Vis asked discontentedly, did he mean that it was easier for men to achieve success in life? Nigel excitedly agreed and added that if she were a man, she would be able to show her talents more openly. The girl noted that this was exactly why she did not want to be a man. By the way, she suffered no less than he did. He was not the only one who had a hard time. Talent, success, what good did it all do? The guy noted that he would like to thank her somehow. What would she like? Vis answered with a smile that he was not able to give her what she wanted. After some time, the protagonist told the story to Simon. He laughed and said that he never thought that he was so weak in the face of women's charms. He awkwardly agreed. The old man added with a smile that all women are like that. They only have to hear the keyword youth, especially in combination with eternal. MC thought about Karen saying that she was not interested in this at all. But what an expression she had on her face. She was behaving extremely strangely. He said that he had no idea what to do now. Simon grinned and replied that he simply lacked practice. Once he spent time with a couple of 100 or 1,000 women, then he would understand. What a lot to suffer from. He himself would not get involved in their squabbles, but he would be happy to see how it all turned out. The protagonist said that, nevertheless, they needed to get down to business. He thought he was already aware of the changes that had taken place in the counties. Simon noted that Count Perseus, Hercules, Lyncus, and Countess Andromeda had all instantly stepped aside in favor of their heirs. He snapped his finger, and a servant came up to the protagonist and handed him the book. He took it and thought that it contained all the information about the new rulers of the aforementioned counties in detail. MC wondered if it meant that they were really removed from office against their will. Simon agreed and explained that at the same time, they all began large-scale military training. And they don't even try to hide it, not at all. The protagonist thought that this meant that they were now surrounded by as many as 4 hostile lands. He said that Philip had already expressed his position on this matter, like, alas, he is unable to stop them, so they urgently need to come up with something. The old man laughed wildly and noted that he would not be able to stop it. Philip said that he could not stop the war, but he did not say that he would not take part in it. There are several types of alliances with families of aristocratic origin. The strongest of them is the connection of families by marriage. Such an alliance is extremely difficult to break, from which the conclusion follows. MC himself continued that Philip would certainly be on their side. Simon agreed with a smile and added that, as far as he knew, Philip had not entered into any alliance marriages with any of these 4 houses. At least, There had been no need for this until now. The protagonist thoughtfully noted that this once again confirmed that he had such an alliance only with him. So, Philip was really ready to become their ally in the event of a declaration of war? If so, that would be a pretty strong argument in their favor. In that case, he would like to kill them all one by one. Simon asked with a smile, was he going to abandon the position of healthy pacifism this time in favor of an aggressive offensive? MC agreed and thought that because of his carelessness, the war with the previous Count Cygnus resulted in hundreds of senseless casualties for them. He added that he would not make such a mistake again. The old man asked who he planned to start with. The protagonist, holding a letter in his hands, answered that she was the one. Simon took it with a smile and noted that it was Countess Andromeda. And why did he choose her? He explained that out of all of them, she was the only one who was a temporary wife. The old man, hearing this, winked and laughed. MC thought that this was the right choice. He did not expect anything else. Sometime later, in the county of Andromeda, the city of Alphalatz, in the personal residence of the Countess, Klaus called out to August, the Countess's son, and asked how he was feeling. He replied that, in fact, everything was as usual. He joyfully patted him on the back and shouted that this was wonderful. Let him lift his chin higher. He was a count now, after all. He had to live up to his status. Suddenly, Countess Andromeda herself appeared from behind, exclaiming with displeasure, "What was he doing here?" Klaus noted with a smile that he saw that his mother was in good health. She furiously shouted that he should not dare call her mother. He had no right to do so. Let him answer why he needed Auguste. The guy tried to explain that he had simply come up to say hello. The woman nervously exclaimed that she was not a fool. She had seen everything perfectly well herself. He is a count now. What kind of crazy ideas is he instilling in a child? Let that puppy know his place. Klaus laughed and remarked that he thought he knew what they were talking about. It was just a joke, and yet he was only trying to cheer the count up a little. It was his duty after all. The countess asked him angrily what he was talking about. He replied with a sly smile that his financial situation had recently left much to be desired. And if he flickered before the count's eyes and gained his favor, then perhaps he could squeeze out some money. He had to pay for his drinks at the bar somehow, didn't he? The woman asked angrily, what had he stooped to? Let him tell these tales to the servants, they were just the right contingent for him. Klaus mockingly asked if he really could. She exclaimed, let him do what he wanted, but let him not pester Auguste with nonsense. Unlike him, he worked for the benefit of society and was very busy. The boy smiled and noted that this was exactly why he was addressing him. He was the only one he could talk to without making a new enemy. The countess shouted furiously that if he wanted to spend money on entertainment, he could do it, but from now on, he was not to be seen near the boy. Klaus answered with a sly smile that he would listen and obey. The woman called her son with her and said that he should not pay attention to this simpleton. Did he really do anything bad to him? Auguste answered that he definitely did nothing at all. The countess shouted rudely that if he did anything to him, he should run to her immediately. Did he understand? Because a lot had been happening in their county lately. By the way, an ambassador from the county of Perseus was supposed to arrive in the afternoon. The boy asked in bewilderment, what did he have to do with it? After some time, Klaus approached the fruit merchant. He asked in surprise, was it really the gentleman himself who had come? The boy replied that it was he himself. How was his life going? The man said that a little bit of everything. The recent events had hardly affected him, so he lived peacefully. Klaus asked if he was talking about trading with goblins. The merchant agreed and asked if he had heard that everything from them was now under embargo. They said that the new count wanted to express solidarity with Count Perseus in this way. Because of this, many merchants suffered. After all, they made good money on this. Klaus asked with a smile, so he didn't have any problems? The fruit merchant asked with a thoughtful look, why all of a sudden? He had never dealt with goblins. It didn't concern him. Wait, he almost forgot. He had just received a batch of dried plums. Klaus took them and, having tried them, noted that they were very tasty. He explained that there was an old woman living nearby in a small village, and these were all her efforts. The boy asked if these plums were homemade then? It's obvious. These are the most delicious plums. Let him give him some more. The merchant began to collect food and noted that he had heard that the bar had also introduced new items. When he had time, he should definitely go and try it. It was worth it. He replied that he would do it with great pleasure. After some time, Klaus came to the bar and approached the counter. The bartender asked with a smile that he must be that same gentleman. He happily replied that he saw that the previous owner had told him a lot about him. Did he have anything new on the menu? The bartender agreed and nervously noted that this new wine was made by goblins. Klaus, remembering the merchant's words, replied that lately he had such trouble with his hearing. And something was wrong with his memory too. So what did he just say? He He poured him a drink and gave it to him. Klaus, having drunk it, exclaimed that he didn't care whose drink it was, as long as it was tasty. The bartender grinned excitedly and said that he was glad that he thought so. In the future, he would become their ruler. Suddenly, the protagonist in disguise approached him and noted that he was the one who delivered the wine here. Klaus replied that it was a good deed. Would it be okay if he had another mug? MC said that it was a great honor for him. He saw that things had become really bad for them. The guy asked with a smile. He didn't only deal in wine, right? He replied that he did a lot of things. Klaus asked, is he a smuggler then? Or does he sell rotten fruit, passing it off as fresh? The protagonist replied that he had to do all sorts of things. He suggested that then perhaps he knew firsthand what kind of mess was going on there. He could rest assured about himself. He is the type who will not wait for the hen to lay an egg, but will silently cut open its belly to get the egg. Businessmen like him can make a way even in chaos. Suddenly, two men were shouting behind them. Klaus turned around and noticed that it was a fight. Those two again? How much longer? He had no strength left for them. He went outside and, grabbing the two men by the hair, began to scold them. MC, watching this, noted that he knew how to survive as well as how to pretend. However, what wouldn't he do to gain someone's trust? Klaus invited the fighters to join him at his table. He told them that they could drink to their heart's content. Today he was treating them. They thanked him for his generosity and accepted his offer. The protagonist watched them. When their revelry was over, the men rose from the table, thanked their benefactor, and staggering and supporting each other, they went home. Klaus waved to them. The protagonist noted, turning to him, that he had expected nothing less from him. Klaus asked him, so he had been watching them all this time? The protagonist answered him that it was so. These jokers instantly forgot about their feuds when he appeared. What is this if not respect? Klaus, pouring himself some wine, muttered, well, that's good. The protagonist continued, when the time comes, perhaps he too will be able to rely on them? The man noted what kind of person he was. He is clearly not an ordinary traitor. What did he want? The protagonist conspiratorially told him that he was no slouch. He saw and understood everything at once. He looked around and, making sure that no one was looking at them, ran his hand over his face. Klaus was surprised to see a completely different face of his interlocutor. The protagonist remembered when he took the form of his former self. The myth of creation exclaimed in surprise. Did he use the skill of disguise? She was so unusual to see him as a human. She admitted you can't tell him apart from an ordinary mortal. It was a great job. The protagonist thanked her. She asked him, he remembers, right? She was once a human too? Akira told her that he remembered it. The mother of dragons continued, people are greedy creatures. If they succeed in something, they will brag about it incessantly. And it is impossible to learn modesty in such a short life. They like to think that there is something that only they know. The protagonist was surprised, is that so? So on the advice of the creator, he deliberately showed Klaus his false but true face. He gave him a secret that no one else knows about and put it out there at face value. Klaus looked at him carefully and noticed that this face was unfamiliar to him. The protagonist feigned surprise. Ah, is that so? So it is possible to continue doing business without any risks. Although, to be honest, his words hurt his pride a little. Klaus reasonably asked him, why should he pretend to be someone else? The protagonist noted, well, he will say so. Trading with goblins brings him a good profit. That is why he is here. Klaus cautiously noted that everything was clear to him. The protagonist understood, his vigilance was weakened, and he was now interesting to him. At such moments, his goblin speech and way of thinking are especially noticeable. Therefore, it is important to come up with a convincing reason for his appearance, and present it in such a way as not only not to give himself away, but also to win Klaus over. Akira said, information had reached him that the county of Andromeda was planning to start a war with the goblins. He, in general, did not care, but this had a strong impact on trade. After all, from now on, the import and sale of goods produced by goblins is prohibited. He continued, of course, some find a way to get around this ban. However, for ordinary people whose business is based exclusively on the sale of goblin goods, this is literally a blow to the gut. Klaus thought deeply. The protagonist asked him, what are the true intentions of Countess Andromeda? Why does she need all this? Klaus noted that sometimes he himself does not understand what this woman is thinking about. The protagonist chuckled, and he is a joker, however. He is not asking him about his brother, but about his adopted mother, so to speak. And let him not pretend that he does not understand what is being discussed. Klaus said, what observation, and what does he want to achieve from him? He does not decide anything. Akira asked him if he is not the most suitable candidate for the post of Count Andromeda. After all, he is a legitimate son, born in a state marriage. Klaus noted that his mother left them long ago, so he will not receive support from anyone. The protagonist told him that perhaps this is impudence on his part, but he is ready to help sponsor an uprising against the current government. Klaus said in surprise. What did he say? He looked around with apprehension. There was no one around them except the bartender. He had no idea that the bar owner was in cahoots with the protagonist from the very beginning. Klaus realized this when the bar owner led them to one of the rooms and opened it for them. The protagonist invited Klaus inside. When the young man saw a lot of gold and bags of jewelry, he exclaimed in surprise, "What is this? And what does he want in exchange for all this wealth?" The protagonist assured him with a smile that he does not need anything. He just wants to help him, that's all. His only request will be to lift the ban on trading with goblins after he becomes a count. Klaus was surprised. Does he think this will pay off all these investments? There's a lot of money here. The protagonist answered him that what he sees here is just a demonstration of his capabilities. If he agrees to lift the bans, then all these opportunities will become his reality. Klaus thoughtfully noted, that's how. He thought deeply about the protagonist's offer. The protagonist, watching him, thought, I guess this is what they call being far-sighted. It seems he managed to come up with a convincing enough story for this gentleman after all. Meanwhile, in Perseus County, in the city of Algol, in the estate of Count Perseus, the following happened. Assistant Jacob brought him a letter. The heir read it, crumpled the paper in anger, and angrily exclaimed, Damn old woman, her only stepson, and she can't cope with him. The assistant said, as far as they know, the conflict has not yet managed to escalate into a civil war. According to the latest information, the eldest son of the Count Andromeda is currently looking for allies, and it is unlikely that he will be able to exceed the number of the Count's army. He simply does not have enough money to form an alliance with the Goblin people. Jacob grumbled, That's what I'm talking about. What a stupid woman she is. If he had such a son, he would have killed him on the spot before he thought of starting a rebellion. His assistant drew his attention to one more fact. He said, The Countess's family is currently in disarray, the likes of which the world has never seen. Doesn't he think that all these problems have started too timely? Jacob asked him, puzzled, what did he mean by that? The assistant noticed that all this had been carefully planned in advance by the goblins. The Count's son asked him, that is, they specifically want to put the eldest offspring of the Count on the throne in order to further undermine the authority of the family and quarrel them completely? The assistant answered him that he understood him correctly. Jacob was irritated and indignant. So the goblins act like pure-blooded aristocrats? But that's impossible. They are nothing more than a bunch of brainless creatures. They have gone too far. If goblins were involved, they would have used goblin magic long ago. They don't need to come up with such complex schemes. The assistant said that he was absolutely right. Jacob exclaimed, Enough. Let his assistant order Countess Andromeda to be exiled immediately, and that will be the end of it. They will hope that the other three houses will prove to be more reliable allies than she. Meanwhile, the protagonist was flying, thinking about how he still had to deal with Count Lincus, Count Hercules, and Count Perseus, and he would start with the one who worried him the most. In the forest before entering the city, the protagonist saw Eileen and Dyke. Dyke was cooking something over a fire. He approached them. The girls greeted him. He asked Dyke if she was cooking something. She answered him, sheepishly, that she was cooking a little. Masamune had told her one recipe. The protagonist was surprised. Why did she go so far from the city? The girl hesitated with an answer, then nevertheless said that she had some difficulties there. The protagonist, as it seemed to him, understood why. Although their village had long since become a city, none of the goblins had forgotten the tradition of throwing mass feasts. Masamune was constantly indignant. If they cook, then they should be kind enough to clean up after themselves. Often gatherings take place outdoors, so the food is also cooked outside, and sometimes the cooking area looks more like a battlefield. The protagonist asked her what she was cooking there. Dyke was embarrassed and asked him not to look. The dish was not ready yet. The protagonist smelled a very bad smell. The girl, noticing his surprised expression, said embarrassedly, To be honest, she is not a very good cook yet. MC asked her if she had enough of everything yet. If she needed something, he could bring it from the city. Dyke protested. She did not need anything. She had enough ingredients. The protagonist was surprised. Really? At that moment, Eunomia arrived. She was carrying a huge basket of forest gifts. Having put the basket in front of her sister, she asked her, Would this be enough? Dyke congratulated her on her return. She was worried. Did nothing terrible happen on the way? Eunomia assured her sister that everything was fine. She knew her way around the forest well. Her sister thanked her. Now she would definitely have enough ingredients. The younger sister looked at the prepared dishes, noted their slippery consistency, and laughingly noted, it seemed like something was missing. Dyke was indignant. Nothing of the sort. She had almost gotten the hang of it. Eunomia began to playfully tease her. Was it true? Had she almost learned how to cook? Looking at her sister's weak objections, she laughed and said that nothing could be done. She would go again, take more of everything. At that moment, Eunomia saw the protagonist. She irritably asked him what he was staring at. She threw a mushroom at him. Eunomia exclaimed indignantly, "Does he not want to apologize? If he thinks that this is all that her sister is capable of, then he is deeply mistaken." Daika covered her face with her hands. She felt embarrassed in front of the protagonist for her sister's behavior. Eunomia turned to her, asking her to continue what she was doing, and she would soon be back and bring more food. Daika wanted to stop her, but the girl had already run away. She started working. At this moment, Eileen asked the surprised protagonist, "What? Is this the first time he witnesses this?" He said her name. He did not expect her to say anything. He asked her, "What is it?" Eileen said how Daika screws up again, especially she is bad at cooking. The protagonist understood everything. Eileen continued, "And that's right, she often made mistakes before. For example, when the three of them traveled. She and Eunomia were very weak, and then Daika decided to cook them food to restore their vitality. She then tried to feed them with tears, and told them that if they did not eat right away, they would certainly die. It was still fresh in her memory how she poured her brew into their mouths. However, she must note that her sister is very persistent. No matter how many times luck overtakes her, she never gives up and goes on to the victorious end." Akira noted, "Well, that's good." Eileen agreed with him. She said, "Eunomia likes to help Daika. She always tries to be there until she achieves her goal. That's how it is." The protagonist asked her, "And she?" The girl said that she likes to watch all this from the sidelines and not interfere. The protagonist grinned and noted that it was nice to see when sisters get along so well with each other. Daika settled herself more comfortably and said, that was all well and good. But now she wanted to talk about him. He came back, and that meant he had done everything he wanted. The protagonist answered her that it was so. The mechanism had been set in motion, and it could not be stopped. He told her everything that had happened. At the end of his story, Daika summed it up. He had pretended to be a merchant, helped the Count's older brother pay off all his debts, and convinced him to turn against his own family. Akira admitted that this was all true. She wondered why he had not dared to use the skill he had received from the Demon Lord. He asked, was she talking about the weak and the strong? The girl noted that this was true. He could be trusted, right? Protagonist thought it was curious that Eileen avoided directly talking about the Demon King. He answered her that she was right, but he would not have the courage to do such a thing. She sighed and wondered why. The protagonist explained to her that, of course, with this skill he could make everyone do whatever he wanted. However, it would be a waste of time. The girl asked him, puzzled, what did he mean? He said that he wanted to arrange everything so that people's suspicions would fall on anyone but them, the goblins. And so far he was succeeding. This way, he would be able to strike them directly while remaining unnoticed. Eileen was surprised. That's how. She thought, this guy never liked to act indirectly.